trek that history of motorsports. Today, it hosts round 2 of the 2024 FIM JuniorGP World Championship as the stars of the future take to the 4.1 kilometre, 13-turn circuit to try and have their moment in the sun. As mentioned, it is the second round of the JuniorGP Championship with a trip to the north of Portugal following a visit to the Adriatic coast and Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli just a few weeks ago. 2 European Talent Cup races, 2 Moto2 races and 1 JuniorGP and Stock Championship race each lie ahead of today. First up on the menu though is the European Talent Cup, which will see lights out in about 15 minutes time. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Elliot York in the commentary booth alongside me. I'm not so delighted to say that the weather is less than ideal. It has been bucketing down rain for the past 2 days, and as you can see here, there is plenty of water and mist hanging about the hills here in Portugal. One place though there was no rain was in Misano last time out for the season opener. This is what happened. The number 91, Marco Morelli, started on pole, and David Gonzalez, the number 11, kept tabs with the Argentinian. Giulio Pugliese slotted into third as they dropped the rest of the field. Having slipped into P3, Gonzalez, nearly high-sided and right, ran it wide as the front 2 broke away, and it was decided on the line as the number 31, Pugliese, took the win by just 9,000ths of a second. In race 2, the same trio led the way, with Gonzalez taking the initiative, while Marianos Nicolas crashed out on 4th on the opening lap. This time a quartet of riders pulled away with Kernan Tinez in the victory fight, with the Venezuelan out of his seat while diving up the inside. Pugliese pushed the front a bit too hard and he crashed out. As a result, the front 2 pulled away, and battle for P3 went away in Leonardo Zani, while Morelli took victory ahead of Gonzalez. As mentioned, conditions less than ideal, and you can see it there, the mist hanging over the hills and trees. 16 degrees air temperature, 16 degrees track temperature, and quite windy as well. As mentioned as well, I am joined by Elliot York in studio here in Estoril. Elliot, an absolute pleasure to have you alongside me. How are we doing today?
Yeah, pleasure to be here, mate. Back on JuniorGP comms for a couple of years, so excited for the day. Not so excited about this weather. Before we got here, Chris, it was lovely sunshine for the week prior. We got here Friday night. Yesterday morning was okay. They got a few dry practice sessions in before qualifying, but then, yes, the heavens opened and it's pretty much not stopped since then, maybe a little bit at the end of yesterday. But as you can see today, weather really not ideal. So yeah, it should be good racing, as it always is, but disappointing that we've not got dry weather. Looking at the pictures from Misano, I'm pretty jealous of the guys over there. A couple of weeks on, not the same in Portugal, but hey-ho, it's still time to go racing, and we should have a belter of a day.
Yeah, I tell you what, they tell you to go pack your bags. You're off for the weekend to Portugal. Thank God I brought a rain jacket, because I had pairs of shorts lined up before flying out. Now, a little bit of housekeeping to bring you. As a result of the conditions, the race length has been reduced from 15 laps to 10. But before we get into that, let's take a look at what happened in qualifying, where Carlos Cano ended up on pole position.
Estoy muy contento de esta primera pole. La verdad que ha sido muy difícil con esta. Había mucha lluvia en toda la pista entera. Y bueno, he ido poco a poco. Y al final, en la última vuelta, he dado mi máximo. Y estoy muy contento de esta primera pole con mi equipo. Se lo quiero agradecer a ellos, a mi familia, a mi team y a todos. Mi objetivo es estar adelante, como siempre, ir cogiendo puntos. Y bueno, la verdad que sí, que ya que salgo en primera posición, se puede estar en el podio.
So a 2:03.135 from Carlos Cano sees the number 71 start on pole position, a first for the European Talent Cup rookie. He had almost 1.9 seconds, 1.894 seconds to spare over his closest competitor in qualifying. And as we follow him around track, you can just see the conditions there. Some standing water, a lot of rain, water spitting up from behind his machine. Elliot, a very talented young rider. We haven't seen the best of him, to say, at one level. In Misano, he started P28 in both races, but we saw what he can do in the dry, ending up in P6, a double P6 in Misano, gaining 22 places in that opening race. Let's see what he can do in the wet from pole position.
Yeah, really impressive in Misano from Carlos Cano, another rider coming up the ranks from Murcia. They've got plenty of them coming from that region of Spain, Pedro Acosta and Fermin Aldeguer, just to name a couple of those stars. And here we have confirmation, Chris. ETC Race 1 wet race starts as predicted. 10 minutes for the pit lane to be open, and the race has been reduced from 15 to 10 laps. As Chris mentioned, that's for all of the races today due to the weather conditions. We are expecting these sort of rain clouds and weather and a bit of fog to be hanging around for most of the day, unfortunately. So the organisers have reduced the race distances, so we're not running into the nights here in Estoril. We've got planes to catch later on to get back to hopefully a bit of sunshine wherever everyone else is travelling to. But yes, it should be still good racing, and I'm excited to get this one underway because Cano has much less of a job to do from his starting slot from P1 compared to P28, but his comeback in Misano was absolutely fantastic. It was only really due to the fact that the leaders were so quick to get away at the front early doors. He wasn't able to really challenge for a podium, but all you can do from P28 on the grid is try and get into the points, and top 10s from there is really, really good stuff. And you can see there, Chris, Emilio Alzamora with him. This is his new team, of course, the Marquez brothers' former manager. A year and a bit ago they separated, but Emilio Alzamora now working with the stars of the future in this Junior GP paddock. A winner here in 2000 in the 125cc class was Emilio Alzamora, so he knows how to win around here. I'm sure he's providing a few tips to Carlos Cano.
Yeah, number 71 starting on pole. He will have some stiff competition though in the front row, as we'll shortly see. The number 73 Valentin Perrone will line up beside him. A Red Bull Rookies Cup podium finisher, just the last time out in Jerez. Here we see the young Argentinian, third in the championship with 26 points. He crashed in Q2 as well, but managed to top the ETC A group session, even though he just did 3 laps. Pair of P4s for him in Misano, and he'll be looking to go a little bit better from the front row here today.
Yeah, he was another rider who didn't have the best of qualifying, started 16th, so to get up into P4 was another job well done from Valentin Perron. So yeah, for the front two, a much easier job lies ahead in terms of their grid positions, of course. Racing in the wet for the first time this season. For many of these riders, it'll be the first time they've raced in the wet conditions on these bikes in this class, so it's going to be interesting to see how sort of the first half of the race goes when everyone tries to bed themselves in. It is good that yesterday qualifying did end up being a little bit wet, so they've got a little bit of a taster of how things feel, and of course they have the Sauerting laps today as well.
We're no strangers to seeing an AC Racing Team machine in and around the front row, but it is unfamiliar territory for the rider starting from P3 today. Vasilis Pantialakis, the Greek 15-year-old. It's his 4th season in the ETC, but it's just his 8th race, but by far his best qualifying. His previous best was P12 in Aragon 2023. So the Greek riders starting on the front row. It seems the wet weather conditions may just suit him as he targets a best ever finish.
Yeah, these conditions provide pretty much a level playing field in one way. You get riders who in the dry aren't quite up to speed yet, haven't got the experience necessarily on these Honda 250s in the European Talent Cup, but wet weather sort of is a level playing field no matter what class you go into. We see surprise results across the board, so great to see Pantialakis, the number 35 Greek rider, up on the front row. Only raced 6 times last year, and P14 was his only points, so he'll be hoping that he can achieve a personal best. He's looking good to do so.
Yeah, at the head of the second row then will be Benyat Fernandez, the number 7, his 3rd season in ETC. P16 in the 2023 championship, P9 his best result then. P11 in the opening round as well, plus a DNF, so he'll be targeting a personal best result in the class. As we just move off Fernando Bujosa, also his 3rd season in the European Talent Cup. P6 in Aragon, his best result, and best qualifying. Previous best was in Misano 2024, so last time out P12, which tied with the 2023 round of Catalunya. Another crasher in qualifying 2 was Bujosa, and he's got a long lap penalty coming his way too in this race. So busy day's work for the number 69. As we look at the American rider Christian Daniel Jr., 4th season in the class. Not the best time out for the young American. A double DNF in Misano, caught up with Ikegami in race 1, and then, as we saw in the highlights on the opening lap, there was multi-rider crash in the first few corners at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, excuse me, and Daniel Jr. was part of that. So he'll be looking to pick up his first point of the campaign here today.
Yeah, personal best for Christian Daniel Jr. was 7th place last year in Barcelona. So starting on the front 2 rows, we'll be hoping he can achieve a personal best. But here is the championship leader after a really, really strong opening round in Misano. Marco Morelli on the number 97 MLAV racing machine. Great story. Marco Morelli didn't have the opportunity to race in 2022, ran out of money, and then came back in the Red Bull Rookies Cup last year, got selected and was able to finish in 10th place. He's been selected again this year, and as I'm sure some of you saw in Jerez last time out when the Red Bull Rookies got their campaign up and running, Marco Morelli did win for the first time in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. So Marco Morelli, a real one to watch from Argentina on the number 97.
Yeah, Morelli formed part of that Argentinian 1-2 in Jerez alongside Perone. Now it's a pretty blockbuster row 3, we have to say, here in the ETC race. Giulio Pugliese lining up beside Morelli in P8. It's his 3rd season in the ETC, and he won the first race in Misano, as we saw, by just 9,000ths of a second over Morelli. Crashed out in race 2, but remounted for P17, and he is P4 in the championship. But another rider to fall victim to the conditions in qualifying yesterday. So your grid for the first race here today.
It's Cano on pole from Perone and Pantsilikis, Fernandez, Bujosa and Daniel Jr. on row 2, Morelli, Pugliese and Torres completing your top 9 on the grid. Tinez, Da Costa and Longarella on row 4. Row 5 is Calle, Zani and Bartola. Row 6 is Tamburini, Frosen and Agostinelli, the number 90 in P18. Row 7 is Perez, Alsina and Tessini. Row 8, Almeida, the Portuguese rider, Olivares and Serpa on row 8, and Nicholas, Ikegami and Boxberger on row 9. And then row 10, Gonzalez, Mignot and Sessler on the number 2 machine. They are your runners and riders for European Talent Cup Race 1 here in Estoril. Trying to look out the window, Chris. I think it might have stopped raining ever so slightly. I think it's potentially only a little bit of drizzle now, so that's good news at least. And you can just see in the run down into Temon, there is a little bit of a river sort of forming, a bit of standing water, so the riders are going to have to be a little bit cautious as they go down there, especially on the opening lap. I'm sure they've been told by the team members just to take it cautiously, especially around the outlap, get a feel for the conditions, see if they've changed in the 10 minutes they've been on the grid, and then it will be time for racing.
Yeah, here's hoping conditions improve drastically, but we've got 10 laps of ETC action coming up. Just under a minute to go. We'll take a warm-up lap and then we will have a lights out. Jesus Torres starting from P9, 8th in the championship. And we saw on the grid there the number 11, David Gonzalez, starting from P28. He crashed out of qualifying, couldn't quite set the time he was looking for. So he'll be one to watch, as he looks to make a charge through the pack. We saw last time out in race 1, race 2, a group of riders of 3-4 strong separate themselves from the group, with the likes of Morelli, Pugliese coming from deeper on the grid. I don't see us having quite such a separation, particularly in these conditions. So the opening laps are going to be crucial here as we get set for lights out.
Yeah, it's going to be all about who can work out the conditions the quickest. We saw some riders come into the fore yesterday in a wet qualifying. Obviously the riders further up the grids, Carlos Cano, Valentin Perón, Benyat Fernandez and Pantsilikis, they all clearly felt confident straight away in the wet conditions. but it looks like slightly different track conditions. The worst of the weather yesterday was towards later in the afternoon. The European Talent Cup qualifying took place sort of when it started raining yesterday afternoon. So I don't think they'll have got used to these conditions quite yet. So this is going to be all about who can feel the way, find where the grip is, get the tyres up to temperature and get their head down. So I think the first 5 laps are going to be crucial here while everyone tries to figure out, like I say, where the grip is and where they can find time. Braking zones are obviously different in the wet conditions as well. So this is going to be an interesting one. As the number 35 of Pantelakis, the Greek rider, in uncharted territory on the front row of the grid. I'm sure there'll be some nerves, but plenty of excitement as well for the Greek star.
Yeah, nerves are always a good thing, as they say, to keep you on your toes. Big opportunity then for the number 35 of Pantelakis. So big warm-up lap coming here. We're slightly just running a little bit behind schedule, but probably no harm. Give the track a further chance to dry out. So this warm-up lap is going to be pivotal to see where they can attack, find the corners where there's a little bit more grip and a little less water. So just waiting a couple more minutes, slightly delayed here until we go on the warm-up lap, but we'll bring you the latest there as we have some marshals bravely withstanding the weather conditions as they also await further instructions.
Yeah, not getting any info here through the commentary box, so not sure exactly why we're running a couple of minutes late. We're meant to get the race started very soon. There you can hear the siren, time for the tyre warmers to come off, and it will be time for the warm-up lap very soon. Engines kick-starting, and we'll be away very shortly indeed. A really important warm-up lap coming up. Warm-up lap's always important to get the heat into your tyres, but in the dry conditions, when you've had a dry sessions all weekend, you're not learning anything, you're just trying to get yourself into the zone ahead of the race. But this is a warm-up lap where they're going to be trying to seek where the grip is, where the grip isn't, where it's more wet and potentially drier. So yeah, an important warm-up lap coming up, and then we'll be racing.
Plenty of hustle down on the grid right now as we see engineers, mechanics pulling off the tyre warmers, pulling away the equipment as we get set to go on this. We're looking at the number 71 of Carlos Cano, who will launch from pole position. Clear visors, so we should get some great shots of them going around the circuit with the focus and determination on full display. As long as our cameramen are up to the task, we'll be doing our best to bring you as well a reading on what we can see. So here we go for the warm-up lap. 13 corners at this Circuito do Estoril. It's a long run down on the front straight into the first right-hander at turn 1. 3 right-handers to begin with before we get into a hairpin left-hander. The back straight with the turn 5 kink, and away we go then. Elias, big day here. It's going to see a lot of skill, racecraft on display. It's going to separate maybe some of the top riders and offer opportunity for the wet weather specialists. They pick up some really big points here in Estoril.
Yeah, opportunity knocks, doesn't it, for some of the riders who are potentially lower down in the grid, didn't have necessarily the feeling they want to in the dry conditions. And as I said, it's a bit of a leveler when the rain comes down. So yeah, watch out for some surprise results coming. We've already had some in qualifying, haven't we? So expect some more in the race. As you mentioned, Chris, watch out for David Gonzalez coming from the rear end of the grid, second in the championship after a couple of podiums over in Misano. So expect some riders who didn't necessarily have the qualifying they wanted to fight their way through the field. As you can see, the riders being really tentative around this warm-up lap. I did mention sort of the river coming across into the braking zone at turn 1. Got to watch out for that. They're going to be careful into the braking zone down there from the start. And as you can see, plenty of spray being kicked up by these small machines. So a few of the riders just testing out the long lap penalty loop. That's down at turn 6, the interior parabolic. Hopefully they won't be using that too many times today, but obviously good to get used to it just in case, because they won't have used it in the wet conditions.
Yeah, we saw Fernando Bujosa going in there, and he does have a long lap penalty coming his way. So 19 different nationalities represented in this European Talent Cup campaign. We don't have all of them quite on track, as we had only 2 qualifiers coming through the ETC last chance race earlier this morning. That was Rocco Sessler from Germany as did Mignot from France. So, a blockbuster race awaits us as we come through the corkscrew. A very difficult and very technical uphill corkscrew from left to right. Going to be difficult to manage because coming around that final right-hander as well, it's a little bit blind. So in these conditions, they will need to be ultra careful going through there as we come through the S section now of Estoril, and then the final sweeping right-hander that leads onto the front straight. Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Opportunities not maybe designed for overtaking, but we've certainly seen it happen plenty of times, and slipstream will come into effect as it always does on these Moto3 machines. It's about 1 kilometer in length, just a little bit shy of us, the front straight, but the finish line is a little further up. It's not directly out of the corner, it's a little further up, so slipstream may play its role not just in this race but across the day. As we can see, conditions there very difficult to see, but the red flag is out there. The rest of the riders are streaming past our commentary box, just going to take their positions on the grid. Here's hoping 10 laps of European Talent Cup fun to come. Let's hope for some safe racing, but some entertaining racing. It's Carlos Cano launching from pole, then Perrone, then Pantialakis. Eyes on the lights as we have one rider just rolling up a little bit later. That's Jesus Torres in P9. So keep an eye on the number 71, but also number 31 and number 97 on the third row of Pugliese and Morelli, the championship top two. Lights are on. It's go time in the European Talent Cup. A great launch from the line from Cano. Perrone off to a good start, as well is Pantialakis, but it is Cano who has the best launch. And look at the number 97 in the center of your screen. That's Marco Morelli. Where will he launch up there? Will he get second place off the number 69 of Bujosa? Bujosa holds him off for the moment coming into turn one, but Morelli, the Argentinian, does get it done. But it's the dream start for Carlos Cano.
Morelli got a great launch from the spearhead of row 3. He's up in second already. Is he going to go up into P1? He is, but he's late on the brakes up into turn 3. The tight right-hander, very slowly to go through there. Morelli on the 97 trying to get up to P1 from P7 on the grid. Not quite this time around, but a fantastic start for your championship leader.
Coming out of turn 4 then, the hairpin left-hander, it is Morelli chasing down Cano in first place, and they've opened up a bit of a gap already, about 0.5 of a second back to Bujosa, who also has a long lap penalty coming his way. Then it's the number 7 of Beñat Fernandez, with Perrone keeping him company, and they're all safely through here. Here comes the number 45, indeed it's Longarella. It looked like he was going to try a little move up the inside there. It still looks like he might keep it pinned a little bit more coming through turn 6. But indeed, Fernandez holds onto the position. Perrone then in 6th, Christian Daniel Jr. in 7th, with Tines Pantialakis and Leonardo Zani completing the top 10. A less than ideal start then for Pantialakis, who goes from P3 to P9. But out front, Carlos Cano and Morelli lead the way. Bujosa has just dropped behind Longarella, so Longarella is thriving here in these conditions.
Yeah, the pack tiptoeing their way around the bottom end of the course as we got a crash there. The number 70, that's Christian Daniel Jr. He's all okay, thankfully.
That is a horrible place to go down. Thankfully, everyone's taken evasive action. It's another crash for Christian Daniel Jr. He did double DNF at Melius in Misano. And the opening lap here, he is down again. Just can't buy any luck at the moment, the young American. We mentioned that it's a super technical, super difficult part of the circuit. He is the first one to fall and find that house here in the ETC. But coming across the line then for the opening lap, it is Cano who leads, but Morelli's going to have a little luck up the inside. But Cano goes a bit later on the brakes. But it seems it's a straight shootout then, with a 3-second gap, if I'm reading that correctly, to the leader. That is Bujosa right behind. So they have just absolutely gapped everybody. We thought maybe that due to the weather conditions it would bunch up a little bit further. And that has not proven to be the case. Carlos Cano and Marco Morelli leading out front in the top 2, and they've got a comfortable gap over Bujosa, with Longarella in 4th, Gernan Tines in 5th, Beñat Fernandez behind him, Perrone, Torres, Pantialakis and Zani then complete the top 10.
Yeah, we saw Cano yesterday qualify, just how quick he was. Nearly had 2 seconds on the chasing pack in both groups. Obviously the groups are split into 2 here in European Talent Cup when qualifying and in practice. Cano was by far and away the quickest rider in not too dissimilar conditions to these. Marco Morelli though, obviously starting from P7, wasn't quite as confident, but he got the launch that he would have wanted, and he's tucked right up behind the 71. And in these conditions at the front, unless you're really confident, of course, it's probably better to try and follow someone for the opening few laps to just try and gauge potentially where they're quick and where they're finding the grip. But Morelli and Cano here have really stormed clear. They're 4 seconds clear of Bujosa already, who in turn has a nice little gap back to the chasing pack. But this is the slowest part of the track where Christian Daniel Jr. crashed last time out, just to show how easy it is to go down in these conditions. I'm sure no one needs reminding of that, but the slowest part of the track, a little bit of gas coming up the hill to flick it right into turn 10. And Christian Daniel Jr. unfortunately went down. I think he's back up and running though, is the young American, so we'll see what he can do. Not all is lost, but he's going to struggle to get into the points.
Yeah, he did display some good pace in the West yesterday in qualifying, so certainly in a few places he's currently down in P30, so a chance to regain some points, but let's see. So number 69, Bujosa, he has a long lap penalty coming his way, as we've already mentioned. He can now serve that. He's got 3 laps to do so. The long lap penalty loop is at turn 6 here, and he's currently running in P5, so we'll see how costly that will be for him. At the moment, Longarella has taken that other podium position, with Hernandez in 4th. Back out front though, it is Carlos Cano and Morelli, and they have just absolutely dropped the rest of the field. They've got 7 seconds over Longarella in 3rd position. They're taking their time, steady racing, not much to separate both of them. They've opened up the gap, so just keep your powder dry as much as you can in these conditions and wait for your chance to strike, as we see Morelli just right on the tail of Cano. Cano, we mentioned already, he was very fast in the West, or in the dry, I should say, in Misano, coming from P28 on the grid to claim a double P6. He was starting at the back of the grid due to a penalty infraction, and it mattered little. And now we can see his pace out front here. Carlos Cano is really setting a good pace, but Morelli has just put in the fastest lap of the race, the number 97, hot on his tail.
Yeah, 204.9s for the pair of these riders. No one else, even in the 205s. Longarella set at 206.9, so these riders at the front here, Cano and Morelli, are 2 seconds quicker than everyone else in this race currently after only a couple of laps. Absolutely outstanding from the duo at the front. They've got their head down and are really cracking on here. They'll know that they've got a big gap. It's up to 8 seconds now, would you believe it, after a couple of laps, or less than a couple of laps. So yeah, these two really displaying some metronomic pace here in the wet conditions. Really fantastic stuff from the duo, and now it's all about a race for the win between the two unless disaster happens. Look at the conditions here, Chris. Can barely see the riders coming out of the final corner. The parabolic of Ayrton Senna down the 900-metre front straight. Going to get these two over the line and see what the gap is. It was 8 seconds through the 3rd split. We're still waiting for the riders to come across the line in 3rd. It's now up to 9 seconds. Another 2:04 for the pair of these riders, and no one else in the 2:05s once again. So these two really are storming away at the front of the field.
Yeah, they are cruising out front. Still a long way to go yet though in this race, and as we know, anything can happen, as Cano sets the fastest lap of the race at 2:04.371. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We had a crash on the last lap. Benjamin Kaye is now out of contention, and Christian Daniel Jr. is also stopped and retired. He's now coming back into pit lane. Back in the podium battle, and it looks like Bujosa has taken P3 once again, but one would imagine he has not yet served his long lap penalty, so don't expect him to hold on to that for quite so long, as we keep an eye on the front two here. And it looks like Cano has just put a little bit of space now. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Now he's establishing his rhythm, and he's just put a little bit more space in between himself and Morelli. 0.6 of a second coming through that last split. So it's the Spaniard leading the Argentinian here, with Bujosa from Spain in 3rd position. But a long lap penalty means he will probably drop out of P3 and hand that over to Tinez, who hails from Venezuela, so a multinational Spanish-speaking country.
Pretty sure he might have taken it already, Chris, because I think he set at 2:09 a couple of laps ago, which is about 3 seconds, 4 seconds slower than they're currently going. I might be wrong, he might have made a mistake somewhere, Bujosa, but potentially might have taken it already. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. A good battle raging on for the final podium place, and obviously a fascinating battle going on at the front. Cano is setting a quicker lap time than Morelli. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. In the 2nd split was 3 tenths quicker was Cano. As we wait for them to come through the fog here in Estoril. Another lap completed, closing in on half race distance. And what's the gap at the front? It's up to half a second. Morelli was able to close in a 10th during that final sector, but these riders are getting quicker and quicker now into the 203s, a 203.645 for your race leader, Carlos Cano. And the riders in this group, led by the number 69 of Bujosa, are now 11 seconds down on the leaders. So it's not going to be race victory unless something happens at the front for these riders, but they've got a podium in their sights.
Eagle-eyed as ever, Elliot. Just spot one of my mistakes, and I'm sure you're more. Took a little bit of glee to point it out live on air, but many thanks for that. It seems you are correct, though. Yeah, Bujosa. I was wondering how he went from P5 to P3 so quickly. So, focusing on the front is Cano, as Julius Frelsen of NTC Frame, the number 42, has crashed out. He is not the first rider to fall victim to the conditions. A consolation high five there from one of the Martians, but not ideal for Frelsen, as he'd been looking to get some more ETC experience under his belt. This is the battle for sixth then. Number 22 of Jesus Torres leading Beñat Fernandez with Leonardo Zani close behind them. So it's all about Carlos Cano at the moment. He is setting back-to-back fastest laps, and he's just gone a little bit quicker again in Sector 2 there. He's now opened up a 1.3 second lead. 1.5, he's really on a mission here. He is on the march. Cano out front, so he's gapped Morelli. And this is the battle for third. The number 69 of Bujosa against Tinez from Mir Racing Filember team, as Pau Alsina is the latest rider to go down in the tricky conditions.
Yeah, not sure where that is for Alsina. Hopefully he is all okay, and it's just a slow tip off in these wet conditions. Third place still going the way of Bujosa at this moment in time, with Tinez chasing hard. I think that's Alsina there, just looking down at the ground, obviously really annoyed with himself after that one, slipping out of contention, but easily done in these tricky conditions. We're going to get a replay of it here, are we? I think we are. No, that's the number 6 going down. That's Caillet, Benjamin Caillet, the Frenchman, going down at the interior parabolica.
He's pretty unhappy with himself there, but it's a learning experience. That's what this class is. You have to remember that these are riders on development programs. They are hugely talented young riders, but they are still learning their trade, and he's just a big learning lesson for him in the wet there, Benjamin Caillet. So this is your race leader then. Carlos Cano is setting back-to-back fastest laps, and last time we were looking at him, he had Marco Morelli all over his tail. Not anymore. 2:03.437 from the Spaniard is why. Look at that gap he has opened up over the last lap and a half, 2 laps. Cano is on the march here and chasing down his first ever win in the European Talent Cup, and it's going to be a win in emphatic fashion if he can keep it like this.
Yeah, really impressive stuff this from Cano. I'm just wondering if Morelli's thinking of the bigger picture here. We can see obviously Cano is setting a really quick pace at the front. Obviously with Morelli at the top of the championship standings, starting from the 3rd row, he's up into 2nd place. A nice and healthy 20 points coming the way for the number 97 as things stay as they are, and you can see what it does to the championship standings. Early days, of course. We're only at round 2, race 3. But you can see Morelli building up a nice advantage in the championship standings. So if he's pushing it a little bit too much to try and keep tabs with Cano, then it's a wise move just to sit back, remain comfortable, pick up as many points as possible in these conditions. As Tinez, the number 27 rider, crashes out. He was chasing Bujosa in 4th place. There he is, the Network rider.
Yeah, hopefully he is okay, and that's just a shock to the body more than anything too serious. We're going to see what happened here, swinging around. Oh, it's whipped. Rear has whipped around on him. He's got a little bit trapped underneath that bike as he slid into the gravel. Let's hope for a speedy recovery for him. And that is just more of a shock to the body than anything else. But speaking of the championship, we see Carlos Cano will jump up to P2 with 25 points here. David Gonzalez 2nd in the championship coming into this. He had a 9-point gap to Morelli. He is not in the points just yet. He's in P16. Reminder, he started P28, I believe, on the grid. So he's chasing some points in his rescue mission. Number 97 of Morelli then. This will give him a comfortable 20-point advantage at the top of the championship. So yeah, bigger picture in mind. No need to take any real risks here, is there, Elias? Given the absolute tricky conditions, there's another race to come later in the day. Looking outside the commentary box, it looks like the rain has subsided, if not stopped. So here's hoping that in a few hours' time we will see some drier track conditions. As we can see, Leonardo Zani, another podium finisher in Misano, is out of this race, and it is just a matter of survival now at this point. That does promote Gonzalez into the points positions, but well, that's disappointing for Zani. He was on for a top 10 finish. Yeah, so it's a matter of survival. It's turning into a nutritional affair. It was a nutritional qualifying yesterday in all classes, and that has very much continued here today as we keep tabs on championship leader number 97, Marco Morelli of MLAV Racing and from Argentina. It's about time Argentina had a new racing star, wouldn't you say so, Elliot?
Yeah, it's good to see different nationalities, of course, coming up through the ranks. Obviously, Spain and Italy dominating the scenes in the World Championship. But yeah, it's good to see riders from South America and all across the world. Asia, of course, a good contingent of Asian riders starting out in the Asia Talent Cup and then moving over to Europe in the Asia Talent team. Honda Racing Thailand, of course, as well. Great setups here in the European Talent Cup and Junior GP paddock in general to help the riders on them road to MotoGP, propel them into the World Championship and see them go from there. 3 laps remaining. I like your wishful thinking, Chris, that we might get dry weather later. I'm hoping it's the same, but I can't quite see that being the case, but hopefully it is.
I am nothing if not an optimist at heart, Elias. I know, maybe you could take a leaf out of my book, but yeah, the forecast wasn't the best as we lose another rider. Matthias Tamburini, the number 18, is down as well. Crashed in qualifying yesterday too, so it's been a difficult weekend for Tamburini. He drops out of the top 10. That puts some big names back into top point scoring conditions. Giulio Pugliese moves into the top 10, race winner in Misano. As we see there, the number 69 of Pujosa running in 3rd place. But Pugliese, Gonzalez picking up further points, championship contenders. And then we're looking through the field to bring you a little update of how things are looking at the minute. Cano is your comfortable race leader, who's got a 4-second advantage over Morelli, who in turn has a 12-second advantage over this rider, number 69 of Pujosa. He served a long lap penalty too and is still running in 3rd place. Number 45 behind him there is Longarella. P4 is on the cards for him. At least he'll be eyeing up maybe a little bit more with Pujosa within reach of him. Running through the rest of the top 10 then, it is Luca Agostinelli, Vietnamese, Italian name, but a Vietnamese rider. He's just moved into 6th place at the expense of Beñat Fernandez. Then it is Olivares. P3 starter Pantialakis is still running in P9. David Gonzalez moves into top 10 with Da Costa just behind him, and Giulio Pugliese running in P12. Mino came through the ETC last chance race. He is now on for some points, as is Tessini and Perez. Valentin Perone, he's having a difficult race. He has dropped out of the points completely, having started on the front row. So having put in a brilliant lap yesterday, he only had 3 laps in qualifying in the West. It looked like he would have been one of the riders to shine in these tricky conditions, but he's dropped out of the points completely as we lose another rider. I can see a name tumbling down. It's Yvonne Serpa who has dropped out. So 22 riders remain here in Estoril in the opening ETC race. This is the battle for 5th that we can just about see. It's Jesus Torres, number 22, leading the number 90 from Vietnam, Luca Agostinelli.
Just on Gonzalez watch, AC Racing Team, he's got Pantialakis, his teammate, up ahead of him. Of course, the Greek rider starting on the front row, still inside the top 10, so a good race from the number 35. But Gonzalez is setting much quicker times than the riders ahead of him. He's into the 203s. The only other 2 riders in the 203s currently are your top 2. Cano, a 203.437 is his best lap. Gonzalez his best lap.
Agostinelli picks off Jesus Torres for P5. Sorry to cut across you, El, but we have a battle unfolding here for 5th place. Big points up on offer. And it is Agostinelli, looks to have made that one stick, has he? I believe so. It's difficult to see, but it's the number 90 who comes out of the fog in the lead of this battle for P5.
Yeah, good move from Agostinelli, clearly having confidence at the end of the race. Number 7 of Fernandez just doing the classic rear seat tap. We see that very, very often in the lower classes. Stick behind me to the rider behind. Very, very often, about 99% of the time, it's completely ignored. But I appreciate them trying anyway. 1 and a bit laps to go for your race leader though, Chris, the 71. This has been an absolutely marvellous performance. He's nearly 5 seconds clear of P2, and by the end of the race, it could be 20 seconds clear of 3rd place. This has been a masterful performance in the wet conditions if he can hold it around this final lap for Carlos Cano. A debut win potentially coming for the number 71.
Yeah, as you said, it's been a masterclass of, I would say, the mixed conditions, but there's nothing too mixed about it. It is a very, very wet race and foggy day. We're on to the last lap. Spaniard Carlos Cano is on for his first ever win in this class. Brilliant, brilliant performance, and it's going to be a huge message to the likes of this rider, Marco Morelli, championship leader. He'll be 20 points ahead of anybody else in the championship standings by the end of this race, should he keep his powder dry and keep everything above board and afloat, coming home in P2. But Carlos Cano is fast in the dry. He is very fast in the wet while recovering from a long lap penalty. It looks like Bujosa has got P3 wrapped up, with Longarella seemingly having tailed off the Spaniard just a little bit.
Yeah, Longarella was 2nd slower than Bujosa last time around, so it looks like Bujosa, if he can keep it on the straight and narrow, will be climbing onto the podium for the first time this season on board the Team Estrella Galicia 00 machine. Around turn 6 comes Carlos Cano, the interior parabolica. We've seen a couple of riders crash down there, very easily done of course in these conditions. Then he dives down into turn 7 or halo corner, and then it's the tight and twisty turns 8, 9 and 10 coming up to complete the lap for your potential race winner. I don't want to say he's the race winner yet because he's got a little bit to go, but what a performance it has been from the number 71.
Yeah, into the final sector now. One last tricky technical part to navigate through. The left to right uphill and then through S's section. And right-hander here, left-hander now around Parabolica. Ayrton Senna before we swing it to the right again. Oh, Henry Mignot, as I mentioned, he was on for points. He's crashed out. But from the fog emerges a new championship contender. Carlos Cano is an ETC rookie. He is now a European Talent Cup race winner. From the fog, he will emerge and take that checkered flag and become a contender. He moves up the 2nd in the championship with an absolutely wonderful performance here in Estoril. 2nd place is going to go the way of Marco Morelli. 5-6 seconds behind our race winner. He cruises across the line to maintain his championship lead. Congratulations all around to him. While in 3rd place, it is the number 69 of Bujosa, who managed to gap Longarella by quite a bit on those last 2 laps. Longarella takes 4th position, 24 seconds behind your race winner. Agostinelli, late move on Jesus Torres, pays dividends as he takes P5 ahead of Torres in 6th. Your top 10 then have all crossed the line. It's Olivares, Pantialakis and Da Costa 7th, 8th and 9th. Giulio Pugliese in P10. Tassini, Perrone recovered to pick up some points in 12th. Rocco Sessler, Perez and Ikegami your final points scored, with Bertola, Nicholas the final finishers ahead of Almeida and Boxberger. But it is all about Carlos Cano. Celebratory victory lap now around Estoril. We'll keep tabs on him as we go around, but Marco Morelli too of MLAV Racing. Elias, perhaps not the typical ETC standard race we're seeing, but an absolutely wonderful performance from our race winner.
Not a classic in terms of battles at the front and for the podium positions, no, but it's always great to see riders at such a young age producing rides like that. Super impressive. You can't sort of put into many words how impressive that is from Carlos Cano to finish 6 seconds clear of 2nd place in these conditions in 10 laps, and then to finish pretty much 20 seconds clear of 3rd place. Absolutely superb performance, and just operating on a completely different playing field in these conditions was the number 71. So a fantastic race victory, and that, like you say, Chris, sends a message to the riders later on that if you're going to beat me in race 2 in similar conditions, then you've got a lot of work to do. So yeah, Carlos Cano from pole position, first win in the class. And the number 69 of Bujosa as well, we saw him coming down turn 1, really pleased, and that is because it's his first podium. So great stuff from the number 69, the young Spaniard. Bujosa will be celebrating a podium for the first time.
Yeah, previous best came in Aragon 2023, so that's a very good result. Coming through that long lap penalty as well. showed his prowess in the wet weather here because he dropped to P5, P6 I think at one stage and battled his way back past some quality riders, shall we say, the likes of Tines, Longarella, so very, very impressive result for Bujosa, who's representing Team Estrella Galicia 0-0. So, riders spin around here. Estoril, they'll all be coming into Parc Ferme. Well, the top three will be coming into Parc Ferme. The rest will be rolling into pit lane. We can already see there Cano, our race winner, just going to do the technical checks, but he's already in Parc Ferme after a brilliant, brilliant performance from the young Spaniard. Look at that, happiness all around, claps all around. I believe that is from the MLab team because Marco Morelli has just rolled into pit lane. Your championship leader, 20-point advantage now in the standings with another race to come today. Brilliant performance from him. He was right on the tail, but here are your highlights from the action. It was the number 71 of Carlos Cano who got the absolute dream start from pole position and took the whole shot going into turn one. Marco Morelli came from the third row to slot into third position, with Bujosa also getting an excellent launch from P6, P5 rather, into the podium places. So as we can see, big celebrations. Look at that. Look what it means to the team. A first ever win for Carlos Cano, but more importantly, an absolute masterclass performance that's going to make the rest of the grid stand up and take notice, because he's an ETC rookie, P28 to P6 twice in Misano. This time he's gone from P1 to P1 with a near 6-second advantage over the championship contender coming across the line. As they pose for their photos, the number one, big celebrations. We will hear, of course, from Carlos Cano very shortly, with our man on the ground, Elliot York, heading down to Parc Ferme to grab a word with our race winner. Marco Morelli, then another podium for the Argentinian. That's 3 in a row. One race win, narrowly missed out on the win in race 1 in Misano by 9 thousandths of a second to Giulio Pugliese, but he's back on the podium again today. It's P2, P1, P2. Will we see him keep up that pattern and take P1 later in the day? Make sure you join us a little bit later to catch the second race of the day. And shortly we will be seeing Team Estrella Galicia. There they are, Fernando Bujosa with his first podium, the number 69. Congratulations all around, high fives all around, lots of smiling faces. Good of them to keep smiling in these tough conditions, but with a performance like that, it's hard not to smile. Congratulations to our podium finishers. That's Cano, Morelli, Bujosa. All three just a class above the rest today. So this is it, coming over the line, the number 69 of Bujosa. Crouch down, visor down, keeping it tight. Look at that, across those conditions, nearly a river of water crossing the track there. Here, any mistake and you had Longarella, the number 45, just behind him on the Likimoli Husqvarna, ready to pounce. A good race from Longarella as well. He came from a little further back on the grid, P12 to take P4. So strong performances all around from the point scores, because getting through that race was a difficult one. We had many crashers. I think we had nearly 10 riders not finish the race, 11 in fact, I believe. So grabbing a word with Carlos Cano is our man on the ground, Elliot York.
Carlos, a fantastic race in tricky conditions. How pleased are you with your first win?
The race was incredible, the very difficult condition, and very happy for my team. And it's incredible. Then people who support me, my family, my team, my trainer Francisco Marmol, and my trainer Neko.
Y ahora en Casiano.
La carrera ha sido increíble, la verdad. La primera carrera la segunda carrera que hago y la gano, la verdad que muy contento. Este fin de semana ha sido muy duro con estas condiciones. Se lo quiero agradecer a todos ellos que han estado apoyándome, a mi equipo, a mi familia, a mi entrenador, que toda esta temporada, pretemporada, hemos estado entrenando a full y muy contento.
Gracias y felicidades.
Thank you.
Who knew Elliot York was so bilingual? Now, European Talent Cup highlights from race 1. Carlos Cano started on pole position and he went from P1 to P1 into the opening corner. Bujosa, launching from P5 on the grid, managed to take second, while from the third row was the championship leader Marco Morelli. He got into P3 before eventually snatching P2 away from Bujosa. He tried to move then up the inside here, but was just a little late on the brakes and couldn't keep it pinned as Cano led from this point on towards the end of the race. Morelli did keep tabs on him, with Bujosa sitting in third. The Geigler riders then battling for fourth position, but the conditions began to play their part as we see riders crash out. Christian Daniel Jr., one of them, the number 70, coming around that technical chicane. Well, here we see a couple more riders into the gravel, but back out front it was Cano versus Morelli as we lose another rider to the very difficult conditions. That was the number 6. So it became a matter of survival in Estoril. 10 riders at least not finishing the race. Another one, Venezuelan rider Martinez, crashing out as he was chasing down a top 5 finish. Another rider down at the chicane. Here we see Jesus Torres did lead that battle for P5, but Vietnamese rider Agustin Nanelli made his move with just a couple laps to go, and he took P5 from the Spaniard. A brilliant result for the number 90. Out front then, Cano had gapped Morelli and led the Argentinian across the line with a 6-second cushion. His first win then in the ETC as a new contender emerges for championship honours. So it's time for each of our top 3 riders to be presented with their race trophy. The podium ceremony just about to get underway. So coming representative of Carlos Cano 72 Artbox Racing Team. And then it's Bujosa, who is in P3. Followed by your championship leader, Marco Morelli from M-Lab Racing. And your race winner, Carlos Cano. So the trophies are presented by Mr. Armando Marquez. First to the team manager from 72 Artbox Racing Team. Jean-Marc Desneux, Vice President of the FIM Europe, gives Bujosa his first ever ETC podium trophy. Mr. Marquez then handing Marco Morelli his third trophy of the campaign. But the winner's trophy goes to the most dominant rider on the day, Carlos Cano, going from P1 to P1. A brilliant performance from the Spaniard as he earns his first ever European Talent Cup win. And now it's time to have a listen to the national anthem of Spain. A day then he will never forget as he takes his first win in the European Talent Cup, and a moment of pride as the Spanish national anthem rings out for both Carlos Cano and Bujosa. Elias, what are your thoughts on that? It was a pretty shall we say, a non-quintessential European Talent Cup race. We're used to a little bit more madness on track when the ETC goes out, but an absolute masterclass from these three riders to master those conditions.
Yeah, always great to see a great battle at the front, isn't it, for the top positions, but it's equally impressive to watch someone like Callow and Morelli as well, who are just so much better than the rest in certain races and conditions, and showing their team and the paddock and the Grand Prix paddock, of course, as well, where they want to end up the skills they have. It's all about learning in the European Talent Cup and building a resume and building up experience, and that was expertly done from Carlos Cano and Marco Morelli, and a fantastic podium too for Fernando Bujosa. So this is your final results then.
So Cano is your winner ahead of Morelli and Bujosa. Longarella, Agostinelli pick up top fives. Jesus Torres just lost out in that battle to Agostinelli for a top 5. Olivares, Pantialakis and Acosta all inside the top 10. A good result for Pantialakis, even though he started P3, it's a PB for him. Giulio Pugliese, a race winner in Misano, takes a top 10. Gabriele Tassini in P11, Valentin Peroni, and another rider to start at the front who dropped down. He's in P12. Rocco Sessler, Gonzalo Perez and Seiru Ikigami pick up the points. David Gonzalez, oh, it turns out David Gonzalez had a late crash which we missed, oh, well, I missed anyways on the live, so disappointment for him. He charged hard from the back, so he's dropped some points in the championship race. And then some more of the other riders here who failed to see the checkered flag. Christian Daniel Jr., Julius Frelsen, among those. And this is what it does to the championship standings. 20 points, the advantage now that Morelli holds. Carlos Cano moves into second at the expense of Gonzalez. Pugliese is into 4th ahead of Peroni. Leonardo Zani in 6th. Torres in 7th. Agostinelli and Kerman Tinez tied on 18 points each for 8th and 9th. Then is another tie for a top 10. Bujosa and Tassini on 16 each. Longarella on 13. Perez, Olivares are next up. Olivares and Benjamin Calle both tied, as are Pantialakis and Pau Alsina. And then the rest of point standers at the moment. Marianos Nicolas, David Acosta on 8 points each. Fernandez Ikigami on 5 each. Tamburini Stanslone on 4. Rocco Sessler 3. San Juan and Edu Gutierrez on 2 points each. So we'll bring you the rest of the standings once our graphic does update. But as you can see, some of these riders here probably not in championship contention. Benja Fernandez a little bit lower down than perhaps expected, but a rider of experience. But it all belongs, well, ETC Race 1 belongs to one rider and one rider only. That's the number 71 of Carlos Cano. He'll start on pole position in ETC Race 2. Can he repeat his wet weather masterclass? We'll find out a little later on.
Hello and welcome back to the Circuito do Estoril, just a stone's throw away outside of the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, a racetrack steeped in history. And ever since 2017, the Junior GP paddock have been coming back to this 4.182 kilometre layout, 2.5 miles, 13 turns, 9 of them right, 4 of them left. And it is a spectacular venue to come racing in the Junior GP paddock. Of course, MotoGP came here a few years ago. It used to be the home of the Portuguese Grand Prix. We've seen winners here like Valentino Rossi, Jorge Lorenzo, Marc Marquez, Casey Stoner. All of the greats have won here in the past, and now it's time for the riders in the Junior GP paddock to try and etch their names into the history books here at this classic venue in Portugal. I'd love to say that the weather is bright sunshine, but as you can see, it's not. Ever since we got here, it's been miserable, to put it politely. A little bit of dry spell yesterday morning, for practice, and then the heavens open around lunchtime, and it's pretty much not stopped since. However, contrasting conditions over at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, and this is what happened in Moto2 last time out. Alberto Surra on the number 67 Boscoscuro machine started from pole position, got the whole shot, and then didn't relinquish the race lead. The number 31 of Roberto Garcia kept tabs on him throughout the race as a battle for third raged on. The final podium spot, Mattia Casadei on the number 40, Mongiardo on the 49, and Ferrandez on the 54. These were in the last couple of laps. Ferrandez and Casadei catching Mongiardo. This is how it finished at the front though. Surra just holding on to the race win ahead of Garcia, the number 31, as I say, kept him honest throughout the race, but couldn't quite put a pass in as Alberto Surra claimed his first win in the Moto2 European Championship to kickstart his season in perfect fashion. Pole position and a race win for the Italian on home soil. However, as I say, contrasting conditions here in Portugal for round 2 a couple of weeks later. Unfortunately, next week it's going to be bright sunshine, mid to late 20s. And we've got to deal with late teens and wet weather, unfortunately, on Sunday race day. We're focusing in on Mattia Casadei here in Moto2, the first of 2 races, because this is your pole sitter, the number 40, of course, the reigning Moto3 World Champion. And this is what he had to say after qualifying.
The session was a little bit difficult because it's the first session with the rain tire and the wet condition. The bike at the beginning was a little bit hard to ride. Lap by lap my feeling was a little improving, and I want to say thanks to the team for this, and I'm very happy with that. We are not at 100%, but we work for come to the top, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Those were the thoughts then of Mattia Casadei after qualifying yesterday. A 1:56.441 was the Italian's time, and it was 1.7 seconds quicker than anyone else. As I said, the morning sessions where they have their final practice to decide Q1 and Q2 here in the Junior GP paddock was dry, and then the rain started to fall in the afternoon. So they have experienced conditions similar to this yesterday's, which is good ahead of the race to get them sort of bedded in and expecting similar conditions, get used to the conditions ahead of race day here in the Junior GP paddock. And this is his teammate Alberto Surra, who we'll chat about in due course, because it wasn't the Saturday he would have been expecting. Chris Jordan alongside me if you're just joining us, Elliot York as well, and myself. Chris, looking forward to this one. We've just had an ETC race where we didn't have the battles we would have hoped for and expected, but hopefully these can come in race 1 of 2 here in the Moto2 European Championship. But an exciting grid A little bit of a topsy-turvy grid, some might say. A few surprises. As we mentioned, we'll come to it shortly. Alberto Sura not having the day he would have wanted, but excited for this. It was a good weekend last time out in Misano for the Moto2 European Championship, guys.
Yeah, two absolutely cracking races in Misano last time out, and I'd be a little bit hopeful of something similar here because we do have some big names in this class. Those of you who follow the MotoGP, Moto2 World Championship over the last couple of years will recognise the likes of Mattia Casadei, Moto E World Champion, Jorge Navarro, launching from P4 on the grid. He's got multiple podiums. Kaito Toba. A little further down, Alberto Sura, Harrison Voigt. They'll be looking to charge from deeper on the grid. So as you mentioned, it's a topsy-turvy grid, but that generally leads to maybe a little bit more of an exciting race to see what some of those guys deeper on the grid can do. And if they can catch the likes of Casadei, Takahata, or Edu Montero, who are your front row. And as you mentioned, yeah, conditions far from ideal. The ETC race, not to give too much away, but the conditions certainly played their part in that. And I'd be a little bit hopeful, bigger machinery here, riders who are a little bit more experienced might be able to navigate this a little bit better. So we might still yet see some quality racing here in Estoril.
Certainly are. This is the number 98 of Shannon Inter on the Ford EEST Racing machine. He's propping up the rear of the grid in P18. Just ahead of him on the grids, potentially not going to get to him, he's all the way down in P17, is Alberto Sura. And only a couple of places ahead of me on the grid in P15 is Roberto Garcia. So from the top two from Misano, way down the order in P15 and P17 respectively. If you're just joining us, we had this at the start of the show in ETC, but due to weather conditions, all races today will be reduced to 2/3 race distance of the original distance. That's because of the weather conditions, of course, that we're expecting to hang around for most of the day. So the Moto2 European Championship was scheduled to be 17 laps, and now it's only going to be 11 laps. So it's going to make it a little bit more interesting. Of course, the riders aren't going to have too much time, or as much time as they potentially would have wanted to bed themselves into the race. They've got to, if they've got podium aspirations and win aspirations, as Casadei does, of course, and they're going to have to get down to business pretty quickly. As you rightly say, Chris, these riders are more experienced in these weather conditions, potentially not necessarily on these types of machines. It's going to see who deals with the conditions quickest and early doors. They've obviously just seen the European Talent Cup race unfold, so they've probably learned a few things there where they've seen the track potentially a little bit wetter or a little bit more grip and less grip. So this is going to be interesting. But yeah, Casadei, starting from pole position, was on the front row over in Misano, but ended up finishing the race just off the podium in P4, was pipped to the post by Alberto Ferrandez. So Mattia Casadei searching for his first podium in the Moto2 European Championship. As I said, the Moto E World Champion from last year, and after their opening round, he's leading the championship again with a couple of podiums in Portimao. And of course, the Moto E riders will be back in action at the French Grand Prix next weekend at Le Mans. So Casadei, a name I'm sure you're familiar with, and you're going to get more familiar with him in the Moto2 European Championship this year.
The number 23 there in the center of your screens then as well. Takahata lines up alongside our pole man, Mattia Casadei, the Japanese rider. He's hugely experienced. Picked up a P9 out in Misano, just the one race in Misano last time out for this class. It's his best grid position in the class. Previous best came here in Estoril. And do you know what year it was, Elias? 2021, P5. So it's been a few years since we've seen Hada at this level, but he is a rider of quality here. He does have a podium as well when it was the CEV Moto2 time. His personal best result came in Aragon, a P3. Number 21 then, closing out the front row, is Edu Montero. 22 previous starts in Moto2. His best result, a P9, with his P3 grid start, his best qualifying.
Yeah, P9 for Eduardo Montero here in Estoril as well. So it goes well around this circuit. And starting from the front row, we'll be hoping he can pick up a PB result just like a few of these riders are. So not the front row of the grid we were potentially expecting. Takahata experienced in this class, 22 starts. Mattia Casadei just getting his journey up and running. But talking of experience, Jorge Navarro running the number 11 here on the forwards racing machine. Jorge Navarro, of course, a name familiar with most of you, I'm sure, was in the World Supersport Championship last year, had a podium over there in his debut in that class in the World SBK paddock, the P3 in Portimao. 106 starts Jorge Navarro has in the Moto2 World Championship, 10 podiums, 4 poles, but never quite clinched a race victory in the Moto2 World Championship. So he'll be hoping he can at least stand on the podium here in Estoril. He did 5 seasons back in Junior GP, way back from 2010 to 2014, of course. Jorge Navarro, a vastly experienced rider, racing in the European Moto2 Championship. So a good field for him to join, and a good rider, for riders like Alberto Ferrandez to look at and try and learn from.
Yeah, it's Navarro's debut as well. He missed the opening round in Misano due to the World Supersport Championship. But Alberto Ferrandez, yeah, he's a rider with some experience here in this level. Podium last time out. He's a graduate from the European Talent Cup program, I should say. And he's got podiums in every season, including in Estoril 2020 in the ETC campaign. And he stepped up to Moto2 last season, had a very strong end of season, P5 best result in Aragon. And then his podium in Misano was his personal best result. P16 on the grid is the number 67, the championship leader. That is Alberto Sura, another rider of vast experience in this class. We've seen him, of course, on the World Championship stage a few times, but he enters this season as one of the favourites. Last season it was all about Senna Aegis and Xavi Cardolus. Alberto Sura was one of those riders who managed to keep pace with them a couple of times. So your starting grid for race 1 here is Mattia Casadei on pole with Taiga Hada and Edu Montero closing out the front row. Then it is Navarro, Ferrandez and Fernandez. Third row is Mattia Rato, Lorenzo Ferlon and home hero Ivo Lopez in P9. Kaito Toba, Unai Oredre and Mongiardo are on row 4. Jacopo Hostruk, Joan Gimbert and Roberto Garcia. Roberto Garcia is a contender to come from deep, as are Sura and Harrison Voigt. Munoz, Volpi, Aubry are on row 7 with row 8, one rider, and that is Di Vittori.
The warm-up lap to come then, an important warm-up lap, of course, and then we'll be racing here for race 1 of 2 in the Moto2 European Championship. 11 laps, reduced race distance. So focusing on the eyes of the pole sitter Mattia Casadei. Full focus from the Italian. He'll be wanting a race victory. He'll be wanting at least a podium. Tricky conditions, of course, so if he's standing on the podium, that's a job well done. But he's going to have plenty of composition for that. Went down to Parc Ferme for the European Talent Cup race winners interview, and it was raining, and then when I returned, it wasn't raining. So conditions changing minute by minute here. Doesn't look like it's raining at this moment in time. Chris is going to hang his head out the window to see what the conditions are, but it doesn't look like it's raining for now. Can you confirm, Chris?
No, it is not, and I have some breaking news. It looks like a little bit of sun has actually broken through the clouds, but I'm not going to promise anything. It was just a quick little look, but it certainly looks more light than it has been all day, indeed all weekend.
Yeah, we'll keep that on the download to not try and tempt fate. Hopefully the sun does come out for this afternoon and conditions do dry. You can see the riders taking it really, really slowly around this warm-up lap, trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible and work out where they can push and where they potentially might need to just take it a little bit steady on the opening laps as we come down into turn 6. A big race coming up, race 1 of 2. There's Sura and Jorge Navarro. Sura, plenty of work to do if he's going to keep his championship lead after this round. There's just confirmation of the conditions. Foggy and rainy and misty. Not very warm, a bit of a breeze as well. Hopefully it pushes those clouds away. I can see what you mean, Chris. The sun is trying to burst through, but it's not quite having the desired effect at this moment in time. But conditions do look better than they did about half an hour ago, which is positive news, of course. But we're going to get racing underway for Moto2 very shortly indeed. It's going to be an intriguing one. It's going to be interesting to see who pushes at the start of the race and who maybe comes into it We saw in the ETC race that riders who potentially didn't have the best of starts then started to find their form and found their way into the rhythm. Confirmation of your championship standings after Misano. It's as you were, of course, only one race over in Italy. Sura leading from Garcia. Ferrandis in third, his first podium. Can he add to that here in Portugal?
Casadei rolls up then across the grid to take his spot. P1 on the grid. Absolutely brilliant opportunity. P4, as we mentioned last time out in Misano, so it's a great opportunity for Casadei to show what he's worth and that he is a true championship contender. P4, only one race, so he's P4 in the championship as well, naturally. But this is a massive, massive chance for him to see what he can do in the wet. Very excited to see Jorge Navarro back on Moto2 machinery as well. The absolute sound of them as they roll by this commentary box here as well. An absolute delight to hear. But we're all set to go for lights out.
We certainly are. The green flag waves in the background. Reds will be up, the green lights will be on, the red lights will be on, and then where we go off, we are racing, and it's a great launch from Tiger Harder from the middle of the front row. He got the front end bouncing, but he's got the drive from P2, and it looks like he's going to get the whole shot, the number 23, down into turn 1. Casadei didn't get a too bad start, not as good as Tiger Harder. He's going to settle into second place. It's the number 4 of Fernandez, who slots into third place, tentatively round the first corner. Casadei looking up the inside at turn 2 on Tiger Harder, but it is the Japanese rider who leads from the off.
Yeah, that start almost looked too good to be true from Hada, but Casadei has closed that gap almost immediately, and here he goes right up the inside. Will he take the lead back off the Japanese rider? Hada takes a different line. Is he going to push it wide here? Well, Casadei goes around the outside, but Hada holds on as they come through turn 4. Drive through onto the back straight to kink through 5. Opportunity maybe to get in slipstream and put something going into turn 6. Eric Fernandez got the ideal start as well from P6. He went to P3, but he's after losing that position now to Montero, the number 21. So around the left-hander we go. It's Hada leading from Casadei with Montero. Oh, that was a close one. Montero in third ahead of Eric Fernandez.
Yeah, it's so easy to make a mistake in these conditions. You can see how slowly they're riding around this racetrack, just trying to work out where they can push Tiger Harder out of the seat there on the exit of the interior parabolic at turn 6. Now we're coming up to turns 8, 9 and 10, the really technical section before it opens back up towards the end of the lap. Tiger Harder leading the way. He's got a freight train forming behind him. The number 23s. They all make it there safely. I was about to say safely, but the 75 of Lopez, the Portuguese rider, a great start from P9 from Lopez. He's searching for another race win here on home turf, just as he did a few years ago in this class, the number 75. So waving the Portuguese flag in the Moto2 European Championship this weekend is Lopez, the reigning Spanish Superbike champion. But as we complete the first lap, it is going to be Tiger Harder leading the way just from Casadei. Casadei gets a good run out of that final corner. It's a long run to the finish line as Casadei pulls out of the slipstream, heading on to lap 2. The number 40 just on the outside is going to lead the race for the first time from pole position.
Yeah, greatly timed there from Casadei. Just pulled out onto the outside slipstream, got late on the brakes. Tiger had a little response and little he could do. It looks like Eric Fernandez is about to pick him off now as well. This 2023 stock runner-up. He lost out to Daniel Munoz in that championship fight. But Munoz is nowhere to be seen in this race. He's further down outside the points, I think, at the moment. But Eric Fernandez, his adaptation to his class has been going very well. At the moment, just being held off though by Tiger Hada, but it seems a matter of time. It seems Hada may not quite have the pace of Fernandez. He certainly doesn't have it of Casadei. Casadei's after pulling the pin already. He's half a second out in front, having just taken the lead a few corners ago. Hada pulls a defensive line as Fernandez looked to show him a wheel. Then behind them it's Montero, Ivo Lopez, Jorge Navarro. Navarro just sitting pretty in 6th position, probably just getting a feel for the circuit before trying anything too risky here in difficult conditions in Estoril. And here comes Fernandez. He has taken pinched P2 off of Hada. Looked like Hada might try something back up the inside, but Fernandez has indeed held on to it, and now it's a freight train of riders behind Tiger Hada.
Yeah, Harder going the wrong way here after leading the opening lap. We can see Casadei putting the pin here nice and early. Casadei clearly feeling comfortable. Who's that down in the background? Is that Lopez, the Portuguese rider? I think it might be. He had a little bit of a moment there, didn't he, on the opening lap? Just trying to figure out who that is. Is it Lopez?
It isn't. It is Harrison Vogt, I think.
Try and work out when we get the number, but a slip off there then. Down at turn 9, the Gancho corner here in Estoril, trying desperately to get the bike restarted. Disappointment there early doors. It's not Lopez, so sorry to the Portuguese fans who might be watching. Don't worry, Lopez is still in the race. As we come over the line, Lopez is in 4th place on the number 75 machine. Yeah, so completely different colours. That was my mistake. Tygard just in 3rd place. Looks like it was Montero who's gone down on the PS Racing machine, the number 21. So unfortunate stuff there from Montero. Had a good start as Lopez then dives up the inside of Tygard with 9 laps to go. Ivo Lopez is into the podium positions, but not for long. Tygard bites back. The 75 Lopez just running it slightly wide on the exit of turn 2. Got onto the curbs a little bit. And in these conditions, when you're on the curbs, you need to be extra cautious. It's pretty slippy on the paintwork in these conditions. As Cassidy, as you can see, sets the fastest lap of the race, and Lopez, a high side, he's down.
Lopez is down this time. He apologises to Navarro too as he drives by. Navarro takes evasive action. That is devastating for the home fans. Lopez looked like he was on for a podium. I was just about to say, Hada did not have the pace of the riders behind him, and now he's been granted P3 and a hell of a lot of space as Navarro gets caught up in that crash as well. So Ivo Lopez is out. Will he rejoin? We'll wait and see. But Taiga Hada now comfortably in 3rd place. Jorge Navarro losing a massive chunk of time in that incident. Just a little bit of a note, some of the riders have charged hard. Alberto Sura is up to 6th, just ahead of Roberto Garcia. They were starting from the 5th and 6th rows. While we've also mentioned we've lost Harrison Voigt, Charles Aubry, and now Ivo Lopez is the latest rider to go down.
Yeah, just a replay of Lopez's crash at turn 4. You can see carrying little to no pace whatsoever through that turn 4, trying to get up the inside of Tygard, and obviously the rear end just let go in these conditions as he tried to open the throttle just a little bit. Good for Lopez that he's okay. A nasty one. Confirmation of Eduardo Montero's crash, but that has left a gap in the podium places. Obviously Jorge Navarro caught him in that incident through no fault of his own, the Spaniards. As Cassidy then completes another lap at the front. 1.3 seconds to Fernandez. He's keeping it honest, is Fernandez, on the FAL 55 Tay Racing machine, the number 4. So Cassidy isn't having this all his own way. Did set the fastest lap of the race, a 158.4 compared to a 159.1 for Fernandez. So Cassidy, as we sort of expected after qualifying yesterday, Chris, here's a replay of Montero's crash as we saw a couple of laps ago, just hanging it around the outsides. Trail breaking it into the corner, and the front end just says no more, unfortunately for Montero, and he slips out of contention. Was potentially just a little bit off the racing line, carrying a wider line with Lopez just up the inside of him. Good to see that Montero's all okay though. He's got another race to go this afternoon to try and repair the damage of race 1. But as you can see, this is your top 3 split pretty much by the back straight. So Cassidy leading by a couple of seconds, and in turn Fernandez has 4 seconds. Tygard.
Yeah, Cassidy has really pulled the pin here. As you can see, the fastest lap of the race was just set by the Italian. A 158.498 has given him near 2 seconds over Eric Fernandez. Well, it looked like Fernandez had the pace to go with him, but Cassidy has responded. You have to remember, he is a world champion after all. He is a Moto E world champion. Mattia Cassidy is here in the Moto 2 European Championship now, and he looks to add to his medal collection. Eric Fernandez, his adaptation so far in the Moto 2 European Championship has been going well. He was runner-up last year to Danny Munoz in the Stock Championship, but he, a P8 in Mezzano was a positive result to build on, and now he's all set for a podium here. He's got a country mile of space to Taiga Hada behind him. Taiga Hada, we were mentioning, didn't quite have the pace to go with the top guys. That incident for Ivo Lopez, though, has gifted him P3. But as you can see, Jorge Navarro isn't a million miles away from the Japanese rider. So it'll be interesting to see, with what, 7 laps to go, there's still plenty of time, about 14-15 minutes more of racing to see if Navarro can close the gap to Taiga Hada.
Yeah, and on that last lap, Jorge Navarro was a second quicker than Taiga Hada, so the podium battle is really hotting up. And as you can see in the rear end of your picture, Alberto Sura and Roberto Garcia are locked together in P5 and P6. They started from way down the order, remember. after a really tricky qualifying session yesterday. Both suffered crashes and weren't able to get respectable lap times in to get them up at the front end of the grid. You can see there on the inside of turn 4, the aftermath of where Ivo Lopez went down, his bike still parked up on the inside of the curb. But this is where we pick up the former championship leader, as things stand, Alberto Sura. Roberto Garcia doing all he can to stick with the 67, and not quite lapping as quickly as Jorge Navarro is in front of him. Navarro, third fastest rider on track after this man, Mateo Casadei, into the 57s. Fernandez is in the 58s. But Tiger Harder, he needs to up his pace a little bit to try and hold on to that final podium place. That's where the battle is going to come from at this moment in time. But Casadei is really laying down the laps. He's into his rhythm now. He took his time on lap 1 to get past Tiger Harder, but once he got past Tiger Harder down into turn 1 at the beginning of lap 2, he's not looked back. And with 6 laps to go when we cross the line, it's looking like his race to lose. We'll get the gap across the line. It was 3.5 seconds. It's growing ever so slightly. It's going to be up to 4 seconds in a matter of time.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass here from Casadei as he pushes his Team Giatti Bosco Oscuro machine to the limit here in the wet conditions. It's a good time to be a Bosco Oscuro rider if you're keeping tracks of not just the Moto2 European Championship, but also the Moto2 World Championship. A couple of top talents aboard Bosco Oscuro machinery now these days, including, I think, our Spanish GP race winner Fermin Aldeguer, MotoGP bound. So good machinery to be on. It's certainly performing well recently. A lot of race wins in the intermediate class. So 156.864 that time around for Mattia Casadei, still comfortably quicker than anybody else on circuit. Eric Fernandez last lap, that was a 158.487, so over a second in his pocket for the Italian as he continues to grow his lead.
Yeah, really classy stuff this from Casadei. We mentioned in qualifying that he was nearly 2 seconds quicker than anyone else. We thought it might have been a little bit of a fluke, not in terms of Casadei's pace, but in terms of everyone else just not getting down to, or up to speed, I should say, in the conditions as quickly. But as you can see from this race, Casadei is in an absolute league of his own. 156.8 last time around. The pace is getting quicker and quicker, and you can see Chris was right. The sun is starting to shine at the top end of the circuit over at turn 1, and dare I say dry lines are starting to appear at some areas of the track down into turn 6 on the back straight. I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of dry areas. A long way to, of course, before this track dries up. It's not going to dry up enough for slicks in this race, of course, but one to watch throughout the rest of the day as well. But Casadei rounds the Ayrton Senna Parabolica, turn 13. We saw a couple of riders go down there yesterday in Moto2 qualifying. The corner that just lasts forever on the right-hand side of the tyre before the near kilometre long back straight. The team just giving him the pit ball plus 5 seconds back to Eric Fernandez, who's doing a good job to not keep tabs with Casadei, but to keep Tiger Harder behind him. It's going to be interesting to see what the gap is over line, Chris, between Harder and Jorge Navarro. Navarro clearly closing in on the number 11 machine. A
157 that time around from Casadei. He's dropped back into the 157s. Shame on him, really. But he is still comfortably quicker than everyone else, particularly Eric Fernandez. A 159.217 from Fernandez. So between Hada and Navarro, there's not a whole lot between them. As we can see on screen, Navarro is gaining 5 laps to go. This looks like it might just be a matter of time. Navarro, with that wealth of Moto2 experience, is going to use it all right now. How many Moto2 starts did you say it was? 122. He's going to need all that experience now in this wet weather conditions. As he has, maybe will he have a little look up the inside here? Not quite yet. The 11 just biding his time, but he's looking very much on for a podium. Last time out, he was, what, nearly a second, 9/10 quicker than Hada. So with 5 laps to go, you would imagine that it is just a matter of when rather than if.
Yeah, catching is one thing. Passing is another, of course, but Navarro is clearly quicker than Tiger Harder. Is the pass going to come down into turn 7? Showed a wheel, did Navarro to Harder, but not quite this time around, but he's climbing all over the rear end of that Calyx on the forward chassis. Is the number 11. It's not going to be done into this corner here. Really tricky to get passes done into the slowest section of the track. Really technical section. Hard braking zone into the left-hander at turn 9, then a little squirt of the gas to come up the hill, flick it right into turn 10, and then it opens back up through 11 and 12, the S's. And then, of course, the turn 13 parabolic on the right-hand side of the tyre for an eternity. But Jorge Navarro, as Chris says, it's a matter of if and not when it looks like for the forward rider to get past Tiger Harder, the Japanese rider. Looks like he's got a nice run out of there as the number 11, and with 4 laps to go, he's got plenty of time to make a pass to claim a podium here as the number 11, and he's got into the slipstream nicely. He's on the outside, but we saw Cassidy make a move there on Tiger Harder. Is it going to happen into turn 1 this time around? Tiger Harder just holds his line for now, but Jorge Navarro is going to get the cutback, is he? As the two come into close combat, but the number 11 has got it done. Nicely done from Jorge Navarro.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I thought turn 1 was coming. You saw him making the move on the outside. I thought Hada had actually defended it quite well to get the block in there, but Navarro on the cutback, as you said, and now he's already starting to open up a bit of a gap to Hada. So Hada might have to look a little bit backwards. I'm just checking the time screens. It's 6 seconds more or less to Roberto Garcia. I think he should be okay. There won't be enough time, so he can hold on to P4. Will he have enough to fight with Navarro for P3? Not on current pace, but if he can just capitalize on any potential mistake from the Ford Racing rider, then he is very much back in here. As we watch the replay of that move, the number 11 and Navarro tried it up the outside, force had a wide, and then just on the cutback, that's experience on show from Jorge Navarro.
Great overtake from Jorge Navarro. Knew exactly what he was doing there. Would have preferred the inside line, of course. Harder made it as difficult as he possibly could for the Spaniard to get past. But yeah, Navarro just using his wealth of experience there to get past the Japanese rider, and he's on his way. He was quicker by over a second last time than Eric Fernandez in second place. So not long left in this race, of course. It's going to be interesting to see what the gap is over the line between Eric Fernandez and Jorge Navarro, but I don't think Jorge Navarro is going to settle for third place here. He fancies 20 points instead of 16 points. But as I say, and as I say that, is that your race leader, Mateo Cassidy?
It isn't.
No, it isn't. It's Eric Fernandez.
It's Eric Fernandez out of second place. So there you go. Just as you said, Eric Fernandez is down. Jorge Navarro is back into up into second.
back in 2022, a P3. He's potentially not going to stand on the podium, but he's got good experience around here as Rato. He's a couple of top 5 last year as well, so he goes well around Estoril, and he's proven that exactly here on the number 13. He's swarming all over the rear end of Surra. He's going to make a move up into turn 9, the left-hander of the tight and twisty section of 9 and 10. Not quite this time around, but Surra's got a job on his hands here to try and hold on to P4, and as things stand, it would mean that Casadei moves level on points in the championship with the number 67. Teammates, of course, and the Team Chiatti Boscoscuro machines. As Casadei then down into turn 1 for the final time in race 1. He's got a comfortable advantage over Jorge Navarro, more or less 11 seconds. Here it is, the gap. Jorge Navarro up into P2, and he's got a comfortable gap to Tiger Hardo. In turn, has a comfortable gap in P3. So it looks like your podium places are set, and we'll concentrate on this battle for P4 that's raging on.
Yeah, Alberto Surra then, this will tie him, well, he's already championship lead, but this will keep him tied at the top for the championship lead if he can maintain P4 here. Number 13 then of Mattia Rato is just ahead of Roberto Garcia. Garcia also involved in the championship battle. I think it was 7 points behind Surra and Casadei. So he'll be looking to pick off 1 or 2 of the riders ahead of him as he maintains his championship charge here in Estoril. So Alberto Surra leading Rato, with Garcia in third coming around the left-handers.
Yeah, Garcia just taking a quick look over his shoulder there on the exit of turn 3. He's not going to see anyone behind him. They've got a big gap back to the chasing pack. Alberto Ferrandez is in 7th place, 5 seconds down the road, but that look over the shoulder indicated Garcia potentially doesn't have quite enough to challenge for P4 or P5 here, but he's going to have a box office seat in the battle between Surra and Rato. Rato climbing all over the back of the number 67. Is he going to make a move down into turn 7? He's late on the brakes. He's close, but not close enough for the number 13 to get past. But now, opportunity knocks. Turns 8. This is the right-hander. You're not going to make a move here, but you can set one up down into turns 9. He's going to make a move, a lunge. I think he is. That's going to be close, but not quite enough for the number 13.
That's a brave move to try it through the chicanes there, the right to left to right again, because that is a tricky part of the circuit. But here is your race winner, Mattia Casadei, for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Casadei. Dominant victory here in race 1 of 2 in Estoril. A winner by well over 10 seconds. Jorge Navarro is going to get his first podium.
Surra is down. I think we've lost a rider there, because I'm looking at the battle for 4th. I think maybe I'm mistaken. Excuse me. Hard skip to beat, but Alberto Surra holds on to 4th place. My apologies, Elliot.
All good, Chris, all good. Surra does indeed hold on to 4th place, with Rato and Garcia just behind him. So Rato wasn't quite able to make a move on Surra in the final few corners. A good job done from those 4 riders in P4, P5 and P6, but absolutely outstanding. Picture perfect from Mattia Casadei. 12.6 seconds he was clear of Jorge Navarro. Would have been a little bit closer had Navarro not taken avoiding action from the Ivo Lopez crash, but absolutely no one was in the same league as Mattia Casadei today, and Chris will be heading down to Parc Ferme very shortly to speak with the Italian.
Yeah, absolutely. That tees up the second race quite nicely as well. As you mentioned, Navarro's shown he has the pace to actually go here with Mattia Casadei. He just did not get the start and did get tied up in that crash. Ivo Lopez as well, he'll get another chance later in the day to give the home fans a dream podium. But it's all about this rider, Mattia Casadei. Brilliant win. That puts him atop the championship standings alongside Alberto Surra.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that if your name's Casadei. P1 on Saturday, a first pole in the class. Feeling confident, said he wasn't feeling perfect, so I'm intrigued to see if he is feeling perfect, what he could have done, but doesn't get much more perfect than that for Mattia Casadei. Jorge Navarro, a great ride from the Spaniard, the experienced Spaniard, of course, on that forwards chassis. You can see there the rear end slightly different. Struggling in the Moto2 World Championship of forward to get the results they're hoping for, so it's good to have riders like Jorge Navarro doing some races in the European Moto2 Championship to get some more data on board as they try and close the gap to the Boscoscuro and Kalex machines. And talking of Kalex machines, Tiger Harder, 3 different manufacturers' chassis chassis manufacturers, I should say, on the podium here in the Moto2 European Championship Race 1. Tiger Harder on the 23 equals his personal best results, as we mentioned at the top of the show. P3 in Aragon 2021 was his best result, and he's just equalled it here with a P3 in Estoril in tricky conditions. Led the race, of course, on the opening lap, and then was passed by Casadei. We're going to get a replay of it here, which ended up being the race-winning overtake. Tucked behind the bubble, down the near as makes no difference. 1 kilometre long, home straight here in Estoril. And the number 40 breezes past the number 23. Hard on the anchors down into turn 1. The tight right-hander to start the lap here at the Circuito de Estoril. And from there, Casadei never looked back, and the others pretty much didn't see where he went. Pulled the pin, was at least a second quicker really than the chasing pack throughout the race. No one able to keep tabs on Casadei, and you'd have to say in similar conditions, if the conditions do stay around this afternoon, then he's going to be a very, very hard rider to beat, is Casadei. And just looking out the commentary box window, the clouds are starting to disperse. Chris is hot-footing his way down to Parc Fermé. You can see him there in the background getting ready to speak to Matteo Casadei. Just see how the conditions are when Chris gets back up to the box. But we could see a dry line appearing, so I didn't think we'd be seeing that today, but potentially, I say with caution, that later on today for the Moto2 race in a couple of hours time might be a little bit drier. Who knows, we'll see. Matteo Casadei then getting a hero's welcome down in Parc Fermé. Fantastic stuff from Casadei, as we mentioned. Qualified on the front row, just missed out on the podium of Misano in his first start in the Moto2 European Championship. But that was a really, really classy ride. Doesn't get any better than that for Matteo Casadei, your current Moto E World Champion and Championship leader. 23 podiums over in the Moto E World Championship, and that's his first in the Moto2 European Championship. So fantastic stuff from Matteo Casadei. Of course, had 7 races in Moto2 last year as well, as you would have seen, from Japan to Valencia. Didn't manage to quite get a top 20 in the closing stages of 2023 to Casadei, but plenty more experience to be gained this season. Maybe in the future we'll be seeing him on the World Championship grid in Moto2. Again, the 24-year-old. Jorge Navarro celebrating with his team, the 28-year-old Spaniards. We saw him last time out with the Spanish GP in RF, of course, not the weekend he would have been hoping for. A couple of technical issues early on in the weekend. Picked up an 18th place on Sunday in the race. But a good job done from Jorge Navarro, coming from the second row of the grid. riders. This was the opening lap. Tiger leading away from Casadei. 21 of Eduardo Montero getting a good start, but his race wouldn't last long. Eric Fernandez on the 4, climbing his way up the pack in the early exchanges. A good opening few laps from Eric Fernandez, but he too would suffer a crash a little bit later on. This ended up being the race-winning move from Casadei, powering down the long front straight here in Estoril, round the outside, hard on the anchors, got his Boscoscuro stopped, and into the lead he went. That was Montero crashing down at turn 9, easily done in these conditions. Unfortunately crashing soon after at Curva VIP at turn 4. Both riders were okay, and this was the battle that raged on for ended up being P2. This was for P3. Jorge Navarro getting the advantage over Tiger Harder, and at the final corner with just a few laps to go, Eric Fernandez crashed out of second place, handing P2 to the number 11 of Jorge Navarro. But by this point, the race winner, Mateo Casadei, was 11 seconds clear of the chasing pack. Jorge Navarro taking a comfortable second place in the end for the forward team, and Tiger Harder completing the podium. His equal best result in third place. But the race belonged to Mateo Casadei, ahead of another race that's coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. Can anyone catch the Italian? We'll find out in a few hours' time. As always, time for the podium celebrations to take place. 3 different nationalities on the podium. That's great to see. Italy, Spain and Japan, as Tiger Harder makes his way onto the podium. A good ride from the Japanese rider. Got the whole shot, was leading on lap 1 and eventually took a podium, which he'll be very pleased with indeed. And Jorge Navarro standing on the podium.
Jorge Navarro.
His last podium was in World Supersport last year with a P3 in Portimao, so he's 1 place higher than he was over in the Algarve last season. Just a few hours north of that, of course, here in Estoril. But your race winner, Mateo Casadei, for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship. I'm sure they packed enough room in their suitcases to take a couple of trophies home. There's the Team Chiatti Boscoscuro team personnel collecting the trophy. As I say, Tiger Harder back on the podium for the Japanese rider. A welcome return to the podium, his first since 2021 in this class. Good job from the Japanese. P2 will go the way of Jorge Navarro. He's had a few trophies from this paddock in years gone by, between 2010 and 2014. He's not had one for roughly 10 years, but Jorge Navarro back in this paddock for the first time in a while. And in his first race back, he's standing on the podium. Talking of first times, as I say, the first victory potentially of many this season for Mateo Casadei. Just missed out back in Misano on home turf, but he's gone a few places better as we get set for the Italian national anthem.
E agora avançamos para Prosecco.
The Italian national anthem doesn't get old, does it? The great national anthem rings around the Circuito de Estoril. The Prosecco sprayed. They won't be having a drink or too much of it anyway, because they've got a job to do a little bit later on. You can see they were a little bit tempted. Tiger Harder, we're going to OEM, why not? So does Mateo Casadei. You've got to enjoy the moment, and then they'll go debrief with their teams, see what they can improve. I'm sure for Casadei not too much, or he'll be, well, for his companion's sake anyway, it won't be too much he can improve on, because he can improve, then that signals danger for the rest of the riders as they pose for the photo, and then they'll go off and get ready, get some lunch on board and get ready for race 2 a little bit later on. Coming up, the Junior GP race. The sole Junior GP race here in Estoril. But here's confirmation of your final results then. Mateo Casadei, dominant race win, 12 seconds clear of Jorge Navarro in second place, who in turn was 5 seconds clear of Tiger Harder in third place. Sura from P15 on the grid was P4. Mattia Rato and Roberto Garcia close for company in 5th and 6th. Alberto Fernandez, Eric Fernandez inside the top 10. Une Adre of Spain completing that. Gimbert, Mongiardo, Kaito Toba, Lorenzo Felon and Mattia Volpi were your final point scorers. Mongiardo was close to the podium in Misano. No such luck this time around. Shannon Inter, P18, and a couple of crashes there. Ivo Lopez we saw going down at turn 4, the home hero, the reigning Spanish Superbike champion. Unfortunate for him as he was closing on a podium. Harrison Voigt a crasher, unfortunately, for the Australian. Gianpaolo Di Vittori and Charles Ubli as well. Unfortunately, not finishing race 1 here in Estoril in the Moto2 European Championship. Here is what it does then for the championship standings. Level on points of the two teammates, Mattia Casadei and Alberto Sura, 38 apiece heading into race 2. Garcia in 3rd place, drops 1 position, but he's only 8 points off the top. Alberto Fernandez, Tiger Hari inside the top 5. Jorge Navarro with his P2 finish, clocks 20 points and is up into 6th place in the championship. As I mentioned, Mongiardo had a good ride out in Misano, but a disappointing result there. He slips to P10. Mattia Rato getting his first points of the season on board as well with 11 with a P5 finish. And Gimbert, Lorenzo Felon, Harrison Voigt, no points scored for the Australian, unfortunately. And Mattia Volpi, P18 with the sole point so far this season for the Italian. We'll see if he and others can add to that tally a little bit later on for race 2. In the meantime, though, we're just getting ready for Junior GP action. Always a fantastic race in the Junior GP class. Then we've got race 2 of European Talent Cup coming your way. Then it's Moto2 race 2. And then our bumper day concludes with the stock race in a few hours' time. Can anyone catch Mattia Casadei? Can anyone close the gap to the number 40? A perfect ride from the Italian on the Boscuro machine. Slow-mo shots of his race-winning overtake around the outside just as they started lap 2. And this was the winning overtake, of course, on the 23 of Tiger Harder. Chris expertly done around the outsides, and then we were wondering, weren't we, if anyone was going to be able to keep tabs on Mattia Casadei, and it ended up being a firm no.
No, you hit the nail on the head there. But brilliant performance from Casadei, without a doubt, the best rider in race 1 here. You can look what it means to him there. I think that's a big monkey off his back more than anything. He comes into this as the Moto2 World Champion, you know? So there's pressure involved with that. A P4 Misano didn't quite go his way on home turf, but trip over to Portugal has proven to be just what he needed. P1 today. And I've got a little fun fact for you. So a little pop quiz for you, Elliot, before we leave Moto2 until the second race. The last 4 years, since 2019, we've had back-to-back winners in Estoril. We've had Senna Aegis, Jari Montella, Lucas Tulovic, but who were the last 2 riders in 2019? Who do you think? The last time we didn't see back-to-back winners in Moto2.
Oh, now you're testing me. 2019.
I should also mention, sorry, Fermin Aldeguer, MotoGP bound Fermin Aldeguer, also part of them.
Jari Montella, maybe one of them?
No, he was a back-to-back winner. I'll tell you what.
Edgar Pons.
Have a little think about it. You guys at home have a little think about it too, and come back for Moto2, and I'll reveal the answer later in the afternoon. Okay?
There you go. Then some homework for the fans at home, and some homework for me as well. Clearly, not knowing the answer to that one. We're a few minutes away from the start of the Junior GP race. 5 minutes until we're back on air for that one. We'll keep chatting away for a couple of minutes. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back for live coverage from the Circuito do Estoril. As we have mentioned a few times now, we can just see dry lines appearing. Conditions have vastly improved, haven't they, from earlier on. A couple of hours ago, we were set to have rain all day, fog all day, tricky conditions for the riders. They still are tricky conditions, of course, but you can see down the front straight, you can see a dry line appearing. So we'll leave you in a couple of moments' time, and then we'll be back in around about 3 to 4 minutes for live action from Junior GP. So go put the kettle on, stick around, do whatever you're doing, have a quick spot of lunch, make a bit of toast or whatever, and then get comfy for Junior GP action. So we'll catch you in a few minutes' time.
It's the turn of Junior GP to take to the tarmac of Circuito do Estoril during round 2 of the 2024 Junior GP World Championship. Situated just on the outskirts of Lisbon in Portugal, 16 laps on the 4.1 kilometre stretch of tarmac await us in the sole Junior GP race of the weekend. Jesus Rios is the rider to beat after his Misano double, but it is a whole new ball game in round 2. 2023 saw victory go the way of Nicola Carraro, who will follow in his footsteps as the next generation of motorcycling talent vie for glory. A very good afternoon to you all from Estoril. I'm Chris Jordan. Joining me today is Elliot York in the commentary booth. If you're just tuning in, weather conditions may not look ideal, but they very much are a lot better than the previous two races we have experienced so far. Elliot, pleasure to have you alongside me here. But before we get into that, let's take a look at what happened out last time in round one in Misano. So it was Jesus Rios starting on pole, but Adrian Cruces took the whole shot as they battled for the lead across the opening laps. The likes of Casey O'Gorman, Rush Mudley and Rico Salmela joined the victory fight before disaster struck for Mudley and Salmela as the number 21, as you can see here, tagged into the back of the FIM to end both riders' races. The fight for victory went to the wire, and in the end Rios pipped Alessandro Morosi to victory by just 200ths of a second, with Marcus Uriarte in third. Race 2 then saw Mudley and Cruces narrowly avoid each other at lights out before assuming control of the race. Mudley was serving his long lap penalty when karma struck as Salmela's bike slid across the tarmac after a high side and into the South African's machine. At the front, Rios and Cruces once again faced off for victory as three more riders fell out of contention. Rios went 2 for 2 on the opening day ahead of Cruces and Cormac Buchanan. And it is Cormac Buchanan who will start on pole position here in the Seoul Junior GP race at Estoril. 17 degrees Celsius, it's getting a little bit warmer, 18 degrees on the track, so slight if marginal improvements, but as you can see, 9 miles per hour winds, 14 kilometers, and there's misty hills, or a lot of mist in behind those trees and descending across the rolling green hills of Estoril. Elliot, how are you today?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Looking forward to this one. Had two interesting races so far in the European Talent Cup and Moto2 European Championship in the wet conditions. You can see there a dry line is appearing. We did think we were stuck with the mist and the fog and the rain for most of today, but for the last hour or so it's not really rained at all, and with a couple of races happening on track, the dry line's appearing, the sun is shining, and as we saw yesterday, Chris, this track does dry pretty quickly. And as you can see, these are live pictures, and if you're just tuning in, it looks like a gorgeous day here in Portugal. It hasn't been, as Chris said, but especially in the opening section, the opening few turns, as Cormac Buchanan negotiates around right now, it is drying up, a lot drier than it was even 10-15 minutes ago towards the end of the Moto2 race. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, the riders getting a feel for conditions. I don't think anyone will be brave enough to start on dry tyres, because down into turn one it still looks pretty treacherous and tricky to negotiate. However, if conditions change in the next 10 minutes, the sun is now beating down on the home straight. So depending what the conditions are towards the end of the lap, I mean, I might be eating my own words straight away, because it does look pretty dry.
Yeah, thanks for that. I am not lying to you. It has drastically improved, and as Elliot mentioned, dry lines are appearing ever. It was not dry in qualifying yesterday, though, as Buchanan took pole. This is what he had to say.
I knew the conditions were really bad. I had to try find where the limit was, and every lap the feeling was getting better, you know. So I knew that the last lap would be with the best conditions and, you know, such treacherous conditions. But yeah, I felt the rear sliding a lot. But I think, you know, a lot of the training in the wet and in the flat track and stuff helped me for this. But yeah, finally I just put my head down in the last lap. I see, you know, is 23 seconds left. So I say, okay, now I just have to push, and fingers crossed, and finally I could make the pole. I know for me, if I do everything correct, that, you know, we can be in the podium, if not better. But first we have to see the weather conditions, because of course maybe it's a wet race. But even in the dry, I feel quite nice. So yeah, finally it's going to be really nice starting from pole position, and yeah, I can't wait to get to work tomorrow. We'll have a lot of fun.
A 1:58.488 from the Kiwi. Cormac Buchanan sees him take his maiden pole position in the Junior GP category. He mastered the very wet conditions. There you go. There was some evidence in that video of how wet it was yesterday. It was equally as wet, if not worse, earlier this morning. But thankfully, the sun has poked its head through the clouds, and it appears we have plenty of dry lines around the circuit. Down the front straight there, as you can see, it still looks a little bit damp, perhaps a bit too damp to try slick tyres, but dry lines very much are appearing here. Cormac Buchanan then, keep an eye on the number 14. He ended up on the podium in Misano too. Well, perhaps harshly said, ended up. He earned himself a podium, bouncing back from a DNF in race 1 to take a race 2 podium in Misano, which puts him 7th in the championship. So a very talented rider we've seen in the Junior GP category. It looks like he may have just made another step up in his development this season.
Yeah, I think the conversation going on down there is, what tyres do you want to head out on? The teams don't necessarily know what conditions are, especially around the track. Of course, they're not watching the TVs like we are, so they're going to have to listen to the rider and see what they say. It's going to be interesting to see. Maybe riders who haven't got as much to lose further back in the pack are going to risk going on the slick tyres, but the ones further up the front potentially going to err on the side of caution, and that includes Casey James O'Gorman, a debut front row for the Irishman in Junior GP. His previous best was P6, and that was claimed back in Misano a couple of weekends ago. So a great start to the season for O'Gorman. Just missed out on the podium in race 2, made a mistake at the final corner, didn't he? A near high side coming out of the final corner at Misano for O'Gorman, cost him a podium, but a really solid opening weekend for the 16-year-old Irishman. He'll be looking to stand on a Junior GP podium for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, O'Gorman is just a rider who seems to ooze absolute class when he's aboard his machine. I'm not being biased at all here Elliot, now, but I would love to hear the national anthem Aaron Naveen being played on the Junior GP podium, I think maybe for the first time. Jesus Rios, though, he is the rider to beat, lining up in P3, double P1 for the rookie in Misano. How about that for your first couple races? Head to Italy, debut in the Junior GP category, and take the win in pretty sensational fashion in both races too. So a rider of big talent.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it, for your opening weekend in the class? As the 5-minute board is shown, can't quite see what tyres riders are selecting. I'm sure this is what the main conversation, the topic of conversation is between all the riders. The front straight, to me, is where it looks like it's still the most wet. It is declared a wet race, but it is going to be interesting to see
so who's going to be the rider that gambles on slicks here. We can see the dry line there, but I just don't think slicks will reap dividends just yet.
It would definitely be a massive gamble for anyone to go on the dry tyres for sure. Daniel Sharil, of course, on the number 57 Asia Talent Team bike. Great qualifying for the Malaysian. Personal best qualifying. Claimed a top 10 last time out in Misano, did Sharil on the number 57 machine. His previous best in qualifying was a P6 in Barcelona a couple of years ago. So great start to the weekend for the Malaysian. Now can he go better than his PB in the race, which is a 7th place achieved in Jerez last year.
Yeah, so a little bit of housekeeping to update you on before we get going here. All races today, due to the weather conditions, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, have been reduced to 2/3 of the original distance. So my maths isn't great, but this was originally scheduled to be 16 laps of Junior GP entertainment. 2/3 of that, if I'm not mistaken, should be 12 laps. Maths never has been a strong point of mine, but I look for you, Elliot, to back me up when you get an opportunity. As we look at Marcus Uriarte on the podium in the opening race of the campaign in Misano, P6 then, second time round. So 2 Junior GP podiums to his name. The other one came in the Algarve, so he does have form in Portugal all the way back in 2021. He will be a serious race contender, so keep an eye on the number 89, who launches 6th on the grid. Then it's going to be Finnish rider Rico Salmela, another European Talent Cup graduate. 4 podiums in that class. He's a rookie in this category. And as we saw in the highlights at the beginning of the program, I don't think it could have went much worse for him. First, he was tagged, then he high-sided and took out, and both crashes involved South African rider Rush Mudley. So as you can see, no points scored as of yet, but we expect that to change sooner rather than later. He is a rider of some serious pedigree.
Yeah, one to watch for sure is Rico Salmela, and lookless first weekend over in Misano. As the grid look to the skies, grey clouds above, and if it does continue to stay dry, a dry line is going to appear very, very quickly. But the last thing that they want to do, if some are going to gamble on the slick tyres, is for the heavens to open again, because that just kills any chance of trying to get a good result. And of course, it's only one race here today, so only one chance to gain some points before the next round, when we head to Barcelona in a couple of weeks' time on the 19th of May. So tensions will be high down there on the grid. Conversation's still going on. It's now or never, pretty much. If you want to change tyres, you can see the number 45, Moniane, his team are working on that front tyre, or potentially some front suspension. Eddie O'Shea, a disappointing qualifying for O'Shea in the wet conditions. Suffered a crash, didn't he, Chris, at the final corner at high side, which we were down in pit lane and briefly spoke to his team. Had a little bit of a technical issue towards the end of practice. Did get straight into Q2, Eddie O'Shea, but struggled a little bit in the wet conditions.
Yeah, I had some pit lane troubles as we were walking by during qualifying, but still managed to get himself into Q2. So this is your grid for the upcoming Junior GP race from Estoril. Launching from pole position is New Zealand's Cormac Buchanan, Casey O'Gorman from Ireland on P2, with Jesus Rios from Spain, P3. Then it is Facundo Yambias, Shariel and Marcus Uriarte, Salmela, Morosi and Ramersdorfer on row 3. Next row back we have Adrian Cruces, Marcus Ruda and Guillaume Plonk. Rush Moodley starts P13 with Eddie O'Shea P14, Max Quiles P15. That's a quality fifth row with Jacob Rosenthaler, Moniane and Liguri 3 places further back. Then it's Tiesi, Abruzzo and Grenfell. Singapong is wildcarding with the Thai talent team. Evan Belford and Jack Raffet Pueta San are on row 8. Uezu, Dodo Bajo and Uchiumi are then the next row back, while Kevin Farkas, Emmanuel Hakam Danish, Alvaro Carpe, who's serving the penalty, he's at the back of the grid, joined by Lennox Pomara. And they prop up the Junior GP grid. So, as you can see, all across that grid, there are some very recognizable names, and we could expect the likes of Carpe to charge through from the very back, depending on conditions and what that allows. We'll get a good look of how the track is drying up here as we go through the first sector. It looks a lot drier than what we've been seeing today. There, for example, now, that looks spotless, you know, completely free of any damp patches, and the sunshine here is going full on. And we get riders looking around. I wonder now if they're doubting if they made the right choice or not, if they are on the wets or the slicks. We'll bring you tyre information as soon as we find out ourselves. But as we have a look at the standings, it's number 54, Jesus Rios, who leads everyone. Adrian Cruces, he launches from 10th on the grid ahead of Alessandro Morosi in 3rd position. 19 and 21 points behind your Misano double winner, while Marcus Uriarte is 4th. And as we track around here in towards turn 6, the long lap penalty loop is there. It still looks very dry around the sector, back end of sector 1 through sector 2 and sector 3. It looks very, very dry. So this is an interesting race. It is a wet race, remember. We saw the sign go up. The wet race has been declared. And a little bit damper now coming around turn 7 into 8 and 9. One of the slowest, most technical part of the tracks. We can see a dry line. 18 degrees, air and track temperature, 14 kilometers an hour wind. So the temperature is rising here, Elliot.
Yeah, there's definitely some dry tyres as well. I'm pretty certain Morossi on the number 19 is on slick tyres, trying to cast a watchful eye to see who else was on them. I don't think Lambias is on dry tyres. I think he's on Pirelli rain tyres, but judging from what we've just seen on the outlap, pretty much, especially around the start of the lap and into the infield, it's pretty much dry, Chris. So I'm going to be interested to see if we can spot who's on the wet tyres. I can see Casey O'Gorman is on at least a wet front tyre. Cormac Buchanan looks like on a slick, so some different tyre compounds have been selected. And if I'm going to predict anything, which is obviously not very useful to do in Junior GP, but it looks like potentially the guys on the dry tyres are going to have an advantage, but we'll see. Obviously the starting grid is wet, so they're going to have an advantage from the off. Rios on the wet tyres as well, so this is going to be a really, really intriguing race.
Yeah, even on the front start straight, we can see it has dried up significantly in the last few moments as well, as we get a dry tyre there as well. So it looks like the majority have vouched for a dry tyre. Nonetheless, we're ready to go here in the Junior GP race from Estoril. The lights are about to go off. Keep an eye on the 14.67. Brilliant launch from the line from Cormac Buchanan. Casey O'Gorman a little bit slower off the line, but brilliant from Buchanan. He's going to take the whole shot into turn one. Let's see who'll slot in behind. It's Jesus Rios who will take second. And then who's that coming up into second place? That is the number 89 of Marcus Uriarte, I think. Yeah, if my eyes don't deceive me. It is Uriarte from P6 on the grid, slots into second, so excellent start from him. Casey O'Gorman then the number 67 in third. Rios has been relegated to fourth position. Morosi and Yambias also up a couple places, with Danny Sharil launching from P5 having dropped down. But we are still early days here as we swing around the first left-hander of turn 4. It's Buchanan who leads, Marcus Uriarte. Uriarte though is warming all over that rear tyre. Rios then just ahead here of Morosi and Yambias, but for how long? Not very long is the answer, because the number 19 of Morosi relegates the championship leader back into 6th position.
It was interesting to see Cormac Buchanan on the slick tyres on the wet part of the pole position starting slot, and he got a race superbly, didn't he? So plenty of grip and plenty of temperature in those slick tyres for Cormac Buchanan, and it looks like so far that the slick tyres are going to be the tyres to be racing on. I'm pretty sure that Casey O'Gorman in third place is on the wet tyres. I know Jesus Rios is as well. He's dropping down the order now. He's in about 6th place now. He's got passed by a couple of riders, but it's going to be really interesting to see who's on the wets, who's on the dries, and how this plays out. But I'm pretty sure the top two, with Buchanan and Uriarte on slick tyres, as we close in on the championship leader, Jesus Rios on the 54 machine. He's on wet tyres.
Yeah, so Buchanan still leads Uriarte. Casey O'Gorman riding in third position. Buchanan has opened up a little bit of a gap too as they come streaming by the commentary box. And it looks like Uriarte has just been picked off. It was, as he came by, Casey O'Gorman, I saw him making a move on Uriarte. He's met it stick. So O'Gorman needs to get going on here. He's wasting no time, but it is Buchanan who holds about a 6/10, 7/10 advantage out front, followed by O'Gorman, then Uriarte. Morosi has moved up to 4th. Danny Sharil has fought his way back to 5th. Rico Salmela in 6th. Jesus Rios, he was 2nd in the whole shot coming into turn 1 from the lights out. He is down now in 7th place. Hakim Danish, Adrian Cruces and Max Quiles complete your top 10 as things stand.
Yeah, just trying to see. We don't have any tyre information in the commentary box, unfortunately, so we're just purely going off what we can see. So the same as you at home. Potentially the riders with wet tyres in have one of each. So Casey O'Gorman has a front wet tyre in it, as we saw on the grid, but in the rear it looks like he's got a green as Hakim Danish runs on and into the gravel. A slight mistake there, or potentially was pushed the number 13, the young Malaysian rider. So after having a really good qualifying, Hakim Danish up in sides. Yeah, just a good qualifying for Hakim Danish. Unfortunately, that's his potential podium hopes over. Good to get a replay of what happened down there, and he's on the fight back already down at turn 7. Hakim Danish.
It was a brilliant start from Danish. He actually started a bit deeper on the grid, got himself into the top 10, but now he's pushed himself further back. I'm not sure where exactly he's rejoined, but closer to where he started the race from. Back out front then, it's Buchanan. It looks like he's comfortably in front here. He maintains that 7/10 advantage as he chases a maiden win here in the Junior GP class. The Kiwi rider hailing from New Zealand. So keep an eye on the number 14. Crashed in the opening race of Misano, bounced back with the podium, and he's continued that strong form here with pole position, and now he is still leading this race. Casey O'Gorman, Marcus Uriarte, it's as you were. They hold about a 1.5 second advantage or so to Alessandro Morosi. Rico Salmela has fought his way up to 5th place as well. So will we see any movements here? It looks like for Junior GP it has settled relatively early in the race. Normally we're used to a bit more gangbusters action out front, but these three are breaking away. 3 different nations represented in the top 3. That is New Zealand, Ireland and Spain. So 2 nations, you would say, who are less famed for their motorcycle racing. So it's great to see 2 other nations flag being born here in Junior GP. But Marcus Uriarte looks like he's going to make a move here. He's just going to get close enough to show the wheel to Casey O'Gorman. Not quite that time. Rico Salmela now has taken control of the battle for fourth ahead of Morosi and Danny Shariel.
That's definitely a wet front tyre then on Casey O'Gorman. So that wet front Pirelli is going to be cooking in these opening few laps. So watch out for that. Casey O'Gorman doing really well to stick with Cormac Buchanan, who I'm pretty sure is on a slick front and a slick rear. So the riders who chose the slick front and slick rear have chosen the right option here. Jesus Rios, I know, is on a front wet as well, I believe. So Casey O'Gorman going great good so far, but that front tyre is going to start to degrade quicker than a slick tyre, of course. So watch out for that one. An interesting aspect added into this race as we get the leaders across the line. 2 laps completed, 7 laps to go once they cross the line. The top 3 clear at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's almost a pity for Casey O'Gorman if he has chosen that a wet tyre out front, because these conditions are playing havoc. And we look there now, look, it looks almost completely dry on the front straight. That was the part where we had maybe the most concern or most damp patches. But having followed O'Gorman's progress throughout the weekend, he was lapping on his own in practice and quite comfortably faster than anybody else. So, and then he did perform in the wet as well. So this is maybe weather conditions now have toiled with his plan, shall we say, for the weekend. Marcus Uriarte then, he sets the fastest lap of the race of 1:46.441. He chases Casey O'Gorman, while it's Cormac Buchanan who's setting a good pace out front. Not quite as quick as Uriarte on that one. He set a 1:46.8, but he still leads this race.
Tricky thing for the riders on 2 different tyres as Rossi shows a wheel down at the interior parabolica to the number 57 of Daniel Shariel. Shariel getting a good start from the second row, of course, chasing Rico Salmela. Yeah, the tricky thing for the riders who are on 2 different compounds of tyre, 2 different specs of tyre, wet and a dry, is normally you'd search for the wet patches if you were trying to keep your wet tyre cool on a drying track, but of course you don't want to go through a wet patch when your rear tyre is a slick. So yeah, tricky stuff for Casey O'Gorman. We've got a yellow flag coming up there, Chris. I don't know if that was a mistake or not into the final section. The front rear have all gone through our screen, so potentially a little bit of a mistake or a rider further down the field on the previous lap going down, but flashes of yellow flags there, or potentially rain flags as well, saying that the track is still wet. So 6 laps to go as they come across the line. The top 3 still locked together. Still Casey O'Gorman is keeping tabs with the race leader. As the fastest lap goes to Rico Salmela.
Uriarte now making his move past O'Gorman here, is he? Yes, he is. Very well done from Uriarte. He just set the fastest lap of the race on the previous one. That honour now belongs to Rico Salmela. But Uriarte has pushed his way through into second place at the expense of O'Gorman. As we can see, riders 52 and 78, that's Jacob Rossenthaler and Evan Belford, who can serve their long lap penalties. But back out front, Cormac Buchanan leads this race. It's now Marcus Uriarte in second place, with Casey O'Gorman riding in third. O'Gorman chasing a maiden podium in the class after a P4, P5 finish in Misano. But Rico Salmela, who set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 1:45.6, is hot on his tail. He is gaining. He had almost 6/10 or so on O'Gorman in third place with 6 laps to go. As you mentioned, Elias, he's on the front wet tyre, so that may just come back to bite him as Salmela closes the gap drastically on this lap, and it now looks a matter of time before Salmela takes that podium position off the hands of O'Gorman.
Salmela is absolutely motoring here, pretty much half race distance completed for these riders. There you can see the top 3 heading into turn 1, still a little bit damp down there, so you've got to be careful on the anchors. On the kilometre-long back straight into the tight turn 1 right-hander, you can see Salmela there, the 27 in the background, clicking it down the gearbox on his Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior Team bike. And as you can see, just through the rear of your picture, Salmela is closing down. It's a vast rate of knots as well. He's going to be within a second, it looks like, of the top 3. Salmela is on for another fastest lap of the race as the top 3 come across the line. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it's a long front start, finish, front straight, I should say. I'll get it out eventually as we see a change for the lead. Cormac Buchanan has been dropped into third position. I was going to say slipstream plays a big role here, and we just see why. Uriarte and O'Gorman both pick off Buchanan, who was comfortably leading. And now Buchanan needs to look over his shoulder, because here comes Rico Salmela. The fastest rider on track right now is the Finland rider. So, battle for victory brewing very nicely here between these four. Just looking at the gap between Salmela and Morosi, there's quite a few bike lanes yet. So we don't see Morosi or Shariel quite having the pace of these top four riders, but the top four could go any way here. We thought maybe O'Gorman might run into trouble running with one of those wet tires, but he is battled back now though. So as we come around down to back straight, it is Uriarte and O'Gorman leading, and Salmela is wasting no time at all. We said Buchanan had to look over his shoulder. Well, he didn't do it in time enough, because Salmela has just sliced through the pack and sliced past him. Very easy, and he's going to go for a second. Is he coming into the chicane? Not quite. It's very difficult to overtake there. Slow part of circuit, but it looks like a matter of time. Coming through the Yes's section, maybe around Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, if he can get good drive around the long sweeping right-hander, he can have the advantage coming in. It's the number 52 of Evan Belfort. Needs a double long lap penalty. Not ideal for Belfort, that. So where will Salmela end up coming out of turn one? Well, he's moved into second. He's about to move into the lead. He is absolutely flying here.
Rico Salmela, 1:45.1 is his best lap time. He was a good second quicker than the rest of the riders a couple of laps ago, and he's gone from P4 to P1 very quickly indeed as Salmela. Now it's all about, can the riders behind stick with the young Finn on the 27 machine? He's bridged a couple of second gap. He's got past the riders very quickly, made easy work of the riders chasing. Casey O'Gorman slams it up the inside of Cormac Buchanan on the number 14. That's turn 3 into turn 4. We've seen a bit of action down here in the Moto2 European Championship already, and then they open it up down the back straight. Well, it's not really a back straight because this fast right-handed kink into the interior Parabolica turn 6. A popular passing manoeuvre, but no one's close enough this time around to get on tabs with Rico Salmela, and he's already got a nice buffer of 0.4 of a second. He was near enough a second quicker than the riders last time around, so Salmela has took his time to build into this race, but now he's got a heat into those tyres. I'm pretty sure he's on 2 slick tyres as well, Salmela, and it's looking like he's searing off into the lead, and it's going to be difficult for this trio to try and keep tabs.
A 1:45.127 from Salmela last time out, as he overtook 3 riders on that lap 2. That is an absolutely smashing attempt from the young Finn. Brilliant, brilliant stuff, and now he is setting off into the horizon as far as Marcus Uriarte, O'Gorman and Buchanan are concerned, because he's opened up a half-second gap already. Salmela is flying here. He also set a personal best first sector, but response has been found in sector 2 and sector 3 from the chasing trio just behind us. Casey O'Gorman now has a little look up the inside coming down the front start finish, and he will move into second place as Buchanan also gets the double slipstream effect. Will he get into the podium places? Well, O'Gorman just has the advantage, and he blocks Uriarte going into turn 1.
This is a great advert for the Pirelli front wet tyre from Casey O'Gorman. He's sticking in the podium hunt. This is about the time of the race, or a couple of laps ago, more or less, where that front tyre will be screaming for absolute mercy, getting chewed up in the temperature. He's not getting any wet tarmac onto that front tyre is Casey O'Gorman. He's got a slick rear in the back of that Honda, which is going to help him, but Casey O'Gorman on the number 6-7 doing really, really well to stick with these riders with a front wet tyre. I'm pretty sure, from what I've seen, the 3 others are on 2 dry tyres, so interesting to see what Casey O'Gorman's doing in the latter stages. He's trying his best to go with Rico Salmela here. It's pretty much now or never for the chasing trio. Rico Salmela wasn't quite as quick as he has been on the previous laps. He went quicker, but the others just managed to close the gap or keep it to a minimum. He was just 0.4 quicker. It's a considerable margin, of course, but now Casey O'Gorman's got to the front of this group behind. What can he do on the number 67? He's trying his best, is O'Gorman. He's setting a fastest sector 3 of the race, so O'Gorman is pushing here.
Yeah, through 8, 9, corkscrew we go, around 10 and 11, S's section. Casey O'Gorman, as you said, great advert for the Pirelli wet tyre, because he is keeping pace here. The track has dried significantly since just before the start of the race, so this is a hugely impressive ride from the number 67 of O'Gorman. But as it is from the number 27, Rico Salmela, just 2 laps to go. He sets a 1:45 flat. But the last lap just come from a 1:44.910 from Casey O'Gorman aboard that. That is incredible from the number 67. Is he going to catch Salmela? Now, this is interesting. Can he catch Salmela with 2 laps to go? This would be a simply stunning race from O'Gorman if he could do so. He's got Buchanan and Uriarte behind him. This is Junior GP at its very best. Salmela charging from the 3rd row now leads. But the trio from the front row, and indeed, O'Gorman, just as we hyped him up, he is high-sided out of contention. That is devastating for the Irishman. Huge crash out of 2nd place. He had just set the fastest lap of the race, was getting the hooks into Rico Salmela. But you might have to imagine the tyre choice had something to do with that there, Elias.
Potentially, it was a high side, the rear end just coming out beneathing O'Gorman out of turn 4. That's so unfortunate. Glad to see O'Gorman was straight up back on his feet. Hopefully he can potentially get that bike back running. He's slipping down the order, of course, as the back marker just moves out of the way of Buchanan and Uriarte, but pushing a little bit too hard. Potentially O'Gorman crashes out on the penultimate lap. Disaster then for the Irishman. We're going to get a replay of it here. He's right behind Sam Ellen, just gets a little bit out of shape, doesn't he, on the exit.
Yeah, that's devastating. Holds his hands there. Hopefully nothing too serious. He's walking away. He looks a little bit shaken. But hopefully it's nothing too serious for O'Gorman, because that was a heck of a ride he was putting in. But now we see the number 27, Rico Salmela, is the flying Finn here in Estoril. He's got a 1.7 second advantage on this drying track in the north of Portugal, on the outskirts of Lisbon. And look at those rolling green hills. They're witnessing a show from the young rider Salmela. Now the battle for the podium is far from over. Marcus Uriarte seizes P2 off of Cormac Buchanan, our pole sitter. But with our last lap here, only what, 2-3 more sectors to go, this one seems like it's going to go to the wire. Salmela is set for victory, but who will take P2 behind the Finn?
Yeah, looks like the Finn is on his way to a debut victory in the Junior GP class, but Buchanan fancies a personal best result if he can get into P2. We're going through the right kink of turn 5. Turn 6 is a popular passing place. Is Buchanan going to be close enough down into turn 6? The interior parabolica, not quite this time around. Closes up on the brakes though to Uriarte. Uriarte is going to have to go defensive here, down into turn 7. I'd be surprised if Buchanan makes a move down here, but turns 9 and 10 are where it's going to come potentially. Turn 9, the left-hander. Is it going to come here? So he can set it up. Can Buchanan on the 14 get a good slingshot into the chicane, but not quite this time around. Buchanan, time is running out.
Yeah, very tricky to pass through here. As you say, time is running out. He's got a couple more opportunities. If he can get a good run out of Parabolica Ayrton Senna, he might be timing it for slipstream. So it looks like Salmela is going to run away with this one. He's got a 2.5 second advantage as Buchanan has a little look up the inside, but Uriarte shuts the door in his face. Will he get into the slipstream? Will he pull it off here? So Salmela is your race winner, but Buchanan, our pole sitter, is chasing down a P2. Can he better his Misano result? No, Uriarte holds on by a hair coming across the line. But what a race from the number 27, Rico Salmela. 7th on the grid, charged through. It looked like we had a trio who would battle for victory, but Salmela cut their deficit within the space of a couple laps, and once he got ahead, once he poked his nose ahead, there was no looking back for the young Finn. So it's Salmela who takes the win. Uriarte and Buchanan on the podium. Casey O'Gorman crashes out with just a couple laps to go, while Morosi, Sharil and Cruces are top 6 finishers. Max Quiles, Eddie O'Shea, Jacob Rossenthaler and Ramersdorfer make up your top 10. A brilliant race in drying conditions here, Elias.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. This is Jesus Rios. He's going to relinquish potentially the championship lead, the number 54. Just trying to see what tyres he's on. It looks like he was on a wet front shake of the head. Not the race the number 54 would have been hoping for.
Yeah, P27, crossing the line in 27th. We didn't mention Rios at all. Wow.
Out of the points, unfortunately, then. He does keep his championship lead after the 2 wins over in Misano, but that'll be disappointing for the young Spaniards. But yeah, what a race. A little bit of extra spice added with the different tyre compounds selected from some of the riders. A shame, of course, for O'Gorman to crash out on the penultimate lap just as he was pushing this rider, Salmela, for victory. But what a ride from the young Finn on the 27. A debut win in Junior GP, and what a way to do it, clawing his way back from P5, passing the riders in front of him, and then doing enough to hold on to the race win.
Yeah, well said. A truly sensational victory for Sal Mella. He really dominated there once he got going. It looked like the gamble of slick tyres paid off. As I'm looking through my timing screens, some familiar names. A little further down, Facundo Yambias, for example. He started at P4, crossed the line P29 as we get the burnout rather, from Rico Sal Mella, and well deserved. Number 89, Marcus Uriarte then. He moves up to second in the championship with his second podium of the campaign. Brilliant result for the young Spaniard. CF Moto Aspar team. On the junior team, as if you take a look at... okay, I was taking a look at the live timing screens with names changing, but now we have the final results, which will be Sal Mella, Uriarte and Buchanan rolling into pit lane. We will hear from our race winner, Rico Sal Mella. Elliot has gone down to Parc Ferme to catch a word with the young Finn. Cormac Buchanan, number 14, a celebratory fist pump as he takes P3. Started on pole, it's another podium for the Kiwi as his season goes from strength to strength in 2024. Taking a look at some of the highlights. Checkered flag waving. Sal Mella had a comfortable 2.5 second lead over Uriarte in the end, with Uriarte just pipping Buchanan to second place, only about 0.05 of a second between those two. So the Aspar team, CF Moto Aspar junior team, are pretty satisfied with their day's work, as is Sal Mella, the Licky Moly Husqvarna rider. So highlights then of the celebrations from Sal Mella, and richly deserved. He put on a heck of a show for those of us watching on through our screens and from the commentary box, and I'm sure for you guys at home as well. He's certainly bounced back from his double DNF in Misano too. Clashing twice with Rush Mudley on the Adriatic coast. Sal Mella bounced back big time here. Marcus Uriarte, he was on the podium in Misano, P6 in race 2. Not quite perhaps what he was aiming for a second time round, but he too has started strongly here. So 2 out of 3 podiums for Uriarte. Sal Mella then, race time 70 minutes 47 seconds. Reduced laps, reduced race, 2/3 distance in the end. Didn't matter to him though. He charged through from 7th on the grid to take a truly sensational victory. European Talent Cup graduate. He had 4 podiums, but he is on the top step, finally on the top step in the Junior GP World Championship, and first time in the Junior GP category in his rookie season. Cormac Buchanan on pole, another P3 then for the Kiwi. All smiles on the AGR team as well. A reminder that Buchanan actually retired in Misano race 1. Since that disappointment, back-to-back podiums. So if he maintains this type of form, who knows what he can achieve in the 2024 Junior GP Championship. So Sal Mella just debriefing what's gone on in a pretty dramatic race, all things being honest, as we started off in damp conditions. The track dried dramatically and quickly, and we saw a number of riders take that gamble on the slick tires, and it was paid off handsomely, particularly for the likes of Sal Mella, who now makes his way over to Elliot York in Parc Ferme. We'll be hearing from him very, very shortly. So then, Sal Mella is making his way over to Elliot York down in Parc Ferme. We'll be hearing from them in just a moment or two to get his thoughts on what was a truly spectacular performance from the Finnish rider. He had a 2.5 second advantage over his nearest rival, coming from 7th on the grid. We can hear his thoughts now as he is with Elliot York down in Parc Ferme.
Rico, a fantastic first win in Junior GP. You must be really, really pleased. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, the race was a bit difficult because we had some wet patches on the track, but
finally I could catch the group. I'm not sure if I escaped the group, but still incredible race. I did super hard work all the weekend, and we were working just on my pace, and the speed was good. Yeah, we saw it in the race, and yeah, I'm super happy. I just want to thank all my sponsors and everyone who support me.
And in finish for your home country.
Oli kyllä hyvä kisa. Alku oli vähän vaikeeta. Oli märkiä läikkiä paljon radalla, mutta koko viikonloppu työskenneltiin kovaa oman vauhin eteen ja loppujen lopuksi oli kyllä ihan hyvä. Saatiin kisassa hyvin ryhmä kiinni ja muutenkin saatiin ehjä kisa vihdoin ja viimein. Iso kiitos kaikille sponsoreille ja kaikille, ketkä tukee mua.
Top job, Rico. Well done.
Thank you.
So this is how Rico Salmela became a Junior GP race winner. Cormac Buchanan started on pole position and took the whole shot, with Marcus Uriarte quickly filing in behind him, as Casey O'Gorman. Jesus Rios, the championship leader, quickly dropped to 4th position. Rios then was also in that podium scrap but fell down the pack. So Buchanan led Uriarte and Casey O'Gorman. As we see here, the number 11 of Cruces. And Hakim Danish actually been forcing him wide and into the gravel, but back out front, three-way fight for victory unfolded. Buchanan led, O'Gorman with Uriarte in 3rd, and at the back of your screens there you can see Rico Salmela began making hay as the sun came out. He moved up into 4th position and quickly closed the gap to the leading trio. Buchanan still led at this point, with O'Gorman relegated to 3rd down the home straight by Marcus Uriarte. But just over a lap later, Rico Salmela was making his move. And Buchanan once again tries to push himself. He was relegated, having led for so much, he was relegated to 3rd just over a lap later. Uriarte seizing the initiative. And as you can see, Salmela finally catching that group ahead of him. He quickly went past Cormac Buchanan, while it didn't take him much longer to get past O'Gorman and Uriarte. And from that point onwards, he didn't need to look back because he was flying. O'Gorman then went past Uriarte on the front straight. Jesus Rios, championship leader, finishing outside of the points, but then disaster struck for O'Gorman as he closed in, and Salmela crashing out at the corkscrew. But it was all about Salmela, who cruises to his first ever Junior GP victory. Uriarte held on for 2nd place, with Buchanan in 3rd. But it's all about the Flying Finn in Estoril. Time for the podium ceremony then, and look at those flags. 3 different nationalities represented on the Junior GP podium here in Estoril. Finland, New Zealand and Spain. Spain, of course, a hotbed for motorcycle racing talent. But great to see the likes of New Zealand and Finland being represented. Cormac Buchanan coming out first. P2 then for Uriarte, and again on the podium both these riders. But then Rico Salmela, the Flying Finn, takes victory. Well deserved. What a talented young rider he is.
Team manager, de nova diretora-geral do Circuito do Estoril, Anne da Câmara.
So it's time for them to be awarded their trophies. Managing Director of the circuit, Mrs. Anne da Câmara, presenting it to the team manager of the Lickimoly Husqvarna team.
Anne da Câmara a entregar também ao terceiro classificado, Cormac Buchanan.
Cormac Buchanan now receives his trophy, a kiss and a celebration, a point to the team as he dedicates it to them. A brilliant result for the young Kiwi. Vice President of the FMP, Armando Marquez, then hands it over to Marcus Uriarte. Again, a point to the team, dedicated to them as 2nd podium of the campaign, as his championship charge takes some more flight here in Estoril. And then Jean-Marc Desnus hands the winning trophy over to Rico Salmela. A moment he will cherish forever. And now time for the Finland national anthem.
Prosecco e
Great
soda.
stuff then. So we have Prosecco and sparkling water. Marcus Uriarte with the pleasure of the Prosecco. It's all being spread about the podium in emphatic and celebratory fashion. And wonderful to hear the Finland national anthem ring out across a motorcycle track once again in front of the world stage, European stage and world stage. We've heard it there in the past.
Yeah, great ride from Rico Salmela. The reduced race distance, of course, made it a tad easier when got to the front. Didn't have as many laps to defend. Shame we didn't get to see what Casey O'Gorman could have done as well in his pursuit of the victory. Yeah, fantastic ride from Rico Salmela, the Finnish rider. That's kick-started his title aspirations in 2024.
So your results from the Estoril Junior GP race: Salmela on top with Uriarte and Buchanan. Morosi rode to 4th position with Dani Shariel qualifying 5th and taking 5th ahead of Max Quiles. Adrian Cruces then, Eddie O'Shea and Alvaro Carpe. Carpe starting towards the back of the grid, getting himself into the top 10. Jacob Rossenthaler also get onto the top 10 at the expense of teammate Rammersdorfer. Marcus Ruda, Rush Mudley, Guillaume Blanc, Hakim Danish picking up points. Danish recovering from his trip into the gravel for a top 15. Then it's Grenfell, Eduardo Ligori in 16th, 17th, ahead of Abruzzo, Mognaniane, Singapong, Pomara, Kevin Farkas 22nd, Jack Rafet Puet San in 23rd, Uezu and Dodo Baju inside the top 25, but no points on offer for any of these riders, all finishing outside of the top 15. Jesus Rios, your championship leader, finishing 54 seconds behind the race winner. Evan Belford went through the long lap penalty loop a couple of times with Jeffrey Emmanuel, Facundo Yambias and Kotaro Uchiumi, the best of the rest. 30 finishers in total. So this is what it does to the championship. Jesus Rios remains atop the standings despite not scoring today. Uriarte charges into 2nd place. Morosi, Cruces, Buchanan all inside the top 5. Eddie O'Shea moves up into 6th position. Rico Salmela charges into 7th at the expense of Casey O'Gorman, who drops a couple of positions. Dani Shariel moves into 9th position with Max Quiles 10th. Indeed, he's tied for 10th with Alvaro Carpe, as Marcus Ruder and Jacob Rossenthaler are both tied for 12 points. Guillaume Plonk, Facundo Yambias then with Hakim Yambias, Danish and Rammersdorfer all on 9 points. And 41 away from the lead. Dodo Baggio 18th, Milan Paulic 19th, Rush Mudley 20th, and Eamon Odaki and Lennox Pomara completing the point score so far after 3 races in the Junior GP category. It was another blockbuster Junior GP. It never fails to disappoint, does it, Elliot? And it was a stunning race again here today in Estoril. Despite some conditions, we thought it might have been a little bit trickier at the beginning, but the sun poked its head through. And really, when the sun was shining, it was Rico Salmela who made hay, and he took race victory here.
Yeah, this was a replay of the start. Cormac Buchanan on pole position on the slick tyres on the wet part of the track. Got a great launch to grab the whole shot. As Casey O'Gorman just getting his front wheel in the air a little bit. Didn't disturb him too much though on the number 67. As the rider stormed down into turn 1 for the first time. You can see there the wet patch is still surfacing. But they've pretty much cleared now ahead of the final 3 races of the day. We're getting these pictures because we're a bit ahead of schedule. 10 or so minutes until pit lane opens for the European Talent Cup Race 2. So we'll continue chatting away for 5 minutes or so and then take a short break to get ourselves ready for the final 3 races of the day.
Yeah, and you can see there it's a good opportunity just to reflect on what happened there. You see Jesus Rios as well. We didn't hardly mention him all race. We mentioned him maybe across the opening lap as he shot his way into 3rd position from the front row. But he dropped drastically there. Tire choice backfiring surely. We didn't get to see too much of him on the live images, but you can only imagine that tyre choice did not work out as we look at Cormac Buchanan, Casey O'Gorman and Marcus Uriarte occupying the top 3 places, but then sound the Jaws music. Look at the number 27 in the background, currently running in 5th place in these images. It did not take him long to catch the 3 front riders. Rico Salmela, super ride from the Flying Finn. He first had to dispatch of Alessandro Morosi, while Cormac Buchanan looked like he had opened up a comfortable gap. He was nearly out to 8/10 at one stage. But then, as we see here, Danny Shariel, Morosi in their battle for 5th position. At this stage, Salmela had already went past these 2 riders and began to hunt down the trio on the provisional podium places, which were led by Buchanan, followed by O'Gorman, and then Marcus Uriarte as he's about to fire it up the inside on the start-finish straight. I think he caught them in about a lap and a half, Salmela. Closed down a 2-second gap in very little time indeed, as we see Uriarte make his move into 2nd position.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Salmela. Once he got to P4, had a bit of open road ahead of him, got his head down, and within a couple of laps he was on the rear wheel of the riders in picture. As you can see there, Salmela, this is the next lap along, really showed some great pace in the latter half of the race, did the 27, and then dispatched the trio at the front with relative ease, and then bridged a small gap, nearly got it to a second, and then Casey O'Gorman decided it was his time to get to the front of the chasing pack and try and get to P1. And unfortunately, on his route towards the rear wheel of Salmela, Casey O'Gorman suffered a high side out of turn 4. Great slow-mo shots down into turn 1 in Estoril. A kilometre long home straight here in a circuit steeped in history. You can see there, still pretty wet offline and on the curbs. Casey O'Gorman with the front wet tyre, remember. And this was when Casey O'Gorman got to the front of the chasing pack. Salmela now leading.
Certainly bodes well for the upcoming races, these images, as we have a little peek outside our commentary box as well. The clouds have parted somewhat and the sun is coming through, so I think, touch wood, that this will be the last race we see any wet tyres, as well, he's riding now, that to the limit. Marcus Uriarte then embraces the ones he loves and friends and family down in Parc Fermé after another stunning performance, but it's all about Rico Salmela, isn't it, Elliot? The Flying Finn makes hay while the sun shines in Estoril. The number 27's championship charge has a lift-off in Portugal.
A couple of podiums to his name already in Estoril, P3s last year in race 1 in the European Talent Cup, and again in 2022 we had a podium here in Estoril. So Rico Salmela obviously likes this 4.1 kilometre layout here in Portugal, and I wonder if that's going to kickstart his title chase in his rookie year in the Junior GP class. Rico Salmela, great job done from the young Finnish rider. Great to have another nationality on the top step of the podium. But we will very shortly take a quick break, Chris, and then we'll be back in around about 5 minutes time for the final 3 races today, starting with European Talent Cup race 2. So stick around, make a cup of tea if you've done that already, have lunch, do whatever you fancy for the 5 minutes, and then plonk yourself back on the sofa ready for the second half of the day. So we will catch you very shortly. Welcome back to the Circuito do Estoril, a stone's throw away from the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, a racetrack steeped in motorcycle racing and motorsport history. We are here for round 2 of the Junior GP action. Halfway through the day now, 3 races done: ETC Race 1, Moto 2 European Championship Race 1, and the sole race in the Junior GP class. And now it's time to get ready for the second half of the day. First up, European Talent Cup Race 1. Having a closer look at the Estoril track here. Great layout, we've got a bit of everything, a kilometre long front straight, a sweeping end to the track around the Ayrton Senna Parabolica. And as you can see, the European Talent Cup riders are making their way out to sunshine. Would you believe it? Wouldn't have been saying that 2 hours ago. But I'm glad to report that Chris's early predictions in the day are right. He's not right often, but he was right this time around. So, yeah, beautiful, pretty much sunny skies. I can see some blue skies, so that's good. Wind slightly higher than it was earlier on, but blowing the clouds away, which is good to see. And as we saw earlier on, it's going to be a different sort of race. Conditions, look at that, you can see a vast contrast. And it was Carlos Cano on the number 71 machine who was starting from pole position. He was so much quicker than the riders in qualifying. And in the race, he ended up winning it by a country mile. Marco Morelli, though, did his best in the early exchanges to stick with him, and he did exactly that on the number 97. A Misano race winner, Red Bull Rookies Cup race winner as well now is Marco Morelli, and it was the duo who immediately cleared away at the start of the race. You can see how difficult the conditions were. This was the opening race of the day, rain still falling at this part of the day. Kazma Daniel Jr. unfortunately fell victim to the conditions early on in the race. A couple of riders running on there in the early exchanges. Really, really tricky conditions for European Talent Cup Race 1. It was similar than what it was in qualifying. But riders tucking the front, easily done, locking the front in these conditions. This is down at turn 6, the interior Parabolica. That was the number 6 of Benjamin Caillet, the Frenchman, unfortunately going down there. Good to see he was up on his feet, as we saw a crash for the number 27. Kerman Tinez, who was a front runner over in Misano, was really aggressive over in Misano as well. Passes left, right and centre, late lunges. He was a really impressive rider over Misano, but unfortunately for Tinez, not so much luck in race 1. What can he do in race 2 though, number 27? Look out for him in the dry conditions. This is Marco Morelli on the number 97. Very, very lonely second place indeed. As I say, he tried to keep tabs with the eventual race winner, Carlos Cano, in the open exchanges, but eventually it was 6 seconds Cano's victory over Morelli, with 18 seconds back to Fernando Bujosa, who was standing on the podium for the first time in P3 on the number 69 machine. So that's what happened earlier on. Pretty chaotic race in tricky conditions, as we so often see. Good to see the riders are all okay though. And as we mentioned, better conditions now for race 2, and a different prospects coming our way in the dry conditions. It's not a fully dry track, of course, but the racing line is pretty much now fully dry. Let's keep our fingers crossed, Chris, that the rain stays away. As I say, your prediction was right and you're absolutely spot on. So I take my hat off to you, mate, and we can hopefully expect some dry weather running in the second half of the race. There you can see slightly damp on the outside near the curb there, but pretty much bone dry now for these riders. So a different prospect, a different kind of race coming up in race 2. Practice though, Chris, was in the dry on Thursday, Friday and Saturday morning, so they've got plenty of data and plenty of experience on this Estoril circuit in the dry conditions. But this is the rider they're all chasing.
Carlos Cano then, as we have a little spin around track with him. He is in top form in the wet. Will it translate over to the dry? He's pretty brilliant first race. He's been on pole, got that pole in the wet qualifying as well, and he's after, to put it lightly, he dominated in the opening race. We thought Marcos Morelli would go with him, but absolutely superb ride from the young Spaniard for his first victory. A double P6 in Misano doesn't quite paint a full picture. He's shown that he can do it in the dry as well. Misano was 2 races in the dry, but he started down the back of the grid at P28. So gained 22 places in both those races. So it'll be interesting now to see, with a different proposition awaiting him here in ETC Race 2 in Estoril, can he repeat the goods? One prediction, I've already made one half-right prediction about the weather. I'll try my hand at a second one, that it won't be like the first race, and I think it might have a gaggle of competition out front, challenging Cano for victory.
You can see there Emilio Alzamora. The Art Box team is his new setup. Of course, the Marquez brothers manager in years gone by, worked with them for nearly 20 years, I believe, did Emilio Alzamora. But obviously their relationship came to an end, and now he's back in the Junior GP paddock and working with the young riders, and doesn't look like there's much better so far than Carlos Cano. He's proved in Misano that he can produce a comeback ride from the back of the grid to get inside the top 6, and then in the wet conditions really strutted his stuff. But really comprehensive victory for Carlos Cano. So yeah, good to see Emilio Alzamora promoting young riders in the Junior GP grid. Valentin Perron, not the race he would have been expecting, Chris, in race 1. Slipped down the order, couldn't quite keep tabs with the leaders in the front group, so he'll be hoping for more in the dry conditions.
Yeah, P12 in the end. He was actually outside the points at one stage, you know, being on the front row. You'd expect him to challenge, but the conditions put paid to those plans. Vasileios Pantielakis, another rider starting on the front row. He didn't challenge at the front, but still came home in P8. I was about to say P9, but it was P8 in the end. That's a personal best result for him. His best effort qualifying on the front row. Previously, it was back on the third row, if I'm not mistaken. And this is just his 9th race in the European Talent Cup. So a learning curve for him. It'll be interesting to see what the Greek rider can do in drier conditions. Beñat Fernandez then the number 7. 5 points in the championship so far. Didn't see the checkered flag in race 1. Did not see it either in race 2 in Misano. So he will be looking to bounce back.
Yeah, Beñat Fernandez, his personal best in the class is at P9 last year in Portimao and in Barcelona. Of course, finished in 11th in Misano. So he'll be hoping he can right the wrongs of earlier on in completely different conditions and try and get a good result under his belt to kickstart his campaign.
Yeah.
This is the number 69, Chris, of Fernando Bujosa. He did really well to get onto the podium in race 1. Of course, really pleased with his debut podium in Junior GP paddock. You can see there a couple of DNFs in Misano, but to bounce back with a podium was the perfect way for Fernandez to get points on the board in 2024.
Yeah, well said. Went through the long lap penalty loop in race 1 as well, but didn't let that affect him. He, in the end, came home comfortably enough in P3, having battled the likes of Alex Longarella, Carmentines, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other riders were in there before crashes put paid to their plans. Speaking of crashes, Christian Daniel Jr. is just having an awful run of form. As you can see there, he failed to pick up points in either Misano race, the first of the Estoril races, and that is because he crashed out on the first lap here in race 1. He also crashed out on the first lap in race 2 of Misano. He'll be hoping to at least see the checkered flag, and ideally a bonus at this stage would be to pick up some points along the way.
Yeah, Christian Daniel just asking a little bit too much of the rear tyre in the open exchanges through the slowest part of the track, really, up at turn 9 as you flick it right into turn 10, when you're just asking a little bit of gas to power it up the hill, and then you flick it right. Unfortunately fell, but good to see he's okay, and he's going to be aiming to bounce back in race 2. Marco Morelli, the spearhead of row 3, P2, P1, P2. Does it get too much better than that for Marco Morelli? I'm reliably informed by our colleague Matt Dunn that his nickname is Beera Morelli.
Is that why you've been texting on the side there? Matt Dunn coming in on with the good information. Matt, if you're listening, thank you very much.
Yeah, Matt working closely with the riders in Red Bull Rookies Cup. Of course, Morelli picking up his debut win in the Red Bull Rookies over in Jerez. So Morelli enjoying a fruitful start to his 24 campaign, both in European Talent Cup and in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. So Morelli will be hoping he can repeat what he could do in race 1 and potentially go one better to get another win on the board. But plenty of work to do ahead of that. Pugliese, P8, not the result he would have been wanting, Chris. Of course, winner of the opening race of the season in Misano, and then crashed out of the podium fight in Misano, and then picked up a P10, points on the board at least, but not what he would have been hoping for in race 1.
Not ideal at all, but it is a blockbuster third row with Marco Morelli and Giulio Pugliese there, joined by Jesus Torres as well, number 22. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. Keep an eye on the start. Marco Morelli pushed off the line brilliantly in race 1 to get himself straight into the podium places. Now that the conditions are drier, I expect Pugliese to go with him, and that for them to drive from deep on the grid. Jesus Torres, 25 points so far in the championship, still awaiting first podium of the campaign. Narrowly lost out to P5 in race 1 to Luca Agostinelli, but his best result of the season so far. So steady progress from Torres, which is all you can ask for as you develop here in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, it's all about getting points on the board really in the tricking editions, especially for the riders who have got a little bit less experience. Of course, Jesus Torres finished 8th in last year's championship with 70 points, a best of P4 in Barcelona, so he'll be hunting a debut podium in the European Talent Cup with the number 22, so keep your eyes on him. And we mentioned him, didn't we? Tinez. You can see there, P9 and P5 in Misano. Last time out, you can just hear through the camera that the wind has certainly picked up. Hopefully it's pushing them down the front straight and not causing too much issues like a side wind or anything like that, but the wind has certainly picked up. The weather might have improved in terms of rain, but conditions still aren't ideal out there for the runners and riders. So here's your grid then. Cano, Perone and Pantialikis on your front row. Fernandez, Bujosa and Daniel Junior on tow, with Morelli, Pugliese and Torres rounding out your top 9 riders ahead of race 2. Martinez, Da Costa and Longarella are on row 4. Row 5 is Callier, Zani and Bertola. Row 6 is Tamburini, Frozen and Agostinelli in P18. Row 7 is Perez, Alcina and Tessini. Row 8 is Almeida, the Portuguese rider. Olivares in P23 and Nicholas in 24. Ikegami, Boxberger and Gonzalez are on row 9. And row 10 is Mignot, Sessler and San Juan, completing your 30 riders here in the European Talent Cup. All eyes on the pole sitter and race 1 winner. As we mentioned, it is going to be a completely different race, but he's had good pace, Cano, all weekend in the dry and in the wet. So he is going to be the one that everyone's radars are focused on and going to be trying to beat. Conditions compared to an hour ago are vastly improved. There were still wet patches down on the run into turn 1, but they have dispersed, so it's pretty much a full dry track. They're going to have to be careful on the curbs still. They're going to still be pretty damp, and some section of the circuit is still going to be damp offline. But the riders will know that by now. They've done a couple of sighting laps. They're going to do it on the warm-up lap, and then we're going to go racing again. So Chris, I'm looking forward to this one. Dry conditions, not what I expected to be seeing today.
Yeah, a welcome surprise, shall we say, given the absolutely miserable conditions we've endured. Well, I say we've been sitting inside in a nice warm media centre drinking our coffees. Given the absolutely miserable conditions that the riders have endured, I'm sure they will be delighted to actually have some dry tarmac in front of them. And as we mentioned, it has been all weekend, the rainy weather, so it's a bit of a mixed grid. The likes of Pugliese, Morelli starting from 3rd row. Then there's David Gonzalez, who's at the back of the grid. He picked up a couple of podiums last time out as well, and I think is still 2nd in the championship. Indeed, I'm wrong. It's David Gonzalez, 3rd in the championship. Carlos Cano, of course, moving into 2nd place, with Morelli 20 points clear at the top. Giulio Pugliese 34 points behind. He'll be aiming to pick up, at least close the gap on Gonzalez, if not surpass him, while Cano and Morelli will be looking to extend their advantage. Cano launching from the front row from P1, the number 71. What a talent he really looks a part of that 72 Artbox team. Looks a serious talent, judging by the performances of Mazzano and his brilliant West Weather masterclass earlier this morning.
Yeah, Cano, a rookie, remember. He's not got any experience in this class before this season, so yeah, really shining in his opening few races is Carlos Cano. Can he continue that streak today, here this afternoon? The riders pulling up to their grid slots for a dry race. Cano there on pole position. He'll be hoping he can get the whole shot and get into his rhythm nice and early. But he's, of course, not going to have it all his own way. The riders will be very confident pulling up to their starting slots. They've had dry weather for most of the weekend. It was only qualifying that it was wet. Here we go then. Almost time for race 2. The lights will come on in the top of your screen and then it will be go time. And it looks like a decent enough start from Cano on the front row of the grid from pole position, but on the number 73, Valentin Perón. A great start from Perón, but it's going to be the number 7 of Beñat Fernandez, is it? A couple of runners there in the background, not getting a good start, potentially stalling it or missing the gear on the line, but we're going to focus on the front, and it is the number 70 of Perón who gets the whole shot from Fernandez. A good start from the duo.
Elbows out and lights out as Beñat Fernandez charges from the second row and absolutely busts his way towards the lead, but that has now been ceded to Perone, who's got a much better start as Fernandez keeps it tight enough. Looked like he might have overran it there, braked a little too late coming through turn 4. But as things stand, it's Valentin Perone, he leads ahead of Beñat Fernandez. Carlos Cano, your pole sitter, still very much in contention. It's only the first half a lap as he switches towards the inside line, and yeah, he relegates Fernandez. Will he make it stick? Will Fernandez have it in the fight back? Coming through turn 6, it's Cano. I think it's just about to hold on. And now he can get the hooks into Perone out front. Just behind them then, it is your race 1 podium finisher, Bujosa, followed by Giulio Pugliese with a bit more of a gap, about a second's gap then back to Morelli, who is leading the second group of riders in P6.
Lunges coming at turn 9 on the opening lap. It's getting a little bit close for comfort there. Really technical part of the circuit, the slowest part of the circuit. And that was the number 69. Your race 1 podium finisher, Fernando Bujosa, battling his way up into the top 3. A good start from Pugliese from the middle of the third row, sorry. He's got Morelli right behind him, who started just ahead of him on the grid. Morelli not getting the start he potentially would have wanted. Not a terrible start by any means from the third row. Morelli just picking his way past Pugliese now on the 31 and the 97 machine, but it's getting close at the front, isn't it? Who's going to lead across the line? It is Beñat Fernandez on the number 7, but how long is he going to hold the lead for? My prediction is not for long, because the number 69 is coming through. Your podium finisher from race 1, Bujosa, takes the lead for the first time, but I don't think he's going to hold it for long. No, he's not.
Yeah, 2 abreast coming through the opening couple of corners here, and it is Fernandez again charging from the second row. He's doing brilliantly to hold on to the lead here, but he's got a whole freight train of riders ready to strike just behind him. Bujosa leading them, but then it's Valentin Perone. Carlos Cano, your pole sitter, sitting comfortable in 4th, hasn't tried anything yet. Maybe he's just waiting for the race to settle down just a little bit before he can show off his impressive race pace. But then you also have Jesus Torres, Pugliese, Christian Daniel Jr. He survived the first lap this time around. And Morelli then just a little bit behind. But yeah, all of these riders were still a little bit helter-skelter coming across the opening 2 laps here. We'll see how things end. The little wave from the 73 of Perón just all says, fall in behind me, boys, let me lead. Well, I don't think, just call it a hunch, I don't think they're going to follow that message.
No, we see that very often in the lower classes. I admire the expectations.
Look at this dive up the inside. Ooh.
Yeah, who's that? It's the 22 of Jesus Torres then diving up the inside at turn 9. We're going to see that very often. It's a popular passing manoeuvre here in Estoril, but there's plenty of them. But it didn't work out that time around, and just lost a little bit of a margin to the top 3. But expect that to close down very soon indeed. So another lap completed then. After this, it will be 8 laps to go. Shorter race distance, remember. And it's the number 73 of Peroni leading over the line. It's a long run to the line, a drag race to the line, maybe a snippet of what we're going to see later on in a few laps' time come the end of the race. But Peroni was able to lead out of the corner and lead over the line as Cano now, the number 71, moves up into second place.
Yeah, this lead group is 9 riders strong. It's Zani, Daniel Jr. at the back of it, Morelli also in there. All these 9 riders now will have at least podium ambitions. But Peroni, Cano, Bujosa are the ones out front. Jesus Torres is getting very much involved here today. After losing out to P5, finishing P6 in the opening race, he lost out to P5 to accidentally laid on. He is making some early moves here, and he has pushed himself all the way up into 3rd position. Great stuff from the young Spaniard.
Peroni still leading the way then, but he's got a gaggle of riders behind him, and the first of those is Cano. Pulls out of the slipstream down into turn 6, late on the anchors, sweeps his way through into the lead for the first time in this race. Cano on the number 71, race 1 winner. Can he pull away at the front? Not sure he's going to have it all his own way, of course, and biting straight back is Peroni up the inside, down at turn 7, at the bottom of the hill, the lowest part of the circuit, and then they'll climb the way back up through turn 8. You can set the move into turn 9 through the right-hander. They're going 3-4 abreast into there. Who's that up going up the inside?
Bujosa.
It's the 69 of Bujosa who goes into the race lead.
Brilliant stuff from the Estrella Galicia boys early on here. They now lead a 1-2 here. It's Bujosa over Torres. Absolutely elbows out racing. You love to see it. You get the dry track, and this is the racing you can have. 9 riders battling for the victory, but all this chopping and changing at the front is bringing the rider who's riding just a little bit solemnly and on his own, number 11, David Gonzalez, into a fair. What a result this would be for David Gonzalez, coming from very deep on the grid. I think the 4th last spot. Look at that up the inside. This is blockbuster racing. ETC at its very best.
Yeah, belting stuff here in race 2 for the European Talent Cup. Bujosa led out of the final corner but was 5th over the line. So that's a lesson learned potentially for Bujosa. If you're on the final lap and don't get a good enough drive out of the final corner, you could potentially get drafted. The number 70, Kazma Daniel, has a double long lap penalty for a jump start. So Kazma Daniel, you can see there in the middle of this pack on the number 70, having a great race so far in the lead group. But unfortunately for the young American, he has a double long lap penalty for a jump start. I'd love to get a replay of it. And just as we say that, here it is. Watch on the left-hand side, row 2, the number 70. Just
long gone.
Just moves, unfortunately. Didn't gain an advantage, but if you move on the starting grid, you are deemed to have gained an advantage, and unfortunately for the number 70, he's got no complaints about that. Neither will the team. Clear as day. So Kazma Daniel then, unfortunately, will have to take a double long lap penalty.
Yeah, I've mentioned a luckless run that Christian Daniel's been having, and, well, I don't think that had anything to do with luck. Just a little bit of lack of discipline. As we now see, it's all changed back at the front. Carlos Cano leading. The number 71 is Bujosa, who is just in behind him. The number indeed is Jesus Torres, just ahead of him. And one of the Estrella Galicias, Bujosa, has managed to drop down. I'm not sure what actually happened to him. You see the number 69 is now behind Christian Daniel Jr., with David Gonzalez having moved himself right in more than the point-scoring positions. He is now in the victory fight from P27 on the grid. Curious to see what happened to Bujosa, because I'm not quite sure, but it is not Torres who is leading the race. It is the number 73 of Valentin Peroni over Carlos Cano and Jesus Torres.
Yeah, for the 2nd lap in a row, the race leader out of the final corner didn't lead over the line. Cano was picked to the post by Torres, who, as you can see there, a little bit of a moment was that for Cano. It was. He's just run slightly wide through turn 4, the Curva VIP. So Cano losing a little bit of ground there. As I said, he was leading out of the final corner. Now he's been pushed down to 3rd place. Morelli battling away in the background. He's picked his way back up to P4. But how long is that going to be for? Because the number 11 of David Gonzalez is around the outside, as Kazma Daniel then takes his first of 2 long lap penalties. Keep it all in between the green lines.
Oof.
Someone getting a little bit carried away there. The number
Alcina, I think, is
yeah.
in between the long lap penalty loop and turn 6. Not sure what happened there. But back out front, Peroni still leads with Carlos Cano and Jesus Torres sitting into 3rd. But Torres is making a move move up the inside, not quite there. And then the number 7, Beñat Fernandez, is just ahead of the hard-charging David Gonzalez. Leonardo Zanni ahead of Bujosa, with Marco Morelli, your championship leader, in 8th, ahead of Giulio Pugliese.
Another lap nearly completed then. Let's see this time around if the race leader comes across the line leading the race. Valentin Perón out of the final corner, gets a decent launch, but the riders are tucked up in the slipstream. Is he going to lead across the line? It's going to be very close indeed. No, Cano just pips him to the post. So if we've learned one thing in this race, then it is if you're going to be leading out of the final corner, you want a good half a second advantage if you're going to cross the line in first place, as David Gonzalez then on a number 11 machine takes the lead for the first time down into turn 1. Slipstream City used to great effect, hard on the anchors and into the race lead for the first time.
Absolutely sensational stuff from the number 11. He is back with a vengeance after brilliant performances in Misano. He blanked here in race 1. P27 on the grid. A truly sensational comeback already from the young Spaniard. We're only at half race distance and he has cut through the pack.
Yeah, sensational from David Gonzalez on the number 11. What can he do now? He's hit the front. If it plays out to what we've already seen, then he's going to have a difficult job on his hands to stick to the race lead. Just keeping an eye on our championship front runners. Marco Morelli there in the background, just mired in the pack a little bit. He crossed the line in P9. He's not made too much progress on this lap, but he's okay there so far. Here's a nice replay, 6 abreast down into turn 1 for the brief moment as David Gonzalez sweeps his way up the inside on the black and fluorescent yellow Honda. Dives down into turn 1. We're going to see plenty of manoeuvres in the final 4 laps down at turn 1 as the riders negotiate once more the Ayrton Senna Parabolica. Is this where the race is going to be won and lost? I wonder. We'll find out in 4 laps time as we come across to complete another lap of this fascinating race in the European Talent Cup. What's the lead across the line? Is he going to hold it for the first time in the race? Yes, he is, David Gonzalez. So he did manage to come out of the final corner and lead across the line. But is he going to be leading for long? My prediction is no, because Peroni on the 73 dives up the inside, gets it stopped, hits the apex, gets it stood up just in time, does he? I don't think quite. Gonzalez is going to fight back into turn 2. Yes, he does the inside line.
Yeah, brilliant fight back from Gonzalez as Jesus Torres has a little look up the inside, but Peroni does too. This time he's going to make it stick, the Argentinian rider. And I don't know where to look here because Jesus Torres is trying one up the inside. Beñat Fernandez, though, gets the better of him as Torres looks like he's just out of the seat momentarily there. But it is Peroni now who leads Gonzalez, with Beñat Fernandez striking for P3. And this is blockbuster stuff. Jesus Torres down in 4th. There it's Marco Morelli ahead of Leonardo Zanni. And your race 1 winner, Carlos Cano, is just mired in mid-pack here. He just cannot get out in front and show his race pace. So Peroni is doing a fantastic job at the moment of leading the majority of this race. David Gonzalez there looking for a way back through. And Beñat Fernandez almost trying one up the inside, hangs it a bit wider coming through there. Doesn't look like there'll be a move coming for the lead here. Well, there Gonzalez is up the inside. Peroni gets that wrong for sure. Coming through, takes a wider line, and now he's in all sorts of trouble. But he has fought back on the exit of the corkscrew to take the lead again. What do I know? He's saying he got it wrong. He judged that to perfection.
I love and hate that camera angle at the same time. It was a great way to see the riders diving up into turn 9, but you can never quite see what they're doing and if the overtake is going to be made or not, but expect more of that to come in the final 3 laps as we cross the line. Peroni is back into the race lead, but for how long? Gonzalez in 2nd place on the number 11 as we cross the line. Gonzalez fastest lap he boasts of the race so far is a 47.9 as they go into turn 1. It all Constantina's up there, and you can see there number 97 Morelli, the championship leader, just starting to pick his way up to the front, and he goes down at turn 2. Contact there for Morelli. I can't quite figure out who it was with down at turn 2, but yeah, he's clearly really annoyed with that. And just as he was picking his way up to P3, Morelli making good progress into the race, into the final 3 laps, he goes down. Let's have another look at this. It's number 26 of Pau Alsina, and Morelli, nothing he could do there, unfortunately, was hung out to dry a bit and down the road he goes. Good to see he's back upon his feet. That's a fast crash down at turn 2 here in Estoril. Drama then, the championship leader is down and out.
Frustration for Morelli, and to add insult to injury, Carlos Cano now leads this race, meaning the Spaniard of the 71 by Cano will take the championship lead should he finish first in this race, take the checkered flag first, I should say. But then it's Jesus Torres in second with David Gonzalez just behind them. Gonzalez having a little look around, see if there's a way through there. But it is Cano now. It's his chance with 3 laps, 2.5 laps to go to shine here in Estoril.
Yeah, Cano then to the front of the race for the second time. And with 2 laps to go, just over 2 laps to go, once they negotiate round turn 13. It all comes down to this then, 2 laps, and this is where it really matters. This is where the riders are going to want to try and get to the front for as much time as possible, get themselves in the best position as possible into the final 2 laps. Across the line then, is he going to hold the lead down into turn 1, the number 71? He's done well to hold it so far. He's got a great run out of that final corner, hasn't he, Cano? He does hold it down into turn 1, so Cano then doing all he can to try take maximum benefit from Morelli's crash. And if he does hold on to the 25 points, he will take the championship lead. 2 and a bit laps to go. Sorry, 1 and a bit laps to go.
Yeah, the number 34 of Ikegami has fired his way into contention here. This group was 12 strong. I didn't see Ikegami, and now he takes the lead from Cano. This is a brilliant ride from the Japanese rider, Ikegami. He is the 34 ahead of Carlos Cano. Is Cano going to get back on the outside? It's 2 abreast coming through here. Cano has his nose in front. Ikegami now the victim there as the 73 of Peroni comes riding through. Cano back down to 3rd position. It's all chopping and changing here, Elliot. I have absolutely no idea which way this is going to end up. After all, we've got the number 11 of David Gonzalez, 27th on the grid, fighting for victory.
Peroni really coming across the front there of Ikegami down into turn 6, but Ikegami has responded really well. He's a podium finisher already this year in the Asia Talent Cup over in Qatar, as another lunge comes from Cano down at turn 9. Not quite this time around. Ikegami then holds on to the race leads. This is exactly where the number 34 wants to be, not necessarily leading into the final lap, because you could get swarmed down into turn 1, but it looked like coming out of turn 12, the S's, he's got a little bit of an advantage. Not so anymore though, as Ikegami. But heading on to the final lap then, here in European Talent Cup Race 2 in Estoril, it is Ikegami on the 34 leading Cano, Peroni on the 73. Use of good slipstream, he's tucked it behind Cano now on the final lap. Here we go, this is where it all counts.
Brilliant stuff here. We've got how many riders abreast? Who will take the lead coming into turn 1? It looks like Carlos Cano has it as David Gonzalo hangs a move outside on the outside for 3rd, but the number 73 of Peroni then slots into 2nd. Gonzalez is 4th behind Ikegami. Ikegami chasing the first ever podium in the ETC class. He's also come from deep on the grid, 25th on the grid, the Japanese rider. Brilliant ride from him. But all action out front. It's Peroni leading Cano. Which one of these riders is going to take the victory on the last lap?
Great move from Peroni down at turn 3, but this is where a lot of passes have happened so far. They flick it right through the fast kink of turn 5 and then down into turn 6. Cano is alongside Peroni on the 71. Is he going to go up the inside? Yes, he is. A clean move sticks then for Cano. Gonzalez is on the inside of Ikegami, but not quite this time around. Cano now leads, half a lap to go.
Yeah, it's anyone's game here. The 71 of Cano is in the lead ahead of Peroni. Ikegami 34 just behind. Gonzalez in contention. Jesus Torres Gonzalez, I've given you the commentator's curse from deep. 27th on the grid. It looked like he was in the victory fight. He is now out of the race. We're coming into the final sector. And it's going to be Cano who takes the lead through the corkscrew with Ikegami 2nd. Is that Torres then who has nabbed 2nd place? It is. It's Torres ahead of Ikegami. And then it is Peroni.
That lunge from Torres then has pretty much handed the race win to Cano if he can round the final corner. The Ayrton Senna Parabolica for the final time. It looks like Cano has got this race done and dusted. Has he got a good enough launch out of the final corner to make it a perfect weekend in Estoril? Yes, he does. It's class from Cano once again, and the fight for 3rd goes right down to the wire. I think Ikegami just got it. No, Peroni stole it off Ikegami right at the end, but the 72 Artbox team celebrate a double victory here in Estoril. What a win from Cano. Timed it to perfection. The lunge from Torres down at turn 9 handed all the advantage that Cano needed, headed into the final sector, and he made it count. A 10th.5 clear was Cano from Torres, who is on the podium, and Peroni just nicks P3 from Ikegami. A fantastic ride from your podium finishes, everyone inside that top gaggle of riders. The top 10 split by 9/10 of a second. That is exactly what we love to see.
Yeah, that is more like the European Talent Cup racing we know and have grown to love. Carlos Cano becomes your championship leader. He goes 2-4-2 in Estoril with two simply sensational performances from the Spaniard. Jesus Torres takes second ahead of Peroni. Ikegami unlucky to miss out, as is this rider. David Gonzalez, another DNF here. He was in victory contention and he slides out in the final sector. Oh, that is a hammer blow to his championship ambitions. Gonzalez crashed out late in race 1, a victim of the really tricky conditions, and now he is out in race 2. No points for Gonzalez in Portugal.
Was just looking like he was slightly offline there, was Gonzalez, a little bit wide into turn 7. As we know, it's been raining and the track is pretty much dry, but it's not going to be at optimal grip level, so Gonzalez, unfortunately, potentially asking too much of the brakes as well, heading into the final few corners, aiming for a podium, but unfortunately for Gonzalez, it's 0 points in race 2 from Estoril. Jesus Torres, though, it's 20 points for the Spaniard on the Team Estoril Galicia Monlau Racing machine. Great ride from Jesus Torres. We mentioned before that his personal best result was a P4. It isn't anymore. 20 points for a P2. And as he storms into pit lane, Jesus Torres is going to be very pleased with that indeed. I'm hoping there was going to be a bit of a top rack Razgatioglu endo coming there with the pace he was coming into pit lane at, but unfortunately not. But congratulations to Jesus Torres, his first podium in the European Talent Cup. There'll be celebrations down there this afternoon. Fizzy pop on the menu for Jesus Torres, the 17-year-old Spaniard. Here we go, a replay then down into turn 1. How many riders is that abreast? 6, 7, 8, 9. Not quite sure. Cano sweeping around the outside. This was just before the number 97 of Morelli crashed. It just got up into P3 Morelli there. You can see them there on the MLAV racing machine, hanging it around the outside. But then unfortunately, a corner later, a couple of seconds later, Morelli, the former championship leader, was down the road. This is Cano's team, 72 Motorsports Artbox, cheering him on, heading on to the final lap. And as I said, Jesus Torres' lunge down at turn 9 was enough to hand Carlos Cano that advantage that he needed. It was only 6 to 7/10 of a second potentially, but that was plenty enough to see him win the race to the line. And it is a perfect weekend for the rookie. Emilio Alzamora there, very pleased, of course, for his new protege. P1 in qualifying in the wet conditions. P1 by nearly 6 seconds in the wet conditions in race 1. And then in the dry conditions, had to work a lot harder for it. A different kind of battle for Cano. But he has claimed 50 points from a possible 50 here in Estoril. A tremendous effort from Carlos Cano, a rookie, remember, the young Spaniard, and Chris will be waiting to speak to him down in Parc Ferme. 10th.5 was his advantage at the end of the race from Torres. Peroni just pipping Ikegami to the podium. Ikegami came out of nowhere, didn't he, in the final couple of laps. Ikegami was going really well on the number 34. He was hoping to add to his podium tally in 2024, but wasn't quite to be here in Estoril. But a good showing from Ikegami. He had a DNF and a P12 in Mazzano, so a P4 for the European Talent Cup rookie. Ikegami is his best result, of course. Congratulations all round in Parc Ferme. And as I say, we'll be hearing from the race winner again very soon. Valentin Perron, a good ride from Perron. He was at the forefront throughout, tried to lead for as much as possible, but just got sucked into the pack a little bit in the closing exchanges, didn't he? And wasn't able to try and get the space he needed. And just lost out on that victory hope in the last lap, in the last couple of laps. But podium is not to be sniffed at for Perron. A couple of P4s over in Misano. Of course, walking away from that would have been really disappointing not to stand on the podium, but he is today in race 2, so that's good stuff from the young Argentine rider. Not his personal best though, he had a P2 over in Valencia at the end of last year. So, as you can see, Carlos Cano is waiting to speak to us, and we can hear from him now.
Thanks very much, Elliot. Carlos, an absolutely superb day for you. 2 wins from 2, the championship leader. How are you feeling?
Yeah, the race was incredible. The feeling bike was amazing, and I am very happy. I thank people who support me, my family, my team, my trainer Paco Marmol, my trainer Neko. I am amazing race.
Vale, y ahora en español, ¿cómo te sientes?
Estoy muy contento de esta carrera. De verdad, este día 2 victorias, me siento increíble. Estoy muy contento, se lo quiero agradecer a ellos sobre todo, al equipo que hemos trabajado mucho este fin de semana. La moto iba muy bien. Se lo quiero agradecer al equipo, a mi familia, a mi entrenador Pacote, a mi entrenador Eneco, que ellos saben lo que hemos trabajado esta pretemporada.
Felicidades. Thank you.
Here's how the race played out then in race 2 in dry conditions. Didn't expect that earlier on today. Cano starting from pole position in race 1 winner. Didn't get the whole shot like he did in race 1. That honour went the way of Valentin Perron on the number 73 machine. It's a fascinating battle right from the off, played out all the way to the checkered flag. A huge group of riders at the front. Number 7, Beñat Fernandez doing well in the open exchanges to get himself inside the top 3 and battling away. Marco Morelli there, getting a decent start in the second row, bumping and barging right from the off, and that was down at turn 9 and 10. Plenty of manoeuvres were coming down at that section of the track, tight and twisty, chicane. And we saw this very often, didn't we? Down into turn 1, Slipstream City, changing lap by lap was the race lead. But pretty much at the forefront for the most of it, inside where he wanted to be anyway, was Carlos Cano. We saw Christian Daniel Jr. up in the top group as well. Unfortunately, he jumped the start, so had to take a long lap penalty. So Christian Daniel, unfortunately, wasn't part of this front group. And this was drama then for Marco Morelli into the closing exchanges. Just picked his way up to P3 at the former championship leader, but contact saw him crash out at turn 2. He was up and okay on his feet, but not the result he would have wanted. This is heading on to the final lap. Cano led the way. Perroni up at turn 3 made a move stick, but then Cano bit straight back a couple of corners later down into turn 6 and led the way. Perroni threatening up the inside, and then Gonzalez just slightly wide, slightly offline, and down he went, and this was the run to the line. Cano winning it by 1/10.5 from Torres. Perroni, you could see there, using the slipstream to great effect. Just pipped Ikegami to the final podium spot in P3. And as we catch our breaths, that is how it played out. What a race we've just seen in the European Talent Cup. As we get set for the 4th podium of the day. The 4th podium of the day, and the 2nd podium for Carlos Cano. Valentin Perron, as we say, a great ride. His first podium of the season. A couple of P4s in Portimao, backed up with a P3 here in Misano, in Estoril, sorry. Jesus Torres, his debut podium in European Talent Cup. And Carlos Cano quickly adding plenty of trophies to his collection. 2 race winners' trophies. The team also collecting a nice stash of trophies at the start of this season. Congratulations to Valentin Perón of Frando Racing VHC team, the Argentine 16-year-old. Jesus Torres, part of the team Estrella Galicia 00 team, the 17-year-old Spaniard lost the second place trophy. But Carlos Cano, another exciting prospect from Murcia in Spain, the 14-year-old collects another winner's medal, another winner's trophy as we get set for the Spanish national anthem.
É tempo agora de celebrar.
Congratulations then to Carlos Cano, Jesus Torres and Valentin Perón, and of course the Motorsports Art Box team led by Emilio Alzamora. Pose for the trophies on the podium. That is weekend done and dusted for the European Talent Cup here in Estoril. They'll spray the fizzy water, of course not old enough for the proper stuff just yet, but in a few years' time that'll come. As attentions will fairly quickly turn to round 3. Barcelona, the circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya, coming up in a couple of weeks' time. 19th of May is race day over at another fantastic venue for motorcycle racing. As we get confirmation of your final results from race 2, Carlos Cano, the race winner by 10.5 from Jesus Torres, Valentin Perón, a couple of tenths off the win in P2. Sairu Ikegami so close to a podium in European Talent Cup. Pau Alsina P5. Pugliese responding well with a P6. Bujosa, the race 1, podium finishing in 7th. Liano Zane, Beñat Fernandez, Gonzalo Perez, all finishing within a second of the podium, but unfortunately for the likes of Gonzalo Perez, finishing within a second means you peak 10. Benjamin Calle, Pablo Olivares, Marianos Nicolas, Luca Agostinelli and Christian Daniel Jr. round out your point scorers. Christian Daniel Jr. had a couple of long laps to contend with, but great ride from the young American to get into the points at least. He'll be hoping for much more, of course, in Barcelona, but unfortunate to have a couple of long lap penalties to deal with for Christian Daniel Jr. on the AGR team bike, the 15-year-old. And there we can see David Gonzalez, Marco Morelli crashing out of contention. Two of the leading contenders in European Talent Cup. Pantelikis unfortunately crashed out after starting on the front row, the young Greek rider, but a good weekend nonetheless for the young Greek start after claiming the personal best result in race 1 and a front row. Confidence taken. This is your championship standings then, heading to Barcelona. A new leader, Carlos Cano, by 5 points over Marco Morelli after Morelli suffered a DNF in race 2. Perón, after a good start to the season, 24 points adrift. Jesus Torres, after a podium, is 25 and up into P4. Pugliese, after winning race 1 of the season in Misano, he's in P5. And this is a little bit further down. Pau Alsina in P10. Ikegami in P11 after a good result here in race 2. Tinez, haven't seen much of him unfortunately this weekend. He was a bit of a star of the show in Misano with Perez, Tassini and Calle running out your top 15. A little bit lower down in the order, Beñat Fernandez, Marianos Nicolas and Pantelikis complete your top 20. Heading to Barcelona, David da Costa, Tamburini, Rocco Sessler, San Juan and Edu Gutierrez also have some points on the board heading to round 3 with Christian Daniel Jr. That 1 point being picked up today in race 2 is all he has to show for after a promising start to the season, but hopefully better fortunes lie ahead for the young American Christian Daniel Jr. over in Barcelona. 2 races remaining then here in Estoril. 4 down, 2 to go. And you can see there in the blazing sunshine, not what we expected to see today. Completely contrasting conditions to what we saw in race 1, the start of the day. Misty, rainy, foggy, a drenched Circuito de Estoril. As we get replays of the start, Cano, Beñat Fernandez, I didn't spot that. Just a little bit of contact there as they launched off the line. Nothing too much to deter them though. There's Morelli and Pugliese on the inside getting good starts from row 3, the number 97 and the number 31. But it was Valentin Perron, the eventual P3 finisher, who got the whole shot. Great slow-mo shots of the riders negotiating the tricky turn 1, hard on the anchors, the hard in-braking zone on the course, to one of the slowest corners on the course as well, as the riders pile into turn 2, plunging down the hill. It's a lot more undulating than it looks on camera, is the Circuito de Estoril. A great racetrack. Fantastic that the Junior GP paddock still comes here. That was the number 69 of Bujosa. Race 1 P3 finisher, of course. Taking a turn at leading. Plenty of riders did take a turn at leading as they piled down the front straight. The leads at turn 1 was changing lap by lap, really, wasn't it? We saw in the opening half of the race that whoever led out of the final corner wasn't leading across the line. Cano on the outsides. There's Casma. Not Casma, I kept saying that during the race. That's a throwback, isn't it? Christian Daniel Jr., I'll get it right eventually, on the number 70 machine before his double long lap penalty. Riders just being a little bit cautious, try not to run on too much of the curb. Still wet out there, so you've got to be careful. And then the number 11 appeared, David Gonzalez. After a disappointing qualifying, he made his way expertly through the group. And this was when he led for the first time on the number 11. The number 95 of Leonardo Zanni there on the MR Racing for Network bike, the Mir Racing for Network, up into second place. Five abreast going down into turn 1. It was a fantastic race, wasn't it? We see this so often, don't we, in the European Talent Cup. We had runaway groups in Misano, likes of Morelli, Pugliese, really stressing their stuff over in Misano. We didn't get the group that we like at the front battling away, but we were treated to a spectacle in race 2. We're seeing these shots. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, ahead of the second Moto2 race and the stock race coming up after that. Look at this down into turn 1 in the closing exchanges. 8 abreast in there at turn 1, maybe more. Everyone fights in position. And as I said during the highlights, this is just before Marco Morelli crashed out after a near perfect start to the season. A couple of second places and a P1, of course. Morelli crashed out for the first time. He'll be aiming to bounce back in Barcelona, as I'm sure he will be doing. And this was the run to the line on the final lap, I think. Hard to tell. You can see there, Kagami just missing out on a podium. It was the final lap, of course. Cano winning from Jesus Torres. Perron on the 7-3, just claiming P3 ahead of Ikegami, who was frustrated, of course, to miss out on a podium, was the Asia Talent Cup podium finisher. But it was all about one rider this weekend, Carlos Cano, and the 72 Motorsports Art Box team. They'll be walking away from Estoril very happy indeed. It does not get better than a P1 in qualifying, a P1 in race 1, and a P1 in race 2. 6 minutes-ish before we're back underway for Moto2. So we're going to take a short break. Remember to stay hydrated. I've told you, have a cup of tea twice now. Maybe get something different to change it up a little bit. We'll have a swig of water, maybe a can of Coke in the commentary box, so the refreshments are available, of course, and we will be back with you in around about 5 minutes. So stick around. Moto 2 Race 2 coming up next before the stock race closes out the action here in Estoril. See you shortly.
We are at Circuito do Estoril on the outskirts of Lisbon for the second round of the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Having been treated to an excellent opening race earlier today, Moto2 are back out on track for their second race of the weekend and third of the championship. 17 laps, well, initially meant to be 17 laps, now 2/3 race distance across the 4.1 kilometer stretch of tarmac await us in a field packed with quality. Alberto Sura took victory in the opening round of the campaign, with Mattia Casadei winning in the earlier race, leaving us very tight at the top of the championship. Who will leave Estoril in round 2 as the rider to catch? It's time to find out. And as you can see, if you're joining us from the morning sessions, that things have cleared up significantly here at Circuito do Estoril. The rain has gone, it has abated, dissipated if you will, and now we have dry conditions. But this is how things went in race 1. Mattia Casadei launched from pole position, but it was Taiga Hara who took the whole shot going into turn 1. The Japanese rider did his best to fend off the challenges of Casadei in wet conditions, but eventually the 2023 Moto E World Champion managed to get his nose in front. Diving up the inside here of the Japanese rider. Behind them then it was Montero and Eric Fernandez battling for the provisional podium positions. Fernandez we see here diving up the inside to take P3. Well, then coming down the front straight, Taiga Hara was powerless to resist Casadei as he stole the initiative from the Japanese rider. Casadei opened up a gap as we began to lose riders to the conditions, Montero among them. Another big high side here for home favourite Ivo Lopez. Then Taiga Hara and Jorge Navarro battled for podium positions. Jorge Navarro, returning rider to the Moto2 class, well known in the Moto2 World Championship. He took P3 from Taiga Hara, but was soon in P2 as Eric Fernandez crashed out, meaning Mattia Casadei just had to keep it steady and tidy to take his first win in the Moto2 European Championship. Jorge Navarro crossed the line in second place, with Taiga Hara holding on to third position. Celebrations all round then from Casadei as he jumped into the championship lead, but tied on points with the race winner from Misano, Alberto Sura, who charged from deeper in the pack to take a top 6 finish. Indeed, it was P4 getting the better of Roberto Garcia to take 4th position. So it doesn't quite look it there, but the cloudy skies, they were worse earlier today. As you can see, just spots of sunshine pushing through the clouds. 21 degrees now, much hotter than it was earlier this morning when, as you saw in the highlights there, a very wet track greeted Moto2 riders earlier today. Now conditions are far better. The last race we saw a dry race. Moto2 is the second race of the day and it will happen on dry track, and I am joined in the commentary booth here on the outskirts of Lisbon at Circuito do Estoril by Elliot York. Elliot, we had a thrilling opening race of the day. Mattia Casadei assuming control, well, not quite outright control, but jumping to the top of the leaderboard in the championship, the number 67 there. He is tied on points with the number 67 of Alberto Sura. Elliot, drier conditions now, a little bit of a mix and match grid, shall we say. It's certainly an intriguing proposition that awaits us.
Certainly is. We're going to get a different sort of race, aren't we, to what we saw in race 1 a couple of hours ago. Conditions, as you rightly say, Chris, have changed drastically. Pretty much a completely dry track now. I don't want to say completely dry, but 90% of it, from our view anyway, is dry. They've got to be a little bit cautious offline. We saw a couple of riders in the ETC race that's just gone by falling victim of conditions still potentially running off line, holding too much brake into the corner, and down they went. So the riders will have watched that race, of course, and will have seen potentially where the tricky bits remain, and of course they've just gone on a couple of sighting laps as well to get a feel for the conditions. So yeah, different race coming up, But Mattia Casadei, starting from pole position, again, we'll be hoping it's not a different race in terms of results, Chris, because he was absolutely phenomenal earlier on today, operating on a completely different planet to everyone else, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, he was in a world of his own, a country acre of space as he crossed the line in first place in race 1 in the wet conditions. But as we said, I think it's going to be a very different proposition for him here in race 2. He did have the outright pace. I think he was 1.7 seconds clear in a wet qualifying session on Saturday. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in the dry. Taiga Hada then, he took home 2nd position, a first podium since 2021 in the class, as he returned to the category this year, P9 in Misano, P3 earlier on today. However, having finished on the podium, he had a little bit of a lady luck on his side, I think, as it seemed he might have been struggling for podium pace, but then an Ivo Lopez crash ended up disrupting some of the riders behind him, including Jorge Navarro, and he went wide, but managed to end up catching Taiga Hada, while Eric Fernandez then crashed out himself. Edu Montero, another crasher from race 1. He'll be hoping for better fortunes this time round. He did remount actually and come in P17.
Yeah, debut row for Edu Montero this weekend, so he'll be hoping that he'll be seeing the checkered flag in this race. Just crashed out at turn 9 in the early exchanges of race 1. Tricky conditions, of course, so he'll be hoping for better fortunes this time around. Will Edu Montero on the 21 machine, and if Montero is not so much of a familiar face to you guys watching along at home, then I'm sure Jorge Navarro is. The vastly experienced Jorge Navarro, the Spaniards, running the number 11 on the forward EEST racing machine this weekend in his first Moto2 European Championship starts. 106 starts in Moto2 World Championship as Jorge Navarro, so a very experienced rider indeed, and used experience to great effect in race 1 to climb up to P2. A good race from Jorge Navarro, just was what we were expecting him to challenge for the podium and the pointy end of the points, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he certainly knows where the podium is. 10 World Championship podiums in the intermediate class, I believe, and his first race here in the Moto2 European Championship, he stuck himself onto the box. Missed out in the opening round due to the World Supersports, where he also competes. Where in Misano, that rider that was just on our screen, Alberto Ferrandez, he was on the podium. P3 for him.
Yeah, personal best back in Misano. 4 starts in this class for Alberto Ferrandez. Has been in this paddock for a while now. Spent 4 years in the European Talent Cup. Was 3rd in that championship, behind the likes of David Alonso and Zonta van den Voorberg, and ahead of Ortola and Keras. So Ferrandez, a name to watch for sure on the number 54, taking a slightly different route up into Moto2 at the age of 16. And he'll be hoping to have a good season this year and catch the eye of the Grand Prix paddock in a couple of years' time when he's old enough to make the step up. But Alberto Ferrandez, great for him to be on the podium last time out in Misano, and he picked up a P7 in race 1 in tricky conditions. So yeah, Ferrandez one to watch, especially in the dry conditions where he's going to be a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, Eric Fernandez just popped up onto our screens a few moments ago. Started P6, finished P8 in race 1, but that doesn't tell half the story. He was riding in P2 before he crashed and blundered a pretty comfortable podium, I would say. But he did remount and managed to get himself back into the points. Double P8 finishes for the Moto2 rookie. He jumped up from the stock championship, having come runner-up to Danny Munoz there in 2023. It's been a pretty impressive start to his campaign in the Moto2 European Championship. Just a few moments away then from the race start. Mattia Casadei reporting there, launching the pole. Here we have Lorenzo Felon, also another rookie in this class. Moto3 World Championship fans will be familiar with Felon. He participated, was it over the last 2 or 3 seasons, CIP, Green Power, among the teams he rode for our 6 Vuelta course as well, I think. So he'll be well known to the Moto3 fans. But now it's a new journey for him, getting used to Moto2 machinery here in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, it's good to see riders like Felon, who maybe have certain doors closed at this stage of their career in the Grand Prix paddock. The other doors opened and new routes to potentially further your career and get into the Moto2 and MotoGP World Championship. So good to see Lorenzo Fallon doing well, going well here in Estoril. He finished just outside the top 10, did Fallon, over in Misano. Picked up P14 earlier on in the wet conditions, so he'll be hoping he can climb into the top 10 for the first time in race 2. As we just saw Ivo Lopez there, Chris. He was in the podium fight early doors, wasn't he, the Portuguese rider? Is a race winner here, of course. Back in 2018, he won here in Estoril on home turf, but he crashed out at turn 4 in the early parts of the race when just trying to overtake Tiger Harder. So better fortunes lie ahead potentially for Ivo Lopez in front of his home crowd.
Yeah, Kaito Toba then, another mover from the Moto3 Championship, P13 earlier in the race. So it'll be interesting to see what Toba can do as he spends a full campaign aboard Moto2 machinery. Ivo Lopez then, and we saw a few Portuguese fans in around brandishing the Portuguese flag. He'll be out to hopefully give them something better than just a checkered flag finish. Unai Oradre then, an experienced rider in this class, a rookie here at the last season, number 10. As we see top 6 in Misano, P10 in Estoril. He'll be looking to collect some more points as his championship charge. You maybe would have associated him for a top 4, top 5, given his form from last season. For 2024 championship finish, you'd expect him to be among the top 5 contenders, and he did challenge in a couple of races last year for podiums for the victory. You'd expect him to be at the business end of things in the majority of races in 2024. As we zoom in on Mattia Casadei, so your grid for race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship here at Estoril sees Mattia Casadei, Tiger Hada and Edu Montero launch from the front row. Then it's Navarro, Fernandez, Rato Fallon and Ivo Lopez on row 2 and 3. Kaito Toba then launches from the head of row 4 with Unai Oradre and Monjardo. Jacopo Huschuk is on row 5 with Gimbert and Roberto Garcia. Alberto Sura has to charge from row 6 if he wants to maintain his championship lead. He's got Harrison Voigt and Shannon Inta for company. Then it is your stock 2023 stock champion Munoz with Volpi, Aubry and Di Vittori propping up the grid on row 8. So time for the warm-up lap here. Crucial warm-up lap, you must say, because as we said, they already had one race in the wet conditions. This will be their first here in dry conditions in Estoril. Their qualifying was in the wet too. Friday practice was a little bit drier, so they haven't had a lot of dry track time.
Yeah, intrigued to see how this one plays out. Obviously, Casadei was a dominant winner in race 1, but I don't think he's going to have it all his own way in terms of the margin, at least. If he does, then absolutely fair play to Casadei. But a lot more riders will be more confident in the dry conditions. They'll have had previous experience here in Estoril in the dry, potentially not in the wet, especially on their current machines. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. 19 degrees air temperature. You can see the clouds just rolling in. Potentially further threat of rain. Let's hope that stays away, though. But yeah, it's a dry race in the Moto2 European Championship. Not something I expected to be saying, Chris, earlier on, so good to see. And it's going to be interesting to see what can Alberto Sura do in this race. Produced a great comeback ride as well as Roberto Garcia did in race 1 in the wet conditions, but it's going to be a little bit tougher to come through the pack on a dry track, you'd have to think.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a rider of quality, one who challenged at the front quite a bit in 2023. Not ideal conditions yesterday in his qualifying, crashing all there, hence why he's a little further down the grid than we've become accustomed to seeing as we come around the corkscrew and into the SS section, and they will shortly roll up onto the grid. Just a reminder, 17 laps was scheduled, but due to the track conditions and conditions of the day, all races today will be 2/3 race distance. So a shortened race, almost a sprint of sorts for the Moto2 European Championship. Mattia Casadei was in a world of his own earlier today, and he's looking to go back-to-back. Estoril and Moto2 European Championship have become a home of back-to-back winners. We've got Cassidy chasing what? Senna Aegis, Lucas Tulovic, Jari Montella, Dunn, and of course Fermin Aldeguer in previous years. We can go all the way back to 2019 for the last time. There was no back-to-back winner in Estoril. So will that change coming in to race 2 here today? Just moments away from lights out then. The green flag is waved, the red flag is waved at the back of the grid. The lights are on, and Taiga Hada once again gets a cracking start from P2. Brilliant from the Japanese rider. That helped launch his podium charge in race 1. Cassidy slots into second. It's almost a carbon copy of what happened in race 1 as Eric Fernandez from the second row moves into P3. Jorge Navarro, though, has got a better start this time round. The number 11 is in 4th, just ahead of Fernandez.
Alberto Sura wasn't getting the start he would have wanted, was on the outside heading into turn 1. You could just see him there on the red helmet and the yellow bike. Not the start he would have wanted. He's made up 1 place, but he wanted more.
Yeah, so it's Hada who is leading here, Cassidy out front. Will Cassidy, I don't think Cassidy will want to leave Hada out there for so long. The cushion will not be as much as it was before. I'm not sure where Eric Fernandez has gone. He's after dropping a couple of places. Not sure what happened to him because Jorge Navarro is now into 3rd place and has got the hooks into the top 2 pretty quickly. Alberto Fernandez then just chasing, hanging into the slipstream and hanging onto the tail of Jorge Navarro. So everyone is bunching up behind Taiga Hada. We saw this in race 1 already. Hada had a brilliant launch from the line. He just did not have that pace to hold off the challenges of race winner Cassidy, of the pole sitter, of the likes of Jorge Navarro or Eric Fernandez when the questions came calling, and that is a great move up the inside. Is that Roberto Garcia all the way from the 5th row? I missed his start, but that is brilliant. He's already up onto the podium places.
Yeah, I was going to say Roberto Garcia, if Alberto Sura didn't get the start he would have wanted, Garcia absolutely did. From the 5th row all the way up into P3 on the opening lap. A lunge up the inside of Jorge Navarro, aggressive but clean from Roberto Garcia on the number 31. What an opening lap, but it's going to be Cassidy leading over the line, heading on to lap 2.
Yeah, and the streaming across the commentary box, the sound of Moto2 engine, perhaps the best sound in the sport, but it is Cassidy who leads into turn 1. Taiga Hada now has a new problem to contend with. It's the hard-charging Roberto Garcia. He is very much a championship contender. Perhaps we weren't talking about him as much as we should have at the beginning. Well, he's now making sure we'll talk about him again in the future as he block passes up the inside of Taiga Hada and takes 2nd place. Alberto Fernandez then, will he make a move on Hada anytime soon? He's very close to him with Jorge Navarro just behind him. Fernandez earlier on disposing of Navarro for 4th place. Garcia has got some serious pace here, Elliot. It looks like he's going to be flying by Cassidy at next given opportunity, unless Taiga Hada, oh wow, that has come from nowhere. He's dived up the inside to take it off. Will he make it stick? Hada, no! He is out of the seat. Garcia Hada is in the lead. Cassidy went wide. It is all happening here in Moto2.
That's a warning shot and a half for Garcia. Just got on the curb on the inside. We did mention that it's still pretty damp on the curbs. It wouldn't have dried as much as it has on the asphalt. So Garcia there just acting a little bit too much of the rear wheel on the gas coming on to the exit from turn 6. Nearly height size out of contention. Just in the background you can see Alberto Sura is lurking. He's up into I think P7 as things stand up here. We'll get him across the line, but that was nearly disaster for Garcia, who'd made such a good start, but nearly ended up in the gravel. But he stayed on board, but that's a little bit of a warning shot, clearly pushing a lot in these opening exchanges.
That was an almost brilliant overtake from Alberto Fernandez, but it is Hada who is leading, but not for long. Mattia Cassidy, rinse and repeat. He goes down the front straight in 2nd, but exits turn 1 in 1st place, and Fernandez now is up into 2nd place. Hada is taken by 2 riders down the front straight, having led. Garcia, he had dropped behind a couple of riders, but he has fought his way back up into the top 4 with Jorge Navarro just behind them. So it's all very bunched up. Then it's Eric Fernandez, Danny Munoz as well. Fernandez and Munoz, stock rivals from 2023. They're going to renew their rivalries across the next few laps. Alberto Sura, Monjardo and Kaito Toba make up your top 10, and they are all bunched together. This could go any way. It's still very early days, but it is your race 1 winner, your pole sitter, your Moto E 2023 World Champion, Mattia Cassidy, who is leading.
Yeah, the fighting at the front is exactly what Alberto Sura would have wanted. Had a lot of work to do, didn't get the start he would have wanted, didn't do Roberto Garcia and climb his way up to the podium places on the opening lap, but the number 67 machine there is in this lead group. They're all bunched together, battling away in this lead group, holding each other up, and Alberto Sura up into P8 as things stand is pretty much with them all now. So the hard work is more or less done for Sura. Now he's got to slowly pick his way through the group and up into the podium places. But yeah, a good opening couple of laps for Sura after a disappointing getaway.
Yeah, it's interesting now because the top three for the first time in the first few laps does not include Taiga Hada. We mentioned it before the race, would he have the pace to go with the fastest guys? And I think the answer is no. He's already been dropped by the top three, a few bike lengths, 7, 8 bike lengths between them. So that will do Alberto Sura no favors, as Taiga Hada was holding up the top riders. Garcia now makes a move for second place ahead of Ferrandis, but Ferrandis has got the inside line coming into turn one. Will he be able to block him out? He's just too far behind, and that's very good from Garcia, who posts the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:41.70.
Yeah, just a tenth of a second quicker Garcia was on that last lap compared to race leader Casadei and Ferrandis. Alberto Sura was into the 1:40. He was 3/10 slower than the guys up at the front, but as we focus in on the number 67, Alberto Sura, he's up into 5th place as things stand now. So Sura slowly but surely picking his way through the group. He's got Taiga Hada up ahead of him up next, and there's a little bit of a gap that we've seen that's happened between Ferrandis and Taiga Hada, but Sura is pretty much where he would have wanted to be at this stage of the race as Garcia backs it in down into turn 6 and hangs it around the inside. Looks across to Casadei, who's going to hold it into turn 7. Casadei's got the inside line, so Garcia's just going to have to relinquish this for now.
Absolute demon coming around turn 6 there, Garcia. To hold the line that tight was brilliant in these conditions. Remember, it was damp earlier on, and he's now going to take the lead on a left-hander again. That is two brilliant moves from Garcia. First at turn 6, then at turn 8 into the corkscrew, and now he is your race leader, having set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, charging from deep on the grid. P15 he started. He is now in the lead, with Alberto Ferrandis taking second off Casadei, but Casadei is fighting back on the inside. Who will come down there side by side on the front straight? Casadei managed to respond, exiting the last corner. Ferrandis is into slipstream. Will he find the inside line coming into turn 1? It looks like he's just going to hunker down just in behind Casadei coming through the first couple right-handers. Sura now sets the fastest lap of the race. Where is he? He is right on the tail of Taiga Hada. That's where he is, 1:39.905. Some drama has happened behind. We've been focused on the lead, on the victory battle here, but some drama's happened behind because Alberto Sura is now up to 5th and Taiga Hada is in 4th. Then it's Eric Fernandez. So Sura is on the charge as well. The riders from deep on the grid are on the march here. Garcia is leading, then Sura in 5th place, with Casadei, Ferrandis and Hada in between them.
Garcia, the race leader, clearly thinks he's got the pace to try and pull away here. He was desperate to get to the front, wasn't he? Had that mistake here a couple of laps ago, nearly high-sided himself to the moon and out of contention, but he regrouped, regathered his thoughts, and he's got down to a great pace. He's setting the fastest second sector, 24.8, but pretty much matched by Casadei. Sura needs to get past Taiga Hada as soon as possible if he's got any hopes of winning this race. Taiga Hada, though, doing well to bridge the gap to Ferrandis at this moment in time. It's the gap between Casadei and Garcia that we've got to keep an eye on, because Garcia really is getting the hammer down now.
Yeah, half a second between them. Alberto Sura 1.5 seconds from the lead. Maybe he will just be eyeing up Casadei. First, he needs to get past Hada. Hada is proven a tricky customer to get by for the Italian and joint championship leader, but maybe this will present the first opportunity if he can get close enough coming into turn 1 to the Japanese rider on the number 23 bike. He opts for the inside line coming into turn 1. Will he have enough? Will he be able to block Hada? No, he won't be close enough, and remains in 5th place for the moment.
Gave it a good go, didn't he, down at turn 1, did Alberto Sura. He, along with Roberto Garcia, were the only two riders in the 1:39s, a 1:39.4, though, as Sura dives up the inside at turn 3. And is that going to be move made? I think it is, unless Harder makes a move back past, but Harder, very experienced. He knows that Surra probably has a little bit of pace in hand, so what he can do is just follow Surra and try and tag onto the back of the 6-7 and drag him up to the podium fight as well. But a great move from Surra, a move he needed to make, of course. You can see Roberto Garcia pulling away in the background, his teammate Cassidy in second, and Ferrandez just there in third.
It's turning into an excellent Sunday salvage job for Alberto Surra, but it's more than a salvage job for Roberto Garcia. He once again posted the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.4. Nobody else is in the 1:39s. That is a sensational lap from the Spaniard, who is now your race leader and looks to be pulling the pin and opening up a gap over Mattia Cassidy in second, Alberto Ferrandez in third. Ferrandez might have some trouble soon though. Alberto Surra actually is one of those riders in the 1:39s. He is in the high 1:39s and he is gaining on Ferrandez in third place. So from the 5th and 6th row, was it, that Alberto Surra and Roberto Garcia have come from, they are now both on for big podiums. One for the race win and one for the podium.
We shouldn't be too surprised to see this pace from Garcia. He was 6/10 faster than Arade in second place in practice in the dry conditions. So clearly in the dry conditions, as we're seeing now, Roberto Garcia has superior pace, and he's showing that in the race. It's one thing to do it in practice, of course. It's another thing to do it in the race, especially starting from as low down as he did, but he picked his way up expertly through the pack, got a fantastic start on the opening couple of laps, and Garcia now is pulling clear. It's all now about the fight for the podium, you have to believe. Unless Garcia's cooking his tyres, he's 1.4 seconds clear and has such an advantage. He's really wringing the neck of that Calex machine. Cassidy in second place has no answers at this moment in time.
Yeah, as things stand then in the championship, Cassidy moves into the outright lead, 3 points clear of Garcia, who moves into second. Surra is riding in fourth place at the moment, but it's a good Sunday salvage job. He would only be 7 points behind. Bear in mind, he started P16 on the grid. So Garcia then is your comfortable race leader, but one thing, maybe a caveat you must keep in mind, that it's a dry track now, but it has not been dry all day. There are certainly some wet spots out there, some damp spots, so if he goes off the racing line, he's got to keep it tidy, avoid any dramas out front, and it looks like he could come home and hose in first place. Cassidy, Ferrandez now second and third. There is a podium battle brewing here. The storm may have abated, but the podium battle is brewing.
Certainly is. Surra then just tucked up behind Ferrandez. 4 laps to go when we cross the line. Cassidy is going to have a job in his hands here to keep P2. What are the lap times that have been posted? Surra, a 1:39.6, the fastest rider on track that time around. Roberto Garcia, 1:39.7 at the front. Cassidy, the slowest of your top 4. As Alberto Surra, where has he gone? He's gone down in turn 1.
Surra is down. I saw sparks flying in the background. Head in hand in the stadium. Surra is on out of the race. He's trying to remount, but he will do very well to pick up any points. He charged from P16 on the grid to fourth place. It looked like he was in that podium battle. We'll get a replay in a moment to see what happened, but it is now Garcia whose Sunday salvage job is turning into a dream result for the Spaniard. Mattia Cassidy, he won't be aware of what's gone on behind him, but now he is running away with the championship lead. Garcia will still be in second, but Surra was the championship leader coming into this. He's now lost, well, let's say 20 points in this race to Mattia Cassidy. Head in hands in the commentary box, head in hands on the track as well. Huge disappointment for the Italian.
Love to get a replay, I'm sure we will do at some points. Going down at turn 1, we've not seen that yet today. It's the hardest braking zone, of course, on this track after the near kilometre long front straight. Hard on the anchors down in turn 1. Surra, of course, pushing hard to try and get his way onto the podium ahead of Ferrandez and Cassidy, his teammate. You can, of course, see Roberto Garcia up into the lead, trying not to lose as many points as possible. That's a disaster to end his weekend here in Estoril for Alberto Surra. No podium this weekend, unlike in Misano, after winning there from lights out to finish. As Roberto Garcia, on the other hand, continues on his way. 1.8 seconds the lead with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, under 3 laps to go till Roberto Garcia stands on the top step of the Moto2 European Championship podium for the very first time. He, of course, has had a couple of podiums earned this year and last year to his name. But this will be the first ever top step if he can keep it clean and tidy over the remaining laps here. About 2.5 of them remaining. Mattia Cassidy won earlier in the day, and we've got a red flag flashing in the background. We'll double check what's going on there, but it's Mattia Cassidy. Yeah,
Red
things
flag.
have slowed. We have a red flag in the background. We're not sure what has happened there. With 2.5 laps to go, Roberto Garcia, I think, will be awarded the race win. We'll bring you confirmation as soon as we find out ourselves. It's Mattia Cassidy in second with Alberto Ferrandez in third. We see a couple of riders have stopped in sector 2. The likes of Danny Munoz, Kaito Toba are down, and there's confirmation of the red flag. Unai Oradre. We hope that it's just some track debris on track and that any riders involved in a potential incident are okay. We'll bring you news as soon as we know, but it brings an end to the Moto2 Race 2 event for the moment here, with a brilliant performance from Roberto Garcia, seeing him take P1.
Yeah, interesting ends. Unfortunately, we're not going to be treated to the podium battle, but hopefully for all the riders involved, we're not sure what happened, we've not got any information here in the commentary box. Hopefully everyone is okay and it's potentially just a bit of liquids on the asphalt. Yeah, fingers crossed it's nothing too serious.
Okay, and here we can see some of the images. That's the number 16 of Kaito Toba, who's trying to remount. You can see the leathers have been very scuffed. I'm not sure whose bike that is in the background, potentially that of Danny Munoz, or rather it seems they both went down the same place. But it's good to see at least Kaito Toba walking away, maybe a little bit miffed that his bike has been taken away. It's the number 10 machine of Oradre then being taken away by the marshals, who are doing a great job here in Estoril. No sign just yet of where Oradre is. And we'll bring you latest updates as soon as we know. We see Oradre just there. He was having a rest and he's walking away, thankfully. Okay, and in Parc Ferme then, that means that the result is going to stand. It's a little bit anticlimactic, but it would have been a big task for anyone to have caught Garcia. He had opened up a near 2-second advantage with 2 laps to go and looked in sensational form. The Spaniard, his first ever win. He's come from P15 on the grid to do it. As we catch some replays of the action here in Estoril, the number 31, Roberto Garcia. Look at the gap he had opened up from 15th on the grid. Sensational stuff from Garcia. Poor qualifying, he had a crash. Wet conditions obviously played their part. He was part of not podium battle, but the battle for P4 in race 1 in the wet conditions as well. So he did charge early in race 1 here in Estoril, but finished P6. Much better finish here for him today. That's his first ever win in the Moto2 European Championship, and should be rightly celebrated. As we see, is that his teammate who has come rushing in from the Fanti Cardoso Racing Team Monjardo. It is indeed. So hugs, congratulations all around. RG31, a race winner here in Estoril in the Moto2 European Championship for the very first time, and he has announced himself as a championship contender. 3 races in, plenty more rounds to come, plenty more racing to come. Expect Roberto Garcia to be at the forefront of it. Mattia Cassidy then, second place for him. He won the race here earlier in the morning in wet conditions. He can smile, big smile there, waved at the camera as well. Very happy with his race. Surely he may not have had the win. He may not have gone back-to-back. The first time in Moto2 since 2019 that we haven't had a back-to-back winner in Estoril. But nonetheless, he can be very satisfied with 45 points collected from a possible 50. which sees him become the outright Moto2 European Championship leader. Alberto Ferrandis then, vamos, he says, back on the podium. A super ride from him. He charged hard from the second row. P5 he started. Didn't quite go his way in race 1. Much better outing. P7 in race 1, a much better outing. Ferrandis now jumps up to 3rd in the championship. 17 points off Mattia Casadei. Alberto Garcia just 3 points behind, with Alberto Sura now 20 points behind. Crashed out of contention here just a couple laps ago. Very disappointing for the Italian. The race winner in Misano. Disappointing qualifying crash, didn't help his case either on Saturday. But it's all about Roberto Garcia, the number 31. He is now with our man on the ground, Elliot York.
Roberto, a fantastic race, a great victory. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's my first P1 in Estoril. I'm very happy and don't speak because it's very exciting. And thank you for my team Cardoso Racing and my family.
Ian Castellano.
Ha sido una carrera un poco difícil porque salíamos atrás, ya que en el quali hemos tenido un pequeño resbalón que no nos ha podido facilitar el clasificarnos un poco más para adelante. Pero sí que es verdad que teníamos el ritmo para estar luchando por los primeros puestos y sí, muy contento, sin palabras, y agradecérselo a mi team Cardoso y a mi familia, que los quiero muchísimo.
Gracias.
Nada.
So this is how Roberto Garcia became a race winner in the Moto2 European Championship. Mattia Casadei started from pole position, but it's Taiga Hada who took the whole shot once again in race 2, as he did in race 1. Eric Fernandez slotted in 3rd position with Jorge Navarro on the chase. So Hada led Casadei. Navarro then was bunted wide by the hard-charging Roberto Garcia, who had come from absolutely nowhere. P15 on the grid to launch his charge to victory. Alberto Ferrandis was just behind them as Garcia rubbed elbows once again with Taiga Hada, pushing him wide. He was taking no prisoners as he set his sights on P1. Casadei then was leading the race. Garcia was in 2nd, but Hada showed he wasn't giving up the position easy. Fought back for 2nd place, but Garcia managed to keep it pinned, almost, and then was out of the seat, dropped back down a couple of positions, allowing Hada to retake the lead. Casadei dropped into 2nd with Ferrandis in the final podium position. Garcia was behind Navarro at this point, but then continued his charge as Hada held up riders at the front. Casadei eventually got passed through, as did Alberto Ferrandis, both on the front straight. Hada dropped to 3rd. Garcia then demoted him another position before Garcia moved past the 54 of Ferrandis. Slotting in behind Mattia Casadei, Garcia was on the coattails of the Italian, while another Italian was charging hard. Alberto Sura, 67 machine, was looking to recoup some points. Back out front, a brilliant move at 7-8 at turns 8 and 9 saw Garcia take the lead. Alberto Sura then another rider to come through and push Taiga Hada back. He was riding in 4th place and looked on for a good Sunday salvage job, but as you can see in the background, it was head in hands for the Italian as he crashed out. Jorge Navarro then chasing after Unai Oradre, but this is what happened. Unai Oradre high-siding out of action onto the track. Multiple riders caught up in that incident, and the red flag was waved. We'd have completed over 2/3 difference, race distance I should say. That is how it was done. So that's how Roberto Garcia became a race winner in Moto2. He now gets to stand on the top step of the podium for the very first time, alongside Alberto Ferrandis, who's becoming a bit of a regular on the rostrum. Mattia Casadei, no stranger to a top 3 finish, race winner here this morning, now podium finisher in the afternoon. It all belongs to one rider this afternoon, Roberto Garcia. Very, very proud moment for him. So here we have the trophies being awarded by Mr. Armando Marquez, Vice President of the FMP here, to the team manager of Atlantic Cardoso Racing. Third place trophy then for Alberto Fernandez. Another excellent ride from the Spaniard. Mattia Casadei receives a trophy from Mr. Jean-Marc Desnuez. Second place, 45 points for the Italian and now the outright championship leader, leaving Estoril. And the Camara, managing director of the circuit here in Estoril, hands over the winning trophy to jubilant Roberto Garcia. And now we get ready to listen to the Spanish national anthem.
Agora a cerimónia Prosecco e soda.
Spray the bubbly. Oof. And Garcia seeks out the team manager there as he sprays out the fizzy water. Mattia Casadei with the Prosecco. And celebrations are jubilant, but not overboard from our top three here in the Moto2 Championship as they begin to look towards the future already. The long campaign awaiting them. Catalunya awaits next for the Junior GP Championship. Moto2, of course, will be back in action. But leaving Estoril, these are the results. Roberto Garcia crossing the line almost 2 seconds ahead of Casadei. Alberto Fernandez then on the podium. Taiga Hada missed out on the podium this time around in race 2. Danny Munoz, 2023 Stock Championship, got the better of his stock rival that year. Eric Fernandez for 5th. Kaito Toba, Francesco Mongiardo and Harrison Voigt all inside the top 10, with Jorge Navarro dropping off later in the race. He picks up P10. Unai Oradre is classified despite the crash. Gimber, Lopez, Felon and Mattia Volpi round out the point scoring positions. Mattia Rato, Eduardo Montero missing out. Disappointing for Montero. He starts on the front row. Jacopo Hostruc, Gianpaolo Di Vittori and Shannon Inter, the rest of your finishers. Alberto Sura crashing out just a bit too early for him to be classified, so he picks up no points here in race 2 in Estoril. And this is what it does to the championship standings. Well, we will find out momentarily. Here we go. So the outright leader, we will see once it pops up, is Mattia Casadei on 58 points, 3 clear of Roberto Garcia. Alberto Fernandez, P3 after his P3 in Estoril race 2. Alberto Sura, as you can see, the devastating effect that has on his championship chances, 20 points behind Casadei now. Hada in 5th, Munoz 6th, Navarro 7th. Good going from Navarro in his first weekend. Then it's Eric Fernandez, Unai Oradre inside the top 10. Voigt, Toba, Gimber, all on 13 and 12 points. Mattia Rato on 11. Lorenzo Felon on 9. Then it's Brett Roberts. Ivo Lopez picked up 3. Brett Roberts we didn't see in action here today. The South African. Jacopo Hostruc and Mattia Volpi then on 2 points each. So it is Casadei on top, leaving here with 8 more races to come in the Moto2 European Championship. However, the afternoon, despite Casadei having won in the morning, the afternoon belongs to Roberto Garcia. As you can see on the very far left-hand side of your screens, the number 31, charging hard from P15 on the grid. The 23 of Taiga Hada took the initiative early on. Mattia Cassidy slipped into second as Eric Fernandez slipped into third from second on the grid. But keep an eye on 31. Now it takes maybe, what, 4 riders here coming through at turn 1. This is what launched his victory charge. Brilliant stuff from Roberto Garcia.
Yeah, look at the way he dives into turn 1. Plenty of riders pocketed there for Garcia. He was starting on the right-hand side of the grid. Of course, turn 1 right-hander helped him out there. You could see on the other side of the track, Alberto Sura. I thought he'd just got onto the curb during the race, but it wasn't. He was just getting a little bit too trigger-happy, I think, Garcia there. In the opening couple of laps, he got a good start, didn't he? Just getting a little bit excited when he had a chance to go into P1, but this is when he did go into P1. Up the inside of Cassidy, we've seen a lot of moves happen there down at turn 9. The Gancho corner here in Estoril. These are on the opening few laps. Alberto Sura there, number 67. He was making his way through the field as well, wasn't he? Doing a good job of it as well. He got up to the podium fight. Wasn't quite as successful as Garcia was, but still doing a great job. Was the now former championship leader, the Mazzano race winner. Hopefully, in these highlights, we'll get a replay of what happened to Sura down at turn 1. Just slipped out of contention, and there you can see the forlorn figure of Alberto Sura. Really disappointed, of course, to suffer a DNF.
Yeah, you would have to feel it's 13 points at least left behind by the Italian. This is what brought out the red flag then. Jorge Navarro chasing Munai Oradre. Oradre just high-siding. And as you can see, didn't go off track. His bike remained on track. It looks like someone else got caught up in that one. That was Kaito Toba, I think, who got caught up in it. That's what brought out the red flag. And that's what helped deliver an opening win, first ever win for Roberto Garcia here. May not have got the checkered flag how he wanted, but he was well on course for victory before the red flag was brought out. Mattia Cassidy, 45 points taken. Alberto Fernandez, P3 taken, as he moves up to P3 in the championship and is maybe coming as a dark horse into the Moto2 campaign this year.
Yeah, good weekend for Alberto Fernandez, still only 16 years old, so plenty of experience to be gained from the number 54. As we mentioned, he was in the European Talent Cup for 4 years and raced some familiar names in there, most notably David Alonso, Zonta van den Gorberg, Imno Tola, Angel Piqueras and more. Yeah, Alberto Fernandez taking a different route, hopefully for his sake up into the World Championship in a couple of years to come, but a good weekend of racing in Moto2, Chris. Roberto Garcia, of course, winning race 2.
Yeah, and the day belongs to him. Mattia Cassidy, race 1 winner, but it's Roberto Garcia who leaves race 2. Second in the championship and on the top step of the rostrum.
So coming up then is the final race of the day, stock. We're going to take around about a 10-minute break ahead of schedule here in Estoril with the shorter race distances and the red flag. So stick around for the final race of the day if you fancy it. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time for the stock race. So see you very shortly.
Tú has sido, ¿no? Tú has sido el que la ha cogido, ¿no? ¿La han visto la tabla? 12? 12 no dio uno.
Não. Ah, daquilo ali? Aquilo ali que ele falou? Nossa, eu tinha umas 200 de garrafa. Eu vou pra lá. Mas aqui... Tem, mas não...
Sabe o que eu vou fazer na quarta-feira, quer ver? Nas teias de aranha.
Onde?
Fico lá em todas aquelas coisas que tem sempre. As mangueiras. Já que tem seja. O dia que eu estou sozinha, achei que para cá, porque se faz ali, depois tem uma vergonha, não sei o quê. Só andar para amanhã, não, não sei hoje. Foda-se. O Luís não está a passar?
Tem hora que ali é chato pra caramba.
Welcome back to Portugal in the Circuito de Estoril. 5 races down, 1 to go, and it's time for the stock class to strut their stuff around this 4.1 kilometre, 2.5 mile circuit, steeped in history, of course. 13 turns, 9 right, 4 left. It ends with the Ayrton Senna Parabolica, the long right-hander that seems to go on forever, and then it powers you down the near kilometre-long front straight. Bit of everything this track, tight and twisty technical bits, fast-flowing corners, along straights, plenty of passing manoeuvres, of course, as well. A shortened race distance coming up for the stock class, as we've seen across today, with weather conditions at the start of the day causing a bit of havoc for the organisers. It was foggy, it was misty, it was rainy, it was properly miserable earlier on. Thankfully, it has cleared up in the last few hours, and we've got a couple of dry races under our belts. I suppose you could say 3 dry races, with the Junior GP race just about getting away with a dry race. Some different tyre selections for Junior GP, adding to the spice of that championship. Fantastic racing across the board. A couple of wet races earlier on. Wet races weren't a thing though over in Misano. This is what happened in the stock class at round 1. Lorenzo Della Porta on the number 48 started from pole position. A few riders unfortunately crashing out early doors on the opening lap in Misano. A fantastic battle at the front forms though. But this crash unfortunately brought out the red flags. Thankfully the rider and bike were relatively okay. Rider certainly all okay, and this was the restart. Della Porta started from the second after having to take a long lap penalty in race 1. Iozzo started from pole, the South African rider on the number 13, and that was how it finished. Lorenzo Della Porta just pipping Dino Iozzo to the win over in Misano on home turf. Lorenzo Della Porta winning at home. What's going to unfold this time around? Dino Iozzo, of course, finished in 3rd, I am mistaken. Andy Bedoya finishing a close 2nd. 0.072 seconds, splitting them at the line. More of the same in a few minutes' time, please, for the stock class. Qualifying yesterday was wet, and it was a closely fought qualifying session as well. The top 4 split by less than half a second in the tricky conditions yesterday afternoon. Ever since we landed here, myself and Chris Jordan in the box, it's been pretty miserable weather, unfortunately. Next week it's going to be beautiful blue skies, late 20s degrees, superb weather for motorcycle racing. Before we got here as well, it was nice weather. Thankfully it has cleared up, as I say. This morning it did look like we were in for a full day of wet weather running, which on one hand can be good. It can provide good racing and different competitors at the front, so different results than you'd expect, but it has dried up. It does dry up very quickly here in Estoril. We've had no rain for the last 3 or 4 hours now, so as I say, 3 races done in pretty much dry conditions, and now it's time for the final race. And your pole sitter is Dino Iozzo on the number 13 machine. Hyam Motorsports from South Africa, and here is what he had to say after qualifying.
Today there was very different with the weather, some rain, then with the fog, but all in all, we knew we would have a good bike setup for today. I'm very confident in the wet, and it was just about building lap after lap, so very happy with today. Tomorrow we will see what the weather is doing, but dry or wet, we are ready. I would definitely like for P1. That is what we want. But yeah, we're just looking for more points to take home. This is the championship. It's only 7 rounds, so every point matters. So we will try our best to maximize the points for tomorrow.
Good to hear from Dino Iozzo there. Then there was his time at the top of your page at 2:06.99 in the wet conditions. Of course, yesterday afternoon puts the number 13 rider on pole position. He was P4 last year in the stock class, the inaugural season of the stock class as a separated entity to the Moto2 European Championship. They used to race together in the same races and qualified together, but after having a lot of entries last year, a lot of people trying to race. They decided to make it a separate class for 2023 and of course continued into 2024 as well. So Dino Iozzo P4 last year and he finished P3 4 times and he's added a 5th to that after his P3 in Misano. So he'll be hoping, I mean he'll be happy with the P3 of course, he'll be hoping he can potentially finish a little bit higher, especially from pole position.
Iker Garcia then wishing a happy Mother's Day to his beloved mother. Very sweet tribute. And he is a rookie in the class starting from P2. Keep an eye on the number 11. He was P11 in Misano, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do from the front row. European Talent Cup rider way back in 2017 and 2018. He actually won a race in Catalunya then, while he had a stint in World Supersport as well. Now, speaking of riders who have won races, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, Moto3 World Champion in 2019. We've seen him mixed series, we've seen him Moto2, Moto3 over the last couple of years, and World Supersport. He was the Misano race winner. He did that from pole position. He's on the front row today, so he'll be looking to at least be on the podium, you would imagine.
Yeah, good to see Lorenzo Dalla Porta going well in the stock class. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Riders who have had some doors closed can come to the Junior GP paddock and hop on a stock bike or a Moto2 European Championship bike and alongside World SBK potentially as well, get some good racing under your belt and continue career. So good to see Lorenzo Porta doing well in the Junior GP paddock. P4 on the grid is Adrian Rodriguez, the FS Racing rider from Spain. He was 7th last year, 103 points, a best of 4th place was picked up in Valencia at the end of the season. Finished 5th in Estoril, did Adrian Rodriguez this time last year. Scored points too in every race of the season. So a consistent rider, Adrian Rodriguez, now just needs to potentially add podiums to that resume. He'll be hoping to do so on the number 44, the young Spaniard, and he only finished outside the top 10 twice last year as well. So a really solid effort in his opening stock season last year for Adrian Rodriguez. Now it's time to make the next step.
Yeah, Rodriguez, I managed to commentate on a few races of his last season and he was always thereabouts in contention. However, Misano, opening race of this season, didn't end too well for him, crashing out of the podium battle. We saw a couple other riders there who will be joining Rodriguez on the second row. One is the podium finisher, number 25, Andy Bordoya. Podium finisher from Misano. P2, he had a great battle with Lorenzo Dalla Porta and he launched it from P5. Looked a real talent and caused Dalla Porta a big headache and a lot of problems in Misano, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do from the second row. Alex Millan then is another returner, number 23. He's on the outside of row 2. He has a podium he was on the podium here 12 months ago, picked up a P3 in Estoril 2023. That remains his best result in the stock championship. Tailed off a little bit last season. After that, brilliant opening day result. Of course, the opening day of the season was held in Estoril last year. We kind of expected Millan to fight a little bit more at the front, but he tailed off and ended up P8 in the championship. So a chance for him to rediscover that form that makes him one of the top riders in this championship.
Just saw Borja Gomez spearheading row 3, the Spaniard on the FAL 55 Tay racing machine. Finished 7th last time in Misano, 4 seconds off the victory over at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, another returnee. His only points last year came in Barcelona when he finished 7th. So Borja Gomez, the Spaniard on the 91 machine, will be hoping he can have a PB finish. If he can equal P7 or beat it, then that'll be a job well done for Borja Gomez. From row 3, Francisco Ruiz on the number 26. We saw in the middle of the third row, he's starting from P8. And Francisco Ruiz was 5th last time out in Misano, a top 5. A good result for the Spaniard on the DR Andifa team racing machine.
Mario Mayer, another returner, the 18-year-old, P4 in Misano. Picked up a nice healthy 13 points for his championship charge, number 82. Had a couple good races last season, but we're still awaiting to see him at the top of the field, indeed even inside the top 3. P6 in last year's championship, where Estoril last year was his best result in P4. He matched that in Misano. We're still waiting for that maiden stock podium.
There's Demis Mihala in P11, finished just inside the points over in Misano. Did the Italian on the number 89 machine, so what can he do from the middle of the 4th row? Focus in on the podium sitter, the pole sitter there. Do you know Iotso from South Africa? Can he win in the stock class? He was on the podium last time in Misano, got a little bit of a taste for victory, wasn't too far off, could see them just up the roads. Only 1.4 seconds off the win was Iotso last time out. A really good ride from the South African, but he'll be craving that victory, as he said, after qualifying.
Filip Rehecek, then the Czech rider. It's great to see, we've mentioned it a couple of times in the broadcast today, but the variety of nationalities that we are seeing here. Czech Republic, of course, has had its fair share of top riders. Rehecek hoping to emulate a few of them. So this is the Stock European Championship. It is our final race of the day. We've been treated to some absolute crackers today, including in the last race, the Moto2 European Championship. Not to give too much away, but it did end on a red flag. Just to update you, as we said we would, the riders involved in that crash, thankfully, are all okay and have walked away relatively unscathed.
Yeah, good to see then, good to hear as well. Never nice to see a red flag, but good to see the riders are all okay after that one. Here is your grid then for the stock race here in Estoril. Iotso, Garcia and Dalla Porta are your front row. Rodriguez, Bedoya and Mian are row 2. Jimenez, Ruiz and Fabri is row 3. Row 4 is Mayor, Mihalia and Rajcek. Row 5 is Romero, McDonald and Garcia. Row 6 is Mario, Van Rosmalen and Roig. Row 7 is spearheaded by Brooks from Santos and Ribeiro. The Portuguese rider Copper, Betin and Valle is row 8, and row 9 is Bebikia, Belladonna and Keshes from Hungary on row 9, and row 10 is Del Olmo, Rasa and Quintal, and row 11 is Nestoya and Orastugi. So, the final race of the day here in Estoril, the stock race. Qualifying was close, as I mentioned. Less than a tenth splitting Iotso and Garcia. A tenth and a half was Lorenzo Della Porta's deficit to P1. That was in the wet conditions though, of course, so it's going to be interesting to see how the riders fare in the dry conditions. Chris, any early predictions for this one? We saw a very close battle over in Misano. Lorenzo Della Porta, the rider to beat heading into this one, do you feel?
Dalla Porta from the front row is going to be tough to stop, but Dino Iotso is an experienced rider here, starting for pole position. It would be hard to look past him, from my own personal opinion. Having managed to talk to a few teams, particularly last year, they all knew Eric Fernandez and Danny Munoz were going to be the top riders and pretty difficult to beat. So many of those teams were earmarking as Iotso as the benchmark to compare their riders to, as they grew accustomed to the stock championship. So we do mention Dalla Porta. He's already a world champion in his own right back in 2019, but Dino Iotso has the experience in the stock machinery here, and he is launching from pole. So at the very least, I'm expecting a good battle between Iotso and Dalla Porta.
Yeah, expect plenty of action to be coming here as well. Throughout the day, no matter what race or class we've been seeing, this is where a lot of the action has been taking place as they climb back up the hill through turns 9 and 10, a very technical and twisty part of Estoril, one of the most technical parts on the entire calendar in the Junior GP paddock. A really difficult section to get right, but it's also one that provides plenty of opportunities for manoeuvres to take place. So expect action up at turns 9 and 10 as you come towards the end of the lap, but coming towards pole position is the number 13 of Iozzo. He'll be aiming to get a good start off the line and get the whole shot into turn 1 to make his life a little bit easier, but Garcia and Della Porta from that front row will be hoping to do the same as well.
So red flag out the front. Let's hope it's the last one we see today as we get ready to go racing here in the Stock European Championship Race 2 from Estoril.
Iozzo, sorry, he's just got to back it up slightly. He overshot his grid marker there on pole position. Just getting a little bit too excited.
Does it count as a jump start?
Got a little bit loss of
concentration. Oh wow, he's gone
there.
Very far over. That is less than ideal.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be all
What's
okay.
he done there? How's he managed that?
Just a bit of a lack of concentration maybe at the start, but there he is. He's got it slotted into pole position now. Calm the nerves down, and we will be shortly racing for the final time today in Estoril. The red lights all come on, revs are rising, and we are underway for the stock class, and there was no mistake made there, was there, on the start? Iozzo got away superbly from pole position, and barring any late breakers down in turn 1, it looks like he's going to have the whole shot. As I say, late breakers though, the number 44 is coming through of Rodriguez. Rodriguez then takes the whole shot into turn 1. Last of the late breakers was the Spaniard, and he pips Iozzo to the whole shot.
Yeah, brilliant start from Iozzo, off the line clearly, not so much for Iker Garcia, he's already dropped down into 7th position. Adrian Rodriguez, P4 on the grid, is now P1, just a few corners in, coming through turn 4 at the moment. So, brilliant start from the Spaniard. Iozzo in 2nd, Lorenzo Dalla Porta is where he started in P3. Borja Jimenez has pushed his way up to 4th, with Ruiz, Meyer also having good starts. Poor start for Iker Garcia. Andy Verdoy as well, not the best one. Alex Mian is dropping as well, down outside the top 10 now. So less than ideal starts for those 3.
Yeah, work to do for Verdoy then. Finished 2nd last time out. Only one of the Hondas up at the sharp end. There he is on the number 25 machine, Verdoy, up the inside of the 11 of Garcia. He's making progress already, is Verdoy. So after a tricky getaway, Verdoy is making moves as we near the completion of lap 1. Rodriguez is off to a flyer. He's got into the race lead at turn 1, a brilliant start, and then he's gapped them by 6/10 of a second. However, drama potentially on the horizon. We were saying we didn't see rain for the last few hours, but they are the rain flags that have come out here in Estoril. So the riders have just got to be a little bit tentative. They'll see those flags and they'll probably know where the rain spots are falling. They'll see it on their visors. It looks all okay for now on our pictures, but that's just a little bit of a warning sign. So expect them to be a little bit more cautious than they would have been in the fully dry. You can see them there as well. So pretty much all the way around the circuit, it's potentially spitting with rain. Not sure how much at this stage.
Yeah, I had noticed that the sun had disappeared a little bit more. Not that it had been out all day at all, but darker clouds have emerged over the last few minutes, and it seems they brought the rain with them. Let's hope it's only at best a light spit of rain around pit lane, because it's been a dry track the last few hours and we've been treated to some amazing races. Now, looking ahead, we've got the number 44, Adrian Rodriguez. He's got Dino Iozzo hanging around the back of him. Iozzo is going to make that move, is he? Is he going to make it stick up the inside, laid on the brakes? He gets it stuck. Brilliant stuff from Iozzo. Will he hold it coming around then? Turn 6. Iozzo is your P1 to P1 race leader. 48 of Lorenzo Dalla Porta now has got Adrian Rodriguez in his sights. Rodriguez might have to be looking backwards rather than forwards, because Dalla Porta is swarming all over his rear wheel right now as well.
Yeah, great move from Iozzo as Rodriguez lunges up the inside there at turn 9. Not going to get that move stuck there. He was a long way back to try that. Maybe the camera angle deceived us slightly as well, just taking a tighter line in there. But Iozzo then climbing his way to the front of this race, and when the rain flags are out, you normally potentially see riders sort of stick behind the race leader as Dalla Porta decides it's time for him to make a move up the inside of Rodriguez as well at the final corner. Taking an inside line was the number 48, and you can see the gap already that Iozzo has pulled out on this second lap, but Rodriguez gets the power down on the home straight to move back up into second place. But I'm pretty sure that Dalla Porta's going to make a move now. He thinks better of it down into turn 1, but Iozzo clearly feeling confident despite the rain flags to hit the front and set the fastest lap of the race. So the rain flags are out, but clearly not disturbing the riders too much at this stage.
Maybe in their thinking, they might have come across, you've seen the rain flag, so they want to get as good a position as possible should a red flag come out due to the weather conditions. If 2/3 of the race haven't been completely completed, that means that they will take the grid position from where they cross the line, whereas if it's 2/3 race distance completed, I'll be able to say completed by the end of the broadcast, I promise, but if it's 2/3, oof, that looks like heavy rain there, or maybe just some mist. So let's see what happens here, but if it's 2/3 race distance completed, then a result will be called. We've seen it already happen today. So Dino Iozzo on track is opening up quite a bit of a gap here. He's got nearly, 1.2 seconds to spare over Adrian Rodriguez. Lorenzo Dalla Porta in third position with Alex Millan up into fourth. Francisco Ruiz fifth and Mayor in sixth.
I think it's definitely raining there as the race leader goes down. Dino Iozzo was just about to say it looked like it was definitely raining in that part of the area through turn 6 and down the hill into turn 7. They're going very tentative around the back end of this course as well. It's raining really heavily now at the far end of the circuit. Dino Iozzo has crashed high-sided out. I think this is going to be a red flag any minute now. Yeah, it is a red flag. So we have a red flag. We thought the rain was okay to start with at the first half of the lap. It was, but you could tell as they were breaking down into turn 6, the interior parabolica, they were going a lot slower than they were beforehand, and then they were negotiating turn 7 and 8 very cautiously indeed, and then climbing through 8 into 9 and 10, and in between 9 and 10 as Dino Iozzo, the race leader, tried to flick it right into turn 10. Over he went. Good to see he was back up on his feet, because that's a nasty one. Slow high sides can be the ones that get you injured pretty quickly, and he's got back up on his machine, so that's good to see for the South African. So he'll be able to rejoin when this race hopefully gets restarted sooner rather than later. But I was just saying, Chris, weren't I, or weren't we? I won't take all of the plaudits.
Not for the first time.
Normally when you sort of see the red flags, you want to potentially not lead the race, because you're the first one to hit the areas of the track that potentially are wet, and Iozzo, with no one ahead of him, hit a damp patch, that's too much to the throttle, and down he went, unfortunately.
Yeah, potentially. Now it's kind of to the counterpoint of what I was trying to say, that maybe they were battling for position. You're going to get that little 1 row extra when you see those rain flags and you think the red flag's going to wave. Thankfully, Dino Iozzo, he was leading. He will be back out on the grid provided everything is okay on his machine. And by the looks of things, he looks fine. His bike looks okay. So we will bring you information once we have it. All we can tell you for now is a red flag of this race very early in. It should be restarted, and we don't know yet how long it will last. If it is restarted, all that information will come, and once we know, you will know.
Exactly that, yeah. Hopefully with the rain falling, it's just a case of sticking some wet tyres on the bikes, changing a few settings, and out you go. Depends how heavy the rain is, of course. 8 laps coming up on the screen just there. Like I say, we will bring you news when we get it. We're just seeing on our timing screens race distance 11 laps. That was what it was beforehand, so not sure if that's what it is currently, but they're just getting the grid prepped there, aren't they? So looks like we're going to have a quick restart, chuck some wet tyres into the stock machines, and out they go for another crack at it, albeit in different conditions. We got away with it for 3 hours or 4 hours, however long it was, unfortunately, but the rain has returned. Here is it. So let's just have a listen. Just having a chat there with some members of his team. Yeah, look how easily that came around on him. As soon as he asked for the gas coming out of turn 9, the rear said, nope, I'm not having any of that. No grip whatsoever, unfortunately. And then the red flags came out very shortly after. Oh, and there was a crash in the background there as well. The 22.
A sarcastic round of applause directed over in the direction of the number 22. That is Van Rossmelen. And that is contributed to seeing the red flag waved. Having a quick little look at the numbers there, it seems Dino Iozzo will start from pole position again. I think that's the number 44 in beside it. My eyesight isn't as sharp as it used to be, but it looks like it'll be Adrian Rodriguez and Lorenzo Dalla Porta on the front row. Remember, Rodriguez came from the second row. Oh, indeed, actually, I see that my eyesight is not as sharp. I see the number 44 from P4. So Rodriguez will start where he was before.
Yeah, I think it's going to go back to the previous lap at least, or maybe just the start of the race again. It's completed just over 2 laps, and it's still saying race distance 11 laps. So
by
a
the looks
complete
of things,
restart.
it's going to be a complete restart, yeah.
So it won't be too long, I don't think, before the riders are back out. They'll do a sighting lap, come to the grid for a quick restart procedure, then they'll go for their warm-up lap, and then we'll be ready to go racing once again. In the trickier conditions, unfortunately, it looks like it's outside our commentary box window, Chris, not raining too heavily. It certainly looks towards the back of the circuit. You can see there on the screens that we're watching too, the mist is coming over from the hills. We've had that pretty much all weekend from Saturday into Sunday. And that's what caused some of the red flags yesterday in qualifying. Yesterday afternoon, the fog was really descended on us, and into the afternoon, you can see the spots of rain though falling on the start-finish straight. So the rain that was coming in from that end of the circuit has now covered us here in Estoril. So the riders will put on some wet tyres.
Really see it's beginning to fall now down pit lane on your screens. Yeah, it's beginning to spit a lot down. So the race to be restarted for 11 laps. Race red flag due to track conditions. That's coming from race direction. So
how heavy that is
11
now.
laps, yeah. It's really spitting down now. This is unfortunate because we did have poor conditions throughout the weekend, but at midday, around the time of Junior GP, we saw the track dry, conditions really improve. Elias even had a smile on his face because he saw some sunshine. However, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, that smile has certainly disappeared looking at this rain.
I'm smiling, but it's a sarcastic smile, unfortunately. You can see the rain falling down there pretty heavily now. We don't want that to keep up. A little bit of drizzle is okay for the riders, but if it's torrential rain like it is, the wind's howling as well.
Looking outside our commentary booth, we can really see it bucketing down.
It's what we call sideways rain. We see that all too often in the UK and Ireland back home, not so much in Spain and in Portugal. We did think we'd be getting better weather down here today and this weekend in Estoril, 20 kilometres outside of Lisbon, but as you can see, we are not. My second time in Estoril, and for the second time in 4 years, the weather is positively miserable. So it might be my fault, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise.
Yeah, you're an unlucky charm, as they say. I came here last year. It was a lovely time. They told me, pack my bags. You're off to Portugal, Lisbon and Estoril for a weekend. Watch motorcycle racing. Wonderful. What not to love? But the rain has, of course, put paid to some of my beach plans while I was here.
Yeah,
nonetheless, the racing has been excellent all day. We had a pretty decent start to this stock race too. Dino Iozzo recovering from a little mishap at the beginning, dropped into second place before eventually retaking the lead against Adrian Rodriguez. A little further back. That's the number 82 of Mayor, who had a good strong start as well from 10th on the grid. Pushed himself up into the top 5, top 6 by the time the red flags came out due to the rain. This was how Dino Iozzo once again took the lead off of Adrian Rodriguez, and a good battle was brewing there. Iozzo opened up a little bit of space. Lorenzo Dalla Porta tried to get the hooks into him too. Before we see, nasty crash. It really just went on him very quickly. He was absolutely helpless there. The South African Rodriguez had the hand up, and here we can see a collision now between Van Rosmalen and I'm not quite sure who the other rider there was, but he was very unhappy with Van Rosmalen there. But not to do anything about it when you're taking invasive action and conditions are not very helpful. Shaken ahead, Iozzo shaken off that injury, that crash I should say, and will be hopeful of starting here from pole. As things stand, we have a new race of 11 laps awaiting us, but conditions are far from ideal. What started as a dry race is now turning into a very, very wet news.
Thought we were going to get away with it, but unfortunately we haven't. We were lucky to get some dry racing in today, which we didn't expect, to be fair, so we've been pretty lucky, I'd say. But yeah, unfortunately for the stock riders who were looking forward to a bit of dry track time, a dry race to get some points on the board and stand on the podium for some of them, of course, the heavens have opened and no more information coming our way as of yet. All we're getting is a wet race has been declared, of course, 11 laps coming up, but no indication as to when pit lane is going to be open and when the race is going to get underway. Let's hope it's as soon as possible, so you don't have to just listen to us waffle on for however long.
We sound quite nice, no?
That would probably do. Maybe others will disagree. Okay, quick restart procedure then. Pit lane will be open for 60 seconds. I got excited because I thought I was going to tell us when, but it doesn't. Just notifying us that it is a quick restart procedure, as you can see there. The numbers are out on the grid, indicating where the riders are going to start, but no idea when, unfortunately. So we'll continue rambling on. We saw some highlights there, Chris. A great start from Miozzo, but not the whole shot he would have wanted. And he's looking confident, isn't he, Miozzo? And glad to see he's up and okay after that one, because as I say, the slower high sides can be the ones that can really do you some damage, unfortunately. It's not the crash you would want, but just hit a wet patch, I'd say. More than a wet patch, it was raining across the entire end of that circuit.
Yeah, he was my pre-race pick for victory. It's not very original given he was starting on pole, but he's still yet to win. He's got Lorenzo Dalla Porta in the front row too, but he showed some fantastic pace. He showed some good grit to, first of all, recover from a blunder perhaps is a little bit harsh, but overshooting the starting grid. Got excellent launch off the line then, but Adriano Rodriguez took the took the lead, but Miozzo wasn't put off by that and responded quickly to regain the lead. He was the first to fall victim to rather treacherous conditions here, as we can see along the bottom. Quick restart procedure, and it looks like pit lane will reopen in around about 8 minutes time. Flashing up on the screen to we have here, it says it will be open for 60 seconds at 4:25.
You were really struggling to read that one. Yeah,
for those of you listening from home, the screens are a little bit further away than some of us may like.
Yeah, 16:25. His eyesight didn't deceive him, I can confirm. 16:25, pit lane open, so yeah, 7 minutes or so time, and we will hopefully be back racing. I'm not sure why it's taking 7 minutes for them to get back out on track, but there'll obviously be a good reason for that. And then we'll have a quick restart procedure.
Here we go, I can see it now, it's on the screen in front of us. So
much easier to read. 16:25 for 60 seconds, so the riders only have a minute to get out of the box and head out on track before the end of pit lane closes. If you don't get out in time, then you will have to start from pit lane. So all the riders will know that, of course, the teams too, so don't expect anyone to be missing that cut-off. The only riders and teams who potentially will were the riders who crashed out. So hopefully for the likes of Miozzo's sake, of course, the pole sitter, wasn't too much damage to his IOM Motorsport Yamaha stock machine, and he'll be back out there to try and give it another crack. What's the weather saying outside of our commentary box window, Chris? It looks like the rain has died down slightly from these pictures.
Subsided considerably from the last time we looked out, but I doubt we'll be having any dry race. It may have stopped raining, but it's still going to be a very wet and damp track.
Yeah, it certainly is. The rain has cooled off a little bit, which is good to see, because the sideways rain that we were having with the winds as well, that would have not been nice for the riders and potentially caused even further delays. But just over 5 minutes to go and we'll have bikes back on track.
Just to take you through the starting grid, it's a second chance for some riders, but it'll be Miozzo on pole again from the latest information we've gathered. Iker Garcia had a stonking start at the beginning, dropped out of the top 8 completely. He will launch from P2 once again. Lorenzo Dalla Porta on third on P3, and he was in that victory fight, in that fight for the lead. he will have a chance to take the lead going into turn 1. Adrian Rodriguez was leading that race. A brilliant start from the second row P4. He must do it all over again. Andy Verdoya, podium finisher in Misano, had another rider who had a poor start, as did Alex Millan, both on the second row alongside Rodriguez. They will have a second chance at a better start. Then it's Jimenez, Ruiz and Davide Fabri. Mario Mayor had worked his way through the field, as did Demis Mahela. However, they will start further back in their original grid positions. Then it is Philip Rehacek. Next row back is Ruben Romero, Archie McDonald, Marco Garcia. Marco Garcia, an established rider in this class, perhaps a little bit further back than you would have expected. Declan Van Rossmelen was one of the riders involved in that crash after Dino Iotze at turn 9 and 10. And then is Kilian Holzer, Jose Luis Mario.
4 minutes then until the bikes are rumbling out of pit lane and back out on the track. Quick restart procedure, thankfully, and then we'll be going for the final race of the day. After being ahead of schedule the entire day, we're probably going to be running a little bit behind now, but that's part and parcel of it. We've been lucky enough to have some dry weather as we get some live pictures. My name isn't Matt Dunn, so I can't tell you what type of bird it is. It looks like he's having a nice bit of dinner though, which is good to see. At least someone's enjoying themselves out there at this moment in time. I say someone, it's not a person, is it? You know what I mean.
Yeah, at least he's making hay while it rains down here in Estoril. Well, the birds are crying out for some more rain.
Yeah, lovely weather to be a duck, isn't it, in these kind of conditions? But yeah, good to see the cameramen and women operating, getting some good pictures for us to discuss.
Braving the elements.
Braving the elements, exactly, yeah. We're potentially sound like we're complaining slightly. We're tucked up in a nice warm commentary box, so we can't complain too much. So getting ever closer to riders coming out of pit lane, just under 3 minutes. That's the 3-minute board being held up as the riders just get their final preparations going inside their respective garages. Obviously a change of conditions, a change of settings on the bike and tyres as well, of course. Change of visors, different kind of approach to a wet race than there is to a dry race in some circumstances. So it's going to provide opportunities for different riders who potentially weren't feeling as comfortable as they were in the dry to head out there and have a potentially better crack at the whip in the wet conditions. As we mentioned earlier, Chris, qualifying was in the wet and it was very close as well. We also took it from Garcia. 700ths of a second splitting them. Dalla Porta a 10.5 away, Adrian Rodriguez 4/10 away, and Andy Devoya on the Honda was 6/10 away. So a closely fought qualifying session in the wet conditions. So if it can be a closely fought race, that would be brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And as mentioned, the restart procedure will breathe new life into the challenges, into the races of some of the challengers. Iotzo's shown he's quick on one lap. He's shown he can be quick in the dry, but now he's got the mixed damp conditions here, a little bit windy. So can Iotzo, how much trouble will Iotzo have in these conditions? Will Dalla Porta adapt? Iker Garcia had a poor start at the original lights out. He's got an opportunity now to really show what he's made of, as do the likes of Bedoya, who was on the podium in Misano in the dry. P5 here in the west. And remember, Saturday was a very wet session as the horns go off. Pit lane about to open, so the riders are on their bikes. But yeah, the likes of Verdoya and Millan have shown that they're experienced riders in the wet can do something, and they'll have their second chance now. But 44, first man out, he was quick off the mark in race 1. Well, I call it race 1. In the opening lights out, shall we say, before the restart that's about to begin. But pit lane now open, and in about 20 seconds time.
Certainly is, yeah. The rider's taking no chances, as you'd expect, to get out of pit lane on time. This is their first laps in the wet of the day, so this is going to be a bit more than just your normal sighting lap. They're going to be seeing how wet the track is. They've had a little bit of experience of it on the slick tyres at the end of that lap when it got red flagged. So now it's all about trying to see where the track is at its most wet and where the grip is and potential lines that they can take. So this is going to be an exploratory lap for these riders in the wet conditions. They'll pull up to the grid, have a final double check with one of their team personnel on the grids, and then a few moments later they'll be on their warm-up lap. So the riders then heading out of pit lane, thankfully not too long of a stoppage here for the final race of the day, and it's going to be interesting for them and us, Chris, to see how the track is looking. Of course, it's a lot wetter than it was a few moments ago, but it doesn't look too bad. It looks like just standard wet conditions around this part of the track anyway, which is what they had to deal with yesterday, so nothing too new there. Just double checking all the riders have headed out of pit lane. I think they have on the timing screens, yes. So everyone back out there just in time as pit lane closes in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Pit lane is now closed. Quick restart procedure coming your way, and then we'll be back racing.
So just a matter of moments then before we're back up and running. The riders now are coming in towards turn 6. Long lap penalty loop is located just there. It's the back straight here of this wonderful Estoril circuit. So they're coming through sector 3 now, getting a good judge of things, and it's pretty damp all over, it would appear, Elias. It doesn't look like there are too many dry spots at all on this 4.1 kilometer of circuit, does it?
Yeah, that rain shower's definitely done its job. It's sprinkled a layer of water on this Circuito de Estoril, and in a way that's good. It can be very tricky for the riders if some parts of the circuit are wet and others are dry, or it's mixed conditions around the circuit. So to have consistent conditions across the whole layout is a good thing for these riders. As I said yesterday, where they were qualifying in wet conditions, so nothing too new to them as they just tiptoe their way around the final couple of corners. That's of course where we saw Iotso crashing out about 10 minutes ago, completing the sighting lap, and then they'll go for their warm-up lap where they will get as much temperature into the tyres as possible, and then we'll be back racing. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. We were intrigued by how it would play out in the dry, and now it's going to be the opposite, how it's going to play out in the wet, because as we mentioned, obviously qualifying was wet, so the top sort of 4 and 5 showed really good pace, all within 6/10 of each other with the top 5, and then the bit of a gap to Alex Milan in qualifying. He was 1.1 seconds off, and the rest were over 1.5 seconds off. So it could be a race between the top 3, 4 in qualifying, but obviously improvements and changes would have been made overnight potentially for some of the other riders. So this is going to be an interesting one, a different race to what we're expecting, but it should be a good one nonetheless.
Absolutely. So these stock machines rolling up to their places on the grid. We're still waiting for Dino Iotso. Let's see if he can hit the mark this time around as everyone's running off track. Are we still missing Iotso? We'll take a wider shot. We're looking at Iker Garcia and Lorenzo Dalla Porta. So having a look up my screen, it seems a few riders are still on their way around the circuit. So we might just have another moment or two. As you can see there, we're missing Iotso from pole position. Very curious indeed. We're not sure where the South African is, but the marshals are clearing. Where's Dino Iotso, Elias?
Yeah, that's a great question, Chris. I'm not sure. It did say that all riders had come out of pit lane, but clearly not. We are getting some flashes on the timing screen above us of a potential stoppage for one of the riders, or a few of the riders, should I say. But we'll see how that pans out. But yes, Iotso then, unfortunately, nowhere to be seen. No information coming our way either, so unfortunately can't quite keep you up to date as much as we would hope to on this warm-up lap. But it does look like the pole sitter isn't going to be starting this race, at least from pole position anyway. Might be starting from the pit lane or the back of the grid, but can't see him down the back end of the grid either, Chris. So it looks like Iotso, after that crash, of course, that initiated the red flags in the wet conditions, potentially isn't starting this race at all. So from taking pole position and leading the race to scoring no points, potentially, is a disaster for the South African, unfortunately. We were really intrigued to see how he would go today, if he was going to pick up a race win for the first time. 4 podiums last year, a podium in Misano as well. He was looking really, really strong, was Iozzo. But it does look like he's not starting this race from pole position, so that's a bit of drama then to bring you, unfortunately. And if we get any information further as to why that is, then we'll, of course, bring it to you, but nothing as of yet.
Yeah, very curious indeed. There we go. Dino Iozzo is going from pit lane. Bizarre, to say the least. Our pole sitter starts from pit lane. I can only assume maybe there was something wrong with the bike after bringing it back in after his crash. Well, he's being moved forward. Here is the number 22, Van Rossmalen. Both of them are not leaving pit lane, but just lining up on the little mini grid they have inside the exit. Bizarre indeed. But Iozzo has shown he's got good pace, so it'll be interesting to see, can he fight his way through the pack here in the Stock Championship race. 32 riders strong. It's a lot of work to do to get into the points. And it certainly leaves an intriguing proposition. Who can challenge this rider then? Lorenzo Dalla Porta, the number 48 Misano race winner, starting P3. Igor Garcia is the only rider ahead of him. Garcia had a tough start in P2, from P2 and the opening lights out. So interesting to see, can anyone challenge Dalla Porta to come restart the race lights out?
Yeah, so clearly Iozzo's machine needed a little bit more work doing in order to get out of pit lane on time. So unfortunately for Iozzo, he will have to start from pit lane. If he picks up points from there, it'll be a job well done as the riders just take their time to get to the grids.
Do you think potentially, because Van Rossmalen, his teammate, was in there too, do you think potentially they've decided to hold on and risk slick tyres?
It's a good point, Chris. Yeah, potentially. Wasn't spotting the tyres. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I'd be surprised, but it is an option. Right, here we go then. The final race of the day is underway once again, and it's a great start from the outside of row 1 from Dalla Porta, but not as good as from Rodriguez on the number 44, the FS Racing Yamaha. What a start again from the number 44. Tentatively does it down into the braking zone, into turn 1 around the outside. That's Bedoya on the Honda. A little bit of contact there as well on the outside of turn 1. Once these bikes pass them by, there you go, you can see Iozzo and his teammate there exiting pit lane to start the race. 11 laps to try and catch and get into the points.
Rodriguez then, with nobody blocking him in front, rinses and repeats as he goes into P1 from lights out. Iozzo and Van Rossmalen both out. Great start too for the number 26 on that orange machine, Francisco Ruiz, but he has dropped down a little bit now. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, you see how steady and careful they are going through here. That's at turn 4, coming onto the back straight now, the king through 5. It is Rodriguez and Dalla Porta who have opened up a little bit of a gap to Ruiz in 3rd place. Oh no, it's the number 25. It's not Dalla Porta, it's Bedoya who's gone down, and you just see how that snapped underneath him with minimal warning. And look at that, it's smoking that machine. That Honda is on fire in the rain.
Oh, disaster then for Bedoya, clearly pushing hard in the open exchanges in the tricky conditions, and it just washed away from him on the braking zone into turn 6. We've seen that a few times already this weekend in the wet conditions. It's easily done, asking too much of the front brake too soon. The front tyre not up to temperature, or fully up to temperature anyway. Down he goes. Good to see him back up on his feet, of course, but Bedoya then, the rider who finished 2nd place over in Misano, is down and out early doors. Good to see him walking away because that was a fast one, but yeah, he's really annoyed with himself. That's a costly error. Going up the inside, carrying a lot more speed, wasn't he, into the corner at turn 6. I think just pushing too hard too soon, unfortunately. And on the left-hand side of the tyre, the part of the tyre that's not been used before that, unless it was at turn 4, of course. That's the only time it would have been used. So a cold left-hand part of the tyre, and Bedoya is down and out.
Yeah, touch of the brakes and he's down and out, but that hand, Francisco Ruiz has closed that gap out to Adrian Rodriguez pretty quickly, as we see some pieces fall off there, tear-offs I think there. Ruiz right over the tail of the 44 of the SF racing machine that Rodriguez is riding. So an interesting battle of bike in the background as well. I just see has gone wide and looks to have retired. Is Rodriguez thinking about a move up the inside here? No, they're very tentative. That's the number 33 of Rehacek, I think, has gone down. I'm not sure. It seems a technical problem more than anything as he looks to rejoin the race. You never know what could happen here. But back out front, Adrian Rodriguez is leading ahead of Ruiz. Borja Jimenez has fought his way up to third position. Iker Garcia launched second. He is in fourth with Alex Millan. Also there, the number 23 has actually just overtaken the Spaniard, his fellow Spaniard, Iker Garcia. So they are your lead 5.
The lead quintet has formed then at the front, and a gap has opened up to Lorenzo Dalla Porta, who's currently running in 6th place. He'll appear in the top of your screens just there. There he is, a little bit of a lonely P6 so far for the championship leader. Clearly not pushing too hard in these conditions. He'll have seen Bedoya go down the road, wouldn't he, at turn 6 on the opening lap, and that was a warning shot for the rest of the riders as well, not to push too hard too soon. And Lorenzo Dalla Porta has, of course, ties to aspirations, and in these tricky conditions, that's a good move there. Oh, out of the seat from Ruiz there on the 26. That's where we saw Iotso crash just before the red flags. Treacherous conditions for these riders to deal with, really tricky, not much heat into the tyres, so they've got to be a little bit cautious, and a few warning shots already on lap 2. But yeah, Dalla Porta would have seen the crash of Bedoya. The Italian rookie in this class, of course, he'll be wanting to just get some points on the board and leave Estoril with a healthy amount of points, as the number 44 of Rodriguez has a look behind and sees a face full of the number 26 of Ruiz.
So it is Ruiz over Millan in P3. Ruiz having a little look upside. It's not going to be close enough, and I think they're going to be super cautious. Not so much for Borja Jimenez. He's going to block pass on Ruiz, and there's a little tap at the back there. I'm not really sure what that was about from the number 91 of Jimenez. Just to give you an update, Dino Iotso is already up into P18. So fastest lap there from Millan, but P18 for Dino Iotso, so points are definitely on the card for the South African, and should be pole sitter, who started from pit lane.
Yeah, after crashing out, all you can really hope for when you start from pit lane is to pick up as many points as possible. So anywhere inside the top 15 will be job done in terms of this race for Iotso, but of course it won't be job well done in terms of the weekend, because it promised so much more for the South African. Now then, the 23 of Millan is setting a good pace here, chasing Rodriguez at the front. He's already got past Ruiz on the 26 bike. The 23 of Millan now is challenging around the outside of Rodriguez down into turn 7. That's not going to work that time around, but plenty of laps and time left to try and get into the race lead. This is Lorenzo Dalla Porta on the 48 machine, a name familiar to most, I'm sure. Watching on, he's just cruising around so far in P6. As I say, if he can leave with a P6 as we see a change of the lead, it is Millan then. He got a move stuck, assumingly at turn 9. We've seen plenty of passes happen there this weekend, especially today, of course, in the races. But it is still your top 5 that are locked together. Going to get a replay here. It is up the inside at turn 9. Job done. Good move.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Ballsy move up there. It's a blind entry to the right hand side, so brilliant stuff from Millan. On the podium here in Estoril 2023, his only podium so far in the Stock Championship, but things are boding well for the number 23 so far, leading this down the front straight. Just recorded the best lap of the race. However, Adrian Rodriguez responds and takes P1 back off his hands. Francisco Ruiz in 3rd. Just keeping an eye, the fastest lap of the race has been set at 2:03.283 by the rider who has just entered P15, Dino Iotso.
It's a case of what could have been, unfortunately, for Iotso, but he is up inside the points already.
That's Van Rossmelen this time who's gone down. Second crash of the day for Van Rossmelen.
Just trying to figure out where that is. Can't quite make out this time around. Good to see that he is up on his feet and okay though. So already up into P12 then through the first sector of this lap. He's setting a pace that no one else can get near so far, but he's down.
He's at least
P12.
a second clear on the last lap, so he is flying us at the moment. So he's certainly not out of contention just yet for a stronger finish. I mean, he's lapping nearly a second and a half, almost 2 seconds better than anyone else at the moment.
Just hear someone going down in our ears. I'm not sure if you heard that watching on from home as well, but we definitely heard the sound of a bike skidding along the tarmac. Not got confirmation as to who it is or where it is just yet, or whether our ears deceived us, but it didn't. And it's Dino Iozzo, and that, I can tell you, is turn 6. Obviously, Iozzo was pushing on. He needed to push on, didn't he, to try and claim the points, and that's another nasty one. The rear flicks around on him, Iozzo. I thought it was going to be a front end tuck, because we've seen Vidoya do or have down at turn 6. But again, good to see he's back up on his feet. That's a nasty one. The rear just came out on him, trail braking, maybe using too much rear braking to turn 6, trying to get it stopped, pushing on. Was on another fast lap. Was the South African building his way up into the top 10, but it's going to be 0 points after a promising weekend for the South African. Disappointing.
Yeah, bizarre day in the end for Iozzo. Not sure why he went in pit lane. He was lapping very quickly there, but just a bit too quickly for the conditions, it would seem. Disappointment and a big lesson learned for the South African, as Rodriguez has a little bit of payback, you would say, for Alex Millan. He dives up the inside of the corkscrew and now is in a 3-4. He's got about 4 tenths in his back pocket to his compatriot. Borja Jimenez then is running in 3rd place. Francisco Ruiz has dropped 5th, with Iker Garcia in between the two in 4th.
Rodriguez, the only rider across the board in the 203s last time around, a 203.5 compared to Mian's 204.0, as he takes a long look behind and a long look across, and he sees a face full of Mian on the number 23. Massimo Copper, unfortunately, has crashed on the number 29 machine. Let's hope he's okay. But we've got another change for the lead. Alex Millan has taken the lead now from Rodriguez, assumingly from Rodriguez's long look around. He's, I was going to say comfortable, staying in 2nd position, but straight away fights back down the hill at turn 7 to lead, but not for long, because Mian's going to get the cut back into turn 8. However, he's not going to have the race lead for long, because Rodriguez is going to have the inside line, not quite at turn 10. Good battling though for the lead here in the stock.
Yeah, great battle, and while they are going wheel to wheel with one another, you can see the number 91 come into picture. That's Borja Jimenez, who set the fastest sector 1 on this lap. He is now in the victory fight, as is Iker Garcia. So as long as Millan and Rodriguez are happy to battle, I think Jimenez and Garcia will be pretty happy to follow and just wait for their moment to strike. And there is a mistake, as Rodriguez will now assume the lead. Millan runs it wide and will drop the 4th position. This is exactly what I'm saying. Jimenez and Garcia just biding their time, and all of a sudden both are now on the podium.
Not quite sure what happened there to Millan, but if I had to guess, he's lost the rear slightly coming out of the Ayrton Senna Parabolica at the end of the lap here in Estoril. Hopefully we get a replay of what happened, but he did manage to stay on board, of course, but he has slipped from P1 down to P4 over the line. Progress check on Lorenzo Della Porta. He's still in 6th place. Got a comfortable-ish gap behind him to Mayor. Just over a second and a half to the number 82. So, yeah, Della Porta just doing all he can. Not got the pace of the leaders, but he's staying upright. The riders behind him are pretty much matching his pace, so he's doing well to just keep on hold of a top 6 so far.
So this is the battle for 1st position. It's Adrian Rodriguez who holds the initiative. He's got a new contender. He's been battling Alex Millan, but now this time he is going to be battling Borja Jimenez. Jimenez striking up inside turn 6 to take the lead. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 2:02.868, and Jimenez is wasting no time. He's feeling pretty fast in these mixed conditions, and he's just been sent flying from the bike. Oh, nobody is safe out there. Everyone is falling at any given moment. And Jimenez had just come into the victory, into the lead of the race, and right in the thick of victory battle, sends himself flying from his machine.
The commentator's curse there from Mr. Jordan.
It must be about my 15th today. I'm not going to say anything else, I think, for the rest of the race.
No, please do. Take the heat off me. Yeah, hopefully that he was all okay, though. He was just taking his time to get up onto his feet there. Was Jimenez. hopefully he is all okay in the gravel trap. He's still down. Hopefully he's just had the wind knocked out of his sails and it's nothing too serious. We're going to get another replay of it here. So he's just taken the lead, going down into turn 7 and just pushing on a little bit too hard, you have to feel. The rear end steps out pretty suddenly, just as you're getting onto the power. He thought he'd made his way around the corner and was eyeing up the apex at turn 8, getting a good exit through turn 7. He's back up on his feet. That is good to see, limping away. But hopefully he's all okay, and given another 5-10 minutes he's going to be all okay. Back up on his feet is the main thing. But that's left a little bit of a gap at the front then. Who's leading now? It's Rodriguez still, with Ruiz and Mian, who we're looking at on the 26 and 23 machines. Just got just under 2-second gap to bridge now, so not sure what happened there. But the 26 is leading the way in the podium fight for now and telling Mian to stick behind him. I think Mian, oh no, he is going to listen this time around with 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Rodriguez set the fastest lap of the race last time out at 2:02.745. So that has helped him. Igor Garcia's got onto the coattails, but it's helped the two of them break away from Ruiz and Mian. And as you can see, it's these 4 riders have a country mile of space between them. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, the Misano winner, is riding in 5th place as he's struggling to adapt to the conditions, not showing the pace we all know that he has, but he might be just thinking of the bigger picture a little bit, playing the longer game. P5 in conditions he's not 100% comfortable in. May not be the worst result as we see Rodriguez and Garcia. We've seen it a few times, the little look over the shoulder in this race, seeing where everyone else is. It seems Ruiz has managed to close that gap a little bit. He has more than closed it a little bit. He is now right on the tail of Iker Garcia. Alex Mian, though, still a little further away, but given what we've seen so far in this stock race, anything can happen, including Garcia making a move into turn 1. Will he be close enough? Don't think so, as they take a more cautious approach, which Ruiz might actually make the move up the inside of the number 11 here for P2, and he does so successfully. Will he hold on to it, or will Garcia strike back on the cutback? No, brilliant stuff from Ruiz to make that stick.
Yeah, good move from Ruiz, and he sets the fastest lap of the race to go with it on that last lap at 2:01.8. No one else is in the 2:02, so a brilliant lap time from the number 26. See there, last lap comparisons between Rodriguez and Garcia. Rodriguez slightly quicker, and Garcia, of course, relinquishing 2nd place in the process to Ruiz. So Ruiz then is now the one to watch after sitting in 3rd place and tapping the rear end of his machine. Look at the drive he got out of turn 4 as well. Curve of VIP, not quite enough to get past the race leader of Rodriguez, but I can bet my bottom dollar he's going to potentially have a go down into turn 6. Late on the brakes, he thinks about it, shows a wheel, but not quite this time around. But with 3.5 laps to go, Ruiz certainly looks like he's the most comfortable and got the most pace out there to hand. But Rodriguez still doing well to hold on to the lead, and is the number 11 of Garcia going to have a look up the inside of Ruiz now? Yes, he has, so he returns the favour from turn 1. Ruiz back down to P3.
Yeah, Rodriguez very much looking in the groove here. He was out in the victory fight. Race 1, shall we call it, before the red flag, as Iker Garcia has a little wider line going in to 8 and 9 there. But Rodriguez looking very much in the groove here. He'll be hoping Garcia and Ruiz keep chopping and changing behind them, taking chunks out of each other in the wet weather. That should give him a little bit more breathing space out front. As things stand, it's an all-Spanish front 4, with Millan just waiting in behind for any potential mistakes from the trio in ahead of him.
Out of the Ayrton Senna Parabolica, turn 13 we come then, and Miani's on for a good lap here. He's setting personal bests. It looked like he was out of the podium fight for a while there, Mian, but a good lap, a 2:02.0, 8 tenths quicker than anyone else in front of him. So best part of a second, Mian has closed in, and now he's only 9 tenths off the lead. So an important lap at this stage of the race for Mian, who was just dropping out of contention, but he's clawed his way back up. Now he's still P4, of course, but he's only got a half-second advantage to the podium fight, as Ruiz then picks back up into 2nd place on the 26. As I say, he was looking the most comfortable, but then slipped down to 3rd place again. And now it's all changed, because Mian is now looking like he's got the most pace to hand. as the podium places and the top 4 close right back up again with 2 3/4 laps to go. They fire it out of turn 4 through the fast right-hander kink of turn 5 and then down to turn 6. Rodriguez again looks behind him. A little bit of debris on track there or something fluttering about. Not too disturbing for the riders. But Chris, after it being split by about 2 seconds a lap ago, it's back down to 0.6 of a second between the top 4. This is anyone's win.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of these 4, take your pick. Rodriguez is doing most of the leading, but it can change in an instant. We've seen that already multiple times in this race today. We have a yellow flag. That's because Brooks has gone down at turn 3, I think it is. Disappointing, and for the British rider, he's been sent flying. Another rider, Nuristegi, caught up in that as well. There's nothing he could do. He just got caught in between it. Oh, that's poor, because they were both on for good results, well inside the top 10. He got absolutely sent flying there. Wow, and landed on the head. Thankfully, he's up and okay, and Uristegi's managed to avoid him. Back at the front, though, as you said, any of these 4 riders could win it. Adrian Rodriguez has been doing the majority of the leading. That seems to suit him. Francisco Ruiz, though, has had a couple good sectors on this lap. Let's see how he gets on. What's the difference between them? Sector 4, while Ruiz posts a PB, not just a PB, but a best race lap so far. 2:01.815, a 2:01.981 from Adrian Rodriguez. So Ruiz a 10th quicker as they open up a little bit of a gap to 3rd place. Lorenzo Dalla Porta remains your championship leader. He is running in 5th place rather sensibly, not taking too many risks. He's kind of seems in a world of his own there. Lonely ride to 5th place, but picking up 11 crucial championship points. Back at the front then is a battle between Rodriguez and Ruiz. Iker Garcia and Millan also fighting for that final podium place. Do any of those riders in 3rd or 4th have anything for the race leaders in 1st and 2nd? Ruiz and Rodriguez are going blow for blow on best sectors and best laps as things stand. We've lost another rider. Not quite sure where he's gone now. There's a final corner and he's been flipped off it again. Urastegi had actually managed to remount and join back inside the top 15, but that is certainly his day done. A 2nd crash in quick succession.
Top 4 then locked together once again. As soon as the gap sort of opens up, half lap later, Constantina's back up, and Millan, after again looking like he was just losing touch slightly, is back to the rear end of 3rd place Garcia, and he's just set his personal best sector 2 as well, and sector 3. All these riders now pushing on. Of course, the conditions aren't worsening. The riders getting more confident in their packages and the machines around the track. They know where the grip is, they know where to find time and not where to lose time as well. But coming around the Parabolica for the final time will be next time around, of course. For the penultimate time it is this time, as we head on to the final lap. The 44 of Rodriguez is going to lead us onto it, but not by much, because Ruiz into the slipstream. He goes on to the final lap. The crew members there cheering on their riders. It's anyone's race here between the top 3, you feel. Ruiz not making a move into turn 1, close over the line, less than a 10th between them. Millan looks like he's out of podium contention now, barring anything happening in this lead group on this final lap.
Yeah, we saw the crew members getting the message across. Fire in the belly, ice in the mind for the top 3. Maintain focus, but have that desire. Make sure you want it enough, more than the other person. It's Adrian Rodriguez, though, leading as he has been for the last number of lap. Francisco Ruiz did post a 2-minute flat 4:73 for the best race lap of the last lap, on the penultimate lap. But Ruiz has got some questions to answer here, or to pose to Rodriguez, but he's also got some to answer. Iker Garcia now swarming all over his rear end. Will the number 11 make a move? It seems both of them are maybe just a bit too far away from Rodriguez to make a move for the victory, so it's about deciding the podium places.
This is a fantastic final lap coming in from Rodriguez. He was under pressure, wasn't he, at the start of this lap, but he's setting a really, really good pace, and the riders behind Ruiz and Garcia don't really have a chance to pounce. They've not got that much in them left. They've not got many corners left to try and make a move. This is where we were expecting the race to come down to. That's Garcia up the inside of Ruiz. Is he going to make it stick? dives at the inside, the number 11. Can he hang it around the outside, just out of the seat? No, he drops back down to third place, but this battling away is going to leave the number 44 clear. If he rounds the final two corners, that's turn 12 negotiated. Garcia back up into second place ahead of Ruiz. So can Ruiz respond around the Parabolica for the final time we go on the right-hand side of the tyre for an eternity and get it straightened up and pointed out, and it's all about the run to the line for second place, but it is the number 4 of Rodriguez who is going to win here in Estoril. Fantastic last lap, a fantastic race from Rodriguez. He wins here in Estoril, and Garcia beats Ruiz to second place. So Rodriguez wins from Garcia and Ruiz. What a last lap that was from the number 44. Pulled out 1.2 seconds on that final lap, and here is Lorenzo Dalla Porta. He comes across the line in P5. Good points gained for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, not in the podium hunt, unfortunately for the Italian, but good points gained on a day that other riders didn't pick up points. So job done in terms of points gained for the Italian. But what a race out front we had, Chris, and what a last lap from Rodriguez.
A simply sensational last lap. A 2-minute flat from Adrian Rodriguez is the best lap of the race, and what a time to do it under pressure from Garcia and Ruiz. He pulled the pin and gave himself a 1.2 second cushion coming over the line. Sensational stuff from Rodriguez. Garcia only had, what, just less than 100th? Just over 100th between Garcia and Ruiz. Sensational last sector battle between Ruiz and Garcia for P2 and P3. Alex Mian was on the podium here last season. Just misses out this time around, but picks up some crucial championship points, and Dalla Porta likewise, as we seem to have lost one or two riders on the final lap.
If anyone out there is watching, that is how to do a last lap in a motorcycle race. Set it your best lap on the final lap of the race, a 2-minute dead compared to Iker Garcia's 2-minute 0.7. Ruiz set a 2:01.2, so 1.2 seconds gained over Ruiz was Rodriguez, and Garcia did just enough to hold on to P2. A great battle unfolding in the final two podium places. Rodriguez was a little bit too far up the road for Garcia and Ruiz to contend with, but it was a great battle unfolding between the two. Francisco Ruiz will be happy with third place. It looked like in the closing exchanges he was the rider boasting the most speed, but that didn't quite come to fruition, unfortunately, for the number 26 rider. But after finishing P5 in Misano to stand on the podium next time out in Estoril, signals a job well done for Ruiz and his team. So Ruiz will be happy with that, and clearly happy, of course, as you should be after winning a race, is Rodriguez on the number 44. We'll be hearing from him very shortly. He'll be down in Parc Fermé chatting to Chris. There's your championship standings. We'll do a full run through in about 10 minutes time of the championship standings, but Lorenzo Dalla Porta leaves Estoril in the first two rounds with a 9-point advantage as Rodriguez pulls into pit lane, gives it the beans on the throttle. Not normally what you want here as a team manager or the crew. You want to save those engines for the season, but we'll let him off. I'm sure the team will as well. You've got to celebrate wins. That's exactly what they are doing. Super, super pleased, of course, for Rodriguez are the team. And as I say, fantastic racing. It really was from everyone at the front. Mian in fourth place, finishing 2.2 seconds off the win eventually. Didn't quite have enough to stick with the race leaders. Of course, he made that mistake coming out of the Ayrton Senna Parabolica with a few laps to go, and was never able to fully claw back the disadvantage that he'd brought upon himself. But a good P4 nevertheless for Mian. The top four were in a league of their own. Dalla Porta finishing 18 seconds away from the win. So the top four really were operating on a different level today in the tricky conditions. Another fantastic day's racing in the Junior GP paddock, as it always is. 6 races now done and dusted here in Estoril. I'm sure we'll be returning next year to this classic Portuguese layout for some more action. But next up for the stock riders, and everyone else is a trip to Barcelona. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit nicer there than it has been this weekend in Estoril. Rodriguez just debriefs with his team. Don't need a translation for that, do you? Vamos. Very pleased indeed. Yeah, that's what happened to Mian then, coming out the final corner. Just got it lit up on the rear end. Bit of a mistake, but managed to get back down behind the ball. We didn't lose too much time, and of course it could have been so much worse. At least he stayed upright, but that was probably a little bit of a scare coming into the final half of the race. Look at the advantage that Rodriguez had at the end of the race. 1.2 seconds across the line. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap. That is how you win a motorcycle race. What a performance from the SF Racing rider. And that will give him an abundance of confidence heading to Barcelona and into the rest of the season. And we can head down to Parc Fermé very shortly. In fact, now, because Chris is ready with Rodriguez.
Adrian, first-time winner of the Stock Championship. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling incredible, but I work very hard in my house with my trainers, and I'm very happy for this win. I dedicate for my father overall, and my mother is all my dedication for ellos, para ellos.
Vale, por todos sus aficionados en España, ¿cómo te sientes?
Es un sentimiento increíble porque he trabajado muy duro sin ningún tipo de medio para poder llegar a estar aquí. Voy de carrera en carrera y es un esfuerzo muy grande y es un sentimiento increíble el que siento ahora mismo. Y a pesar de estos momentos difíciles que estoy pasando, es muy reconfortable y me dan muchas ganas de seguir para adelante y dedicar sobre todo esta victoria a mi padre, que le gustaría estar aquí viéndolo, y nada, ya está, increíble.
Gracias y felicidades.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Top stuff from Adrian Rodriguez. And this is how it played out. This was before the rain came. It came very shortly indeed as well. Iotso on pole position. The South African on the number 13 machine. The rain flags were out pretty much straight away in the stock race, and then it took a couple of laps, still dry conditions, until the riders hit the rain at the end of the second lap. That was Iotso going down. Thankfully it was all okay. His teammate going down as well in a collision there. Thankfully all riders were okay. And then after a brief stoppage, the race restarted in wet conditions. Tentative opening few corners, of course, for the riders out there. That's Iotso in the background, getting his race underway from pit lane. Wasn't able to get out of pit lane in time. The 1 minute signal that you get, he didn't get out in time, and that was Bedoya crashing down at turn 6 on the opening lap. A fast getaway from Bedoya, but clearly pushing a little bit too much, too soon, and down he went. Good to see him back up on his feet though. But Bedoya, who finished second place over in Misano, remember, no points scored as the battle at the front continued to rage on, and it was a fascinating battle as well. Mian was up there on the 23 machine, briefly taking the lead. Rodriguez biting back, and it was changing lap by lap, corner by corner. It was the top two. That was Mian making a mistake out of the final corner, getting it lit up on the rear end of his Yamaha machine, dropped from P1 to P4. And then drama unfolded. The 91 of Borja Jimenez crashing out just after he got the race leads. That was Brooks going down the road, unfortunately, for the British rider. But back at the front, a fascinating battle was unfolding. That was on the final lap. Rodriguez had pulled the pin on the final lap, set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap to win by 1.2 seconds. Garcia pipped Ruiz to the post to claim P2, with Ruiz having to settle for P3 overall, with Mian, who was in that lead group as well, 2.2 seconds off the victory in 4th place. An all-Spanish podium to finish the day here in Estoril. It looks like the rain has stopped, thankfully, for the guys out there, so that's a positive at least. It's been a great day's racing, as always, in the Junior GP paddock. If you stuck around for the whole, what have we been on air for? 6 hours, more or less. Top job, hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. It's been a great day's racing. And not me personally, but we get to do it all over again in a couple of weeks' time as well. The riders will be handed trophies. Mr. Jean-Marc Desnoyers doing the honours on the podium. The SF Racing team member there, lofting the race winner's trophy, a first for Adrian Rodriguez. Ruiz celebrating a P3, job done, a good job from Ruiz. His first podium of the season. Garcia collecting second place. Very happy indeed, of course, as you should be. And then the winner's trophy coming the way of Adrian Rodriguez. Very shortly indeed, his first win in the stock class in the Junior GP paddock. Plenty of celebrations will be going on tonight up and down the grid from each class as we get set for the Spanish National. The Spanish national anthem them, I'm sure, familiar to all who are big motorcycle racing fans. Country steeped with talent and history in motorcycle racing, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon, does it, for that part of the Iberian Peninsula. Here are the final results, confirm them for the stock race here in Estoril. Adrian Rodriguez, your race winner, from Iker Garcia and Francisco Ruiz. Alex Millan, a close fourth, with Dalla Porta holding on to the title lead in fifth. Demis Mihalia, a good ride from the Italian into P6. Neil Roig in seventh. Mario Mayor and Kevin Quintal up inside the top 9. Ruben Romero in 10th with Gonzalo Ribeiro, Davide Fabri, Carlos Valle, Archie Bob McDonald and Joan Santos completing your point scorers in the race. A difficult race in the end, of course. 11 laps in the tricky conditions. There's a few riders, some leading contenders as well, fell foul of the conditions, including the rider who finished second place last time around, as we're about to see. Verdoya on the Team Honda Laglice machine. There he is on the opening lap, hit the front and unfortunately crashed out. Dino Iozzo, what promised so much for the South African, unfortunately ends at turn 6 as well, as he was pushing on into the top 10 from a pit lane start. So unfortunate endings for some, better for others. Lorenzo Della Porta then, 36 points, 9 points clear of Francisco Ruiz, heading to Barcelona. Adrian Rodriguez with his win is up into third place on 25 points, level with Iker Garcia, with Mario Mayor rounding out your top 5. Andy Bedoya there, 20 points from Mazzano, slips down to P6 in the overall standings, but of course it's early days yet in the championship chase. Nothing to worry about too much at this stage. Demis Mihalia up into the top 10 with a good points haul in Estoril. Archie Bob McDonald there, the Australian, up into 11th. Borja Jimenez in 12th, and these are the other riders who have scored points. Davide Fabri, Stola, Valle, Santos and Copa, who have all scored points in 2024. But the stock race belongs to Rodriguez. What a victory for the number 44. That's exactly how you do it in the wet conditions. On the final lap, set the fastest lap of the race and go on to win the first race of your career. So thanks for tuning in. Coverage done here from Estoril. It's been a cracking day's racing. and we will see you next time out in Barcelona in a couple of weeks. Ciao for now.